And they can hear us. And we in the building.
Live in the building, baby.
Yes, sir.
Day 3, NFL Draft 2021.
Yes, indeed. Let's get it.
What's up, OC? What's up, Boss Cowboys? What's up, Cowboys Nation? We crunk right now because we have to be, because yesterday we kind of went out in a somber moment. But I believe, OC, I believe, Boss, that we'll come back today. We'll do better.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely getting ready to do better because we got to do better. I mean, it's a must. I mean, but at the same time, it's not as bad as what people think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, hey, we got an opportunity still to get a safety, to get a premium, really, really high value offensive tackle. And there's still some defensive tackles on the board that could help this defense. So, look, I'm excited.
Hey, my guys in the chat said, no suits. Boo.
Legal team has been disbanded today.
Yeah, man. It's day 3, right? We done did about 12 hours of coverage. Yeah. So I think we deserve a kickback day. I think we deserve that a little bit. So hopefully with the switch up, we'll get a switch up in regards to the picks today, y'all, because yesterday again, we all believed that these players weren't bad players. OC gave you the rundown on the cornerback. I loved, not loved, but I went back and watched and listened to OC what he said. I came away feeling better about that cornerback, OC. But my whole thing with the picks were, how do they fit, right? And hopefully they figure that part out.
Absolutely. Well, look, best available on the board. Just give you a rundown of a few players that are available that are really good value players. You still have Jabril Cox on the board, linebacker. You still got Jamar Johnson on the board available. You still got Davion Nix on the board available, just to name a few. So we still got some good players out there that are available for the Cowboys, right for the picking if we pull the trigger.
No,
Boss Cowboy.
We do. No, absolutely we do. And then I know Skywalker started talking, and I cut him off on next day. But listen, we do. It's a very, 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 very. We sitting pretty right now. It's a lot that's still available, and if y'all don't mind, y'all keep talking real quick. I'm gonna set up some stuff real quick.
So what's happening? What's happening today? Let me tell them, OC. It's actually a dual production stream today. Y'all probably like, wait, Sky never do that little thing we just saw. No. That's my guy, Boss. He came at you with some cool stuff. So Boss is on the sticks today. I'm on the sticks today. And then in the middle of this, Boss will be taking over the sticks. But we got it rolling, man. We got it rolling. I just want to let y'all know we are both dueling this thing, man. So shout out to the chat. Cam T in the building, Derek, Nobo, Exotic, C, Craig English, and the many, many more that will be rolling through here.
Yeah,
fantastic. And so, guys, some players that I want to get your insight on, okay? And I want to just throw out, just for conversation's sake, on what do you feel if the Cowboys pick these players? Because there's a highly rated running back. Let me stir the pot a little bit. Michael Carter is still on the board. What do you guys think about him as a candidate if we want offense? You also got Cade Johnson, wide receiver, still on the board. Man, there's some different players out here that could impact and help us offensively if we decided to go that way. What do you guys think about that?
Go ahead, Boss.
I like Michael Carter, but I don't want offense right now. Get the defense out the way first. And I agree with you, though. I don't want anybody to get me wrong on what I'm saying about what you just said. I agree that it's talent sitting there on offense that would help us, but we also know if we got Michael, that he would be a backup. I want us to fill the holes and then do whatever else you want in terms of getting the best player like a Michael Carter. That's my thought on it.
I'm just out on a running back right now because I believe you got your guys and I even like the third guy we got last year from TCU for Dallas. But you got Zeke, you got Tony Pollard. I think you're fine there. I know Carter's explosive. I do like Shi Smith out of South Carolina as well. But there's so many defensive players, even cornerbacks. And I know we double dipped already. There's corners on the board. There's still linebackers on the board. Obviously, one techs. I just think you still need to continue to address this defense right now.
All right. Well, the Jets are on the clock, guys. The Jets are on the clock. So let's see where they go.
Yeah, no, I mean the Jets
And,
a
And
mess.
Jacksonville's pick is in. So, and I should have said that first. So Jacksonville's pick is in, and the Jets are on the clock now. So, hey, if you look at the Jags, I mean, hey, look, I mean, they got a myriad of needs, right? They could go anywhere they want in this draft, but I'm thinking their needs would probably go along the lines of the offense and defensive line, primary first, and then secondarily maybe back up in terms of quarterback and tight end. So I'm, in terms of the safety that we talked about, Johnson, I don't see them picking him here with the first pick in the fourth round.
No, not at all. I don't. But it's a lot. I know that everybody been kind of concerned with Sky. We got you,
Okay.
because I know Sky did a real excellent job of producing an excellent image as always. Because y'all know Sky, when he do it, he's gonna do it big.
Well,
So
let me give a shout out to the guy who actually did that, and that's Sosa, my partner on the channel, my brother, man. He makes some of the dopest graphics, and this is Sosa's work here. The Cowboys Network. Make sure y'all follow him on IG.
yeah, for sure. But a lot of people definitely want to talk about that because there's some people based on what happened in the third round that's don't feel as good as they feel about what started with the Dallas Cowboys, where we started with Parsons, and then we got the boss, right? And I kind of feel bad because he rocking my name, but I also feel good. But but we got the boss. I guess what's everybody's thoughts on boss?
Go ahead, OC, because you came in
Yeah,
late
yeah,
on that one.
yeah. So, I mean, after further thought, in terms of Mike McCarthy's system, the scheme, and how he likes to do things, when in Green Bay, let me go back to this. Went on a Super Bowl. He had big, tall, physical corners that could run, put pressure on receive best balls. And I think that's the same model that McCarthy and the staff, in terms of our idealism, is going back to. So he's a big, strong guy. He can play bump and run. I mean, he can play off adequately. After further review, I like the pick. I think that he shores up another corner, and he's a guy that's going to contest for the ball. And that's the key word with all these corners that we're picking, right? All the corners that I think are best and compete for the football, and I think that benefits the Cowboys greatly.
Jay Tufile, defensive
Off the
tackle,
board.
off the board.
Yep. Yep. So so hopefully we not getting ready to see a DT run. Your buttons going? Cause
I was look. I was just about to press it. I was about to say, listen, the button's still here, y'all. It's still
the
here.
buttons is still here. I'm actually very
I like
shocked that
Jay.
we still got everything rocking like that. That's super cool.
Interestingly enough, about Jay compared to who we got, Osa was more productive than him. He's just smaller.
Right.
I'm coming around to the Osa pick, y'all.
You
Don't hate
are?
me. I'm coming around to the player.
Really?
I mean, I like the player. It's still, and that's why it sucked yesterday. Because if you notice my reaction, I said I like the player, but where do I fit him? I'm now of the belief. I really do believe that Tristan Hill or Neville Gallimore is in trouble. One of them. I don't know who, but one of them is in trouble because I don't think they're going to take the third round pick, and just not play him. So somebody's going to, they're going to have to outwork this guy. From listening to what I heard, he's a worker. So it's going to be some camp battles. He's long. He's super long, man. Yeah, he's 290 and only 6'2", but he got a 7-foot wingspan. And that's kind of the theme of what's happening here. They got Brent Urban, big long guy, right? With the wingspan. You get Osa, big long wingspan. He's a run guy, but he's a run guy using his length. That what's the terminology I'm looking for, boss and OC, where they extend that peak and shed type thing? I feel like he can use his length to extend, peak, and then shed, as opposed to being a brute guy. So but if they want to utilize him in that manner, in a brute manner, he's not going to be able to do that.
Yeah. I mean, me and Boss Cowboy talked about this, and this is why we kind of a little bit harder on young defensive tackles that get drafted late unless they're blue chip picks. It's because they're coming in here 2021. They're playing against offensive linemen that are 28, 29, 30, dudes that have their full man body, have their full man strength, and it just takes them a couple years, man, to build up the strength level to take the pounding of a 16-game season. So look, I mean, his wingspan can help to the technique if he's stabbing and shedding, if he's using it, if he's extending and getting into the chest of the offensive line and using that to get off blocks, that'll help him out some. But I still think he's going to need to get a little bit stronger.
Off the board.
Michael Carter is off, so the guy that you brought up, perfect timing, OC, has just went to the Jets. So and it just shows you just how these boards are real. So the OC's not lucky like that. Out of 400 players, he names Michael Carter. It's really what the OC is looking at is what's available from most boards. So I use my board. I use the CBS board, but then Skywalker uses Dan board. The OC has his board and other people boards, and it's about a rank. And when that best player is likely sitting there, you're able to identify the way that the OC just did.
Yeah. And so now you got that.
I was going to say, did Melifonwu go yet?
No, Melifonwu was still available.
He would be the highest ranked on my/Dam's board if he didn't go.
Right.
So now you got the Falcons. They are actually their pick is in already. So I'm thinking that maybe they go some type of cornerback here, or maybe a running back here. I mean, they need some more cornerbacks in terms of need. But Carolina's on the clock, and let's see what happens here. So this will be interesting.
I wondered, OC. We talked about maybe not needing a safety, but they did lose two of them. Safety could be a situation here. They lost Neal, who played safety for them, but will play it for us, and they also lost KZ, ironically, to the same team, Dallas, in free agency. So, and I don't recall them addressing safety because we would have remembered that because we're all over these safeties right now. So I wonder if this could be that situation here.
Yeah, I mean, Jamar Johnson is the highest rated safety on the board. So yeah, I mean, if they go safety, it's going to be him. Me, in my opinion, not a smart pick. I hope they don't pick him, but I mean, that'll be the smart pick. Other than that, I mean, you got Trill Williams. That's another good cornerback. If they're looking back, you got Robert Rochelle, another good cornerback that's still available on the board. So, I mean, they could go several different ways. But in terms of needs, safety / corner, I think is probably their top need.
Melifonwu did go after 2 picks after us. So at the end of the fourth or end of the third, Melifonwu went. So he went to Detroit. Man, I like Detroit's draft. Woo! They got a draft. Aleem McNeil. 2 OCs, 2 Scots. They got Aleem McNeil. They got Darren Hall, cornerback, San Diego State, goes to the Falcons. So they did go DB. They just want corner.
Great.
Oh God.
So now,
all good. What you got on Darren Hall, OC?
Darren Hall is a guy that fits likes to play. I mean, he's a guy that has hand skills, right? He has hand skills, ball skills, and I mean, he's a solid little corner. I mean, there's some technical stuff and I think some strength stuff he needs to work on, but I think that in terms of making a play on the football, and also if the ball is underthrown, being able to come off of the receiver and then really locate and track the ball, I think he's done fairly well in his career for doing that, especially this last year. And so not mad at the pick. I mean, overall, hey, decent, solid corner in the 4th round for the Falcons.
They're addressing the secondary, man. Oh, they got Grant earlier. So, see, they did get a safety. I'm sitting here talking about what we remember. Richie Grant went to Atlanta. So, Richie Grant,
that's right.
Yeah, it completely went off my head there.
That's all right. You guys forgive us, man. There are so many players, man. We swimming in players. So, guys, hey, it's hard to keep up. We're doing the best we can.
And I don't have, we don't have everybody's board in front of us. So y'all gotta help us out in the chat. Like y'all helped me out with Melifonwu. Like I forgot that he went at 101 because we were still caught in the emotions of our 3rd round pick and trying to figure that the hell out. Yeah, they are addressing that defensive backfield. So I got to give it to them. But there has been a trade. Titans come up. They trade
Titans come
with the
up.
Panthers. Yeah.
I think they're coming up to getting Davion Nix. Davion Nix are either wide receiver. Davion Nix or wide receiver, because you still got quality big guys sitting there, man. And I think that Tennessee is definitely is similar to the Panthers in the sense that they like to draft big. They'll draft their bigs. The front seven, interior on both sides of the ball, they're big on drafting guys like that and shoring that up, playing strong against the run. So I think that Davion Nix, if you look at him, he'll be probably a really good fit for that line.
Super chat.
And
They got super chat, man. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, awesome. Thank you for super chat. So look, awesome. And so listen, if you look at this whole thing in terms of who I have in terms of player available, because I tried to rework this stuff late last night. So Davion Nix will probably be in the top 2 defensive linemen that I have that are still available. So to me, he's a really good pickup at this point in the draft.
Yeah, him, Marvin, Shelvin, Bobby. Yeah, there's still DTs left here. That's why the Osa move. I like the player, but if you wouldn't have took him, you still could have got that similar type of guy today and address your safety position there. But Jesse with the $5 donation, he says, believe me when I say this, Caden Stern, that was a name we never brought up yesterday, who I've seen been flying around. Caden Stern, the safety out of Texas, will be a steal in these rounds. He was a projected first rounder as a freshman. He's a stud. Caden Stern later today, I think, would be a solid value, but it's just kind of the same continuation of what happened, previous years. Yeah, we got a safety around 5, 6, 7. Let's see.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, and you guys brought up some excellent points last night about how the safety position is treated in the organization. It doesn't matter who and where you draft the player. The organization has to be committed to that player, to the development of that player, and giving them the opportunity to shine. And if those ingredients, are there, it works. If those ingredients are not there, it doesn't work quite as well. So you guys brought up excellent points last night. I want to acknowledge that because I've seen a pattern of that too, and it's actually true.
Much appreciated there. Tyrone Church in the building. Stevie Mack came through. Tavis said, what was that name at? Frank Darby out of Arizona State. Is that a name you guys have had on your BCS board?
Frank Darby out of Arizona State is not a guy that I've personally done a whole lot of work on, so I don't really want to speak to him. Maybe Boss Cowboy has, but he's a guy that I've watched a little bit, but I just haven't done a whole bunch of work on him.
Called this one here again. OC on fire today, y'all. He said he thinks the Titans are going to come up for a receiver. Des Fitzpatrick, receiver out of Louisville, the Titans just selected. So, OC, if we could continue this heat check you on, brother, all the way to the Cowboys, I'd much appreciate that.
Man, we gonna try, man. We gonna do our best, baby. Y'all. First of all, man, shout out to Skywalker. Skywalker still an awesome production and job he's done, and definitely shout out to Boss Cowboy Sports. Like, share, subscribe, comment, and hey, we working in here, man. We putting in the work.
I just need you to get our pick right, because I know you're going to give us a good guy. So when we get down there, just talk them up. Just talk them up. What you got on these guys?
Oh, man, I'm just in love in the stalling that you guys are doing for me, because I'm actually trying to work on a couple of things. Y'all just keep on going. Y'all give me about 5 more minutes.
I got you, brother. You just let us know when you're straight, man. Some more shout-out to the chat here. April Showers came through. C. Burleson. BB, Brian Bradford. He always calls me Skywalker Terrence Steele. He's a funny guy, man. Jose, Eric Mitchell, and JR in the building. And many more, like I said, will be coming through. I see you, Barry. All right, man. Anthony Schwartz goes to the Browns. Are having a good freaking off season. My goodness.
Yeah, man. Jeez.
He was one of those speedsters I wanted later in the draft. OC. I wanted to attack that aspect of the offense, and we really didn't. But Anthony Schwartz, man, go ahead and give us your breakdown on him.
Yeah, man. Anthony Schwartz, I believe. Let me make sure I got him right. Let me pull up my notes here. Wide receiver,
Auburn
correct?
receiver. Yes, Auburn wide receiver.
Yeah. That's right. That dude. There. Hold on. I'm pulling up notes here on him.
I'm talking like
2-4-3. Yeah, elite speed, world-class speed.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the Auburn offense, man. I mean, he's a guy that really could get utilized in terms of having that game-breaking speed. You guys just mentioned that. But I think, and I got notes up on him now, I think that this guy comes into the Browns, and, I mean, everybody is going for the same pattern with the spread concepts of trying to get the guy that can stretch the field. So he fits into that. But also, I've seen him run some really good intermediate routes at Auburn, so I think he could also work underneath in terms of a yards after catch, a yards after catch type of guy. So I think he fits well with Baker Mayfield. And listen, they love Baker Mayfield, and they doing a good job taking care of him with that pick.
Hey, shout out to my bro in the building, man. Catch This Fade podcast with a $10 donation. He says, talk to me about speedy wide receivers who are left. First of all, Catch This Fade podcast is done by KD Drummond and Pat Walker from CBS and USA Today, Cowboys Wire. Phenomenal Cowboys coverage that they provide you all year round. I help produce the show, Catch This Fade podcast, one of the best Cowboys podcasts out there, guys. You really should definitely check that out via Patreon. So he asked about wide receivers, speedy wide receivers. Well, here's one. That just went off the board. Anthony Schwartz. Did Darden go off yet?
Darden's still available.
So Darden's still available.
Yep.
Termon Terry is. I mean, I am so high on him. Y'all could tell me if I'm wrong here, but I love what the boss talks about. This. Get me a receiver that comes in as the third, fourth, fifth option early. So when it's time for him to come up to be that second or third option, he's ready to go. Right. I feel like they call him Scary Terry out of Florida State, 6'4", runs a 4.4 40, can get down the field. He can be a faster Michael Gallup. So if you don't want to get a smaller guy like a Darden or a Schwartz, then get me a big speedster like a Scary Terry from out of Florida State.
Yeah, man, absolutely. And so coming up, guys, just to give a little bit of an edge to everybody. So you got Cincinnati's pick is in. Best available for them, I mean, in terms of offensive line, Trey Smith is still on the board. Jabril Cox, linebacker, is still on the board. And also another guy that could work for them is Brevin Jordan, tight end out of Miami. But I think, man, they may go O-line here, man. I mean, Trey Smith will be a really good pick for them, man, to shore up that offensive line some more. Big stud out of Tennessee. And their pick is in, and the Detroit Lions are on the clock.
We talked about that too, OC, in the pregame show here. Offensive line, it seems to be quality still there, and it wouldn't shock me if Dallas went offensive line. But I just have so many defensive players that I would be very happy with here. And unfortunately, linebackers is one of them, but I still don't know if linebacker would go. Shi Smith's still on the board, another receiver that I'm high on. So there's players there,
Yeah, it's a lot of good players out there, to be honest with you, depending upon your need. And so a lot of things can happen coming up here for the Cowboys. Cowboys are coming up pretty quick, so these picks are starting to fly in, and really, really interesting to see what happens here. But also another guy. I mean, in terms of like wide receivers, Tylan Wallace, another wide receiver, which is kind of a comparable to a Robert Woods type receiver, but he's still on the board as well.
Yeah, I got that smooth jazz in the back, or that smooth music in the background, boss. I got you. Man. I got you, man. I feel like I'm about to be on the radio late night. You're listening to 1400 The Touch
for the ladies, and you're listening to nothing but the. I don't have a deep voice like my
law.
You're a listener.
Yeah, but it's also, I'm starting to get caught up, y'all. I really appreciate y'all holding it down for me and everybody else. But y'all want to talk about some of the defensive tackles that's sitting here? You know what I mean?
All of them. Yeah, they all there, brother.
So it's
let's take a look. So the DT's still on the dang on board. Davion Nixon, Marvin Wilson, Tyler Shelvin, Marlon Pelotu from USC, Bobby Brown, Tommy Togiai, one of my favorites, Kairos Tonga. There's enough DTs here. Dallas, please, I beg of thee, address the position. Address the damn position. That's all.
Hey, man, if they're in the spirit of competition, then why not draft another defensive tackle? I mean, hey, they already drafted a guy to UCLA, which is, kind of I don't know. I think he can do some things, but he seems to be a little bit developmental. But at the end of the day, man, hey, let's keep stirring the pot. Let's keep scaring everybody, all the vets, about their positions. If you just go do it that way, let's keep it real all the way. Let's go. And we know when we discovered, I think we're reading the tea leaves right, that our defensive coordinator is definitely having an influence and has his hand in the pot in terms of some of these picks.
Cameron Sample is off the board, and he was a B-roll guy. I'm queuing him up in a minute, but yeah, we just lost another good sleeper DT for all the people. But he's more of a 3-tech. So don't panic. Those of us who really itching to stop the run, he's not a 1-tech, but he was a super sexy 3-tech. Sleeper 3-tech.
Yeah.
And so he's somebody that destroyed the Senior Bowl. Destroyed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's that Skywalker. Boy, I love how can I say something real quick about Skywalker real quick that I love? I love doing shows with him because he's an analyst, but you see his heart when we talking about the Cowboys. Like, it's not just a show to my man. This is not just business to my man. Like, yes, we did lose Sample though, brother. We did. He's gone. Yeah, just letting everybody know because I'm keeping up with it as we rocking all this stuff.
We speed dating, right? Like that's what you talked about yesterday, boss.
Yeah.
We speed dating these players, so it's like I had my hopes up a little bit for the the 8th person that I met during the speed dating process. I said, you know what, she's pretty cool, right? She's pretty cool. And then the next dude got her and took her. So now I'm like, God dang! All right, here we go. Next person up, which to me is Marvin Wilson. I know you're not high on Wilson, but in the 4th round, OC, give me something, man. 4th round, you cool?
Yeah, fourth round with Marvin Wilson. Like I told you, I'm downgrading my expectations a little bit because of what I saw us do with drafting the UCLA tackle. So look, give me Wilson, man. I'll take him. So Aron St. Brown, USC wide receivers off the board to the Lions. All right, so that pick is in. And so he's a route runner guy. He's definitely a route runner type guy. He has some good hand catching ability, but I mean, sometimes he drops the ball, man. So that's why he's a 4th rounder. But he's a USA receiver. I mean, not bad. He's not Sutton. He's mainly a route runner guy that has shown some inconsistency. So he gets picked up by Detroit.
Yeah, Hudson, offensive tackle from Cincinnati, went to the Browns. Cameron Sample, edge from Tulane, went to Cincy. And then Amon-Ra St. Brown, wide receiver from USC, went to the Lions. So that's where we're at. And the Lions actually have back-to-back picks. So their pick is right back on the clock and they're in. Then you got Atlanta and then you got Dallas. So we'll have a chance.
But look here with Detroit, because Detroit safety is a need for them, man. So don't be surprised with this second pick if they go safety or if they come back and do another wide receiver. But they just picked a wide receiver. So here I'm thinking they go safety or corner, man. And I hope it's not Jamar Johnson. I hope it's that other guy, that Hamshot guy out of Florida State.
Hamza from Florida State.
Yeah. I hope they go with him. But man, I hope they don't pick Jamar Johnson because I want him on the board as at least an option for the Cowboys to pick in the next couple picks.
He really need to be.
Yeah,
the
they
pick.
lost Ramon Harmon.
He need to be the pick, like, because at this point it's obvious, and then more obvious because it's about, in my opinion, that's why I use the CBS board, because the CBS board and my board and the other boards, I look at those to say, okay, what's now a time to maybe get your guy? And when you look at the fact that Jamar Johnson, according to the CBS board, and we still got Washington sitting out there, is graded 73. Yeah. And we're at pick 113. So it's like the value is there for the safety that you want.
Right.
So I'm starting to wonder, do we even think we need safety at Dallas? You know what I mean? Because at this point, as we get closer and closer, like, how do you keep passing up on what's by the CBS board the clearest best player available? And I would say on pretty much everybody board, it should be Washington or Jamar Johnson. They sitting there.
Well, it's an organizational issue.
And then also, Boss Cowboy, here's the deal, right? So we had a defensive player that got signed from the Falcons, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So
forgive the awkward pause.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I was hoping you would stay up with me because I was trying to lead you down the path quickly, right?
Thank you.
And so my whole point in this is that Dan Quinn also came from the Falcons, and so here's another caveat. He could have talked the front office into signing this guy anew for a year, right? And that, hey, we're banking on him playing well, and then you're going to re-sign and extend this guy because he's actually one of my guys. And if that's the case, then they don't go for a safety here, right? These guys that we brought in on these 1-year rent extensions in the secondary, that, hey, I'm betting on these guys, and I think that after we get to 6 games, you'll love how they play, and then we'll be able to extend these guys. So I don't think we need a safety right now.
Oh, see, don't do that to me, brother.
But seriously, what if that is a train of thought? Because we know politics and friendships and kinships run very, very closely in the organization. So if that's the conversation, then they don't draft the safety. Boss Cowboy, what do you think about that?
I don't think his son's in the building. I really don't. I don't think his son's in the building.
Yeah, you did mention that yesterday.
Yeah, I think this is like anybody that watched the Dallas Cowboys closely, you should have suspicions. You should be very suspect of them having favorites because it seems pretty obvious. We saw the never-ending competition between Anthony Brown and Jordan Lewis. We saw Jason Witten able to retire and come back and still take snaps. We know that they wear their heart on their sleeve. So when I check the heart pulse and I say, okay, Heath is gone. Xavier Woods are gone. The guys that you continue to bet on are gone. So it's the only people that would have favorites at this point will be Quinn. Right. Where maybe he could be protecting his guy, the guys that he brought in. It could be because we obviously spitballing, but we don't know what's going on in the building. But at this point, here we go again, where safety should be the pick. And it's not. So it does make you ask questions. It just does.
I'm thinking about the history of 1-year deals specifically on defense. And when you look at it, they hardly ever extend these guys that long. What they try to do is utilize them as a bridge player like you were talking about yesterday, OC. And I'm just sitting here thinking, unless the cat from Atlanta, KZ, right? He comes out and has one of those 7 interception years again, and he's like completely healthy. There's no injury concerns. Then, yeah, you can't rule out extending him. But if you're banking on that heading into 2021, that is an awful draft evaluation process, in my opinion, right? Like, you shouldn't be going into 2021 saying, you know what? I think we're going to be able to extend him week 10 because he'll play good enough. If that's the case, just sign the man to a 3-year deal and then be done with it. You know what I mean? So if you're going to hedge your bets, then freaking hedge them. Get your safety.
Right. You bring up a good point. And I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I hope that's not the case, but I just want to have a mindset to be open to the possibility that if we have some influence and some loyalty to players from another organization because we're now here. Because think about this, Mike McCarthy, when he came, he brought all his guys, right? And they put Dan Quinn, a losing head coach, as our head defensive coordinator. And obviously he has relationships and he has some of his guys as well. So I think that it's not a reach to think that that could be on the table in terms of some thought process in the building. And we'll find out here in the next couple minutes, to me, if we don't pick a safety here, especially if one's available.
We didn't. Looks like it.
Yeah.
The pick is in. We do have the pick, guys. You want to talk about it?
Oh, we got the pick? I don't see the pick yet. Yeah. I'm waiting on it.
Yeah, I see Derek Barnes, linebacker that went to Detroit. I see Atlanta's pick is in, and I see that the Cowboys Drew Dahlman just got picked
by Atlanta.
Yeah, that's Atlanta.
Yep. O-line Stanford, and then Dallas Cowboys pick. I don't see their pick yet. So just give me a second.
No, that's not y'all. It's not y'all. It's me. I forgot to move them out the way. We got caught up, and I got caught up in the chat. So I'll wait till ESPN confirms it here before we really go in.
All right.
Well, I would definitely tell y'all right now, the guy that we hoping for right now, it makes sense to go with our B-roll guy, Jamar Johnson. Like right now, like let's stop the games. He is the top safety sitting there. He's checked all the boxes for a lot of us. He checks the B-roll box. He's in the Boss Cowboy guide. Had a super monster game versus Ohio State. 2 interceptions. Ran through a running back to cause a sack. He is the dog that you want. You know what I mean? So, Dallas, Make us happy today. It's like straight up.
Let's see what they're gonna do.
Yeah. Let's see. That's the guy though, man. And it's clear. He is the BPA. It gotta either be him or James Washington. Y'all know I get a little bit animated.
He's not. I mean, if we were being real, he's not the total BPA, and we'll get to it when we're talking. And we forgot to bring this up because we were dismissing this position.
Okay. What's that? What's the BPA?
It's a position that I thought that we wouldn't go back into. Is the BPA is a linebacker.
Oh, it is. Yeah. That's pure BPA.
But we're talking BPA.
I'm getting ready to talk blasphemy.
Need.
BPA based on need. That's something that I never even say to. I never say that. I never even believe in that.
It's real.
Yeah, it
okay,
is.
because you can't just be like, all right, what if BPA's receiver round 1, right? And then BPA's receiver round 2. You're not going to take the receiver.
Yeah. This is that situation to your boy Sky that's perfectly stated. The BPA on need is Jamar Johnson or Washington. I would be shocked if we don't take either. I'm being honest. I would be like, the conspiracy of safety is now officially real.
Chat. So a lot of people I think are new here. So chat, I am reading the chat. What I'm trying not to do is influence the panel. My guys, OC Boss, have not seen it yet. And what I have been doing the last 2 days has been ignoring y'all when our pick has come up, but I forgot to ignore y'all because we got caught up in analyzing these picks. So I happened to peek in already. For the future picks, I will be ignoring y'all. I'm just holding off on it, OC and Boss. I'll tell you this, guys. I am not upset. I cannot wait to talk about the pick. Okay, so y'all want in there. Y'all want to do it?
Oh, I did. I look. You know me.
Let's do it. So I got a lot to say. Right. If y'all want to go in on it, OT.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, man. Let's talk about it. Go ahead.
Jabril Cox, the number 1 overall rated player left on the board was Jabril Cox, and we didn't get a chance to go in on it. And I said there's a lot of linebackers sitting here, and I talked about double dipping, and I was he and ha earlier. But guys, Keanu Neal, Micah Parsons, Jabril Cox, linebackers are on notice. Dan Quinn has come into this building and said, those dudes are not my guys. We talked about the young dudes from last year being picked, not being his guys. I'm telling you right now, this has stamped it to me. Jabril Cox is a guy that can play in coverage. He can rush a little bit. He's an athletic dude. Remember we said we wanted speed. We wanted more speed. You got more speed in Jabril Cox. I like Jabril Cox a whole lot, guys. That's probably why he got some excitement from me here. And this, to me, is doing what I wanted to do. And that was revamp the linebacker room for the future. And we have done that. Jabril Cox and Micah Parsons for the future. Oh my goodness, I love it.
Yeah, man. Look, I am not mad at that pick at all. All right, he was the best linebacker available. I'm not mad at that pick. I'm really not. I'm not mad at that pick because now you can't get hurt, and now you can't underproduce. He was one of the best linebackers on the board. Could have went in the 3rd round very, very easily based on his productivity, based on his speed. He has a lot of intangibles, leadership intangibles that you like in terms of how he rallied that defense, in terms of the linebacker core. If you look at his career at the University of Louisiana State University, So he makes tackles. He's fast to the ball. He's adequate in coverage. He can run east-west, and he's not injury prone. So like the pick, solid pick, smart pick, best player available. If you're looking at defense overall, even above Johnson, he was the best player available defensively in terms of if you're looking at a linebacker. So not mad at that pick. I'm good with that. I actually feel good about that. That's actually a wise pick, and it's also lending to something that we have not talked about enough, is that the injury history of our 2 linebackers and the confidence of their long-term stability. LVE with the neck. Jalen Smith has played pretty good throughout, the reconstructed knee, but also having concerns and wanting to make sure that we're good in key positions.
My. I'm not like y'all. I'm not like y'all. I like the player. And it's a lot of Cowboys fans that's celebrating right now.
I love it.
I'm not getting it. But to Sky Point, it's a message that just was sent. Definitely. Guys are on notice. And according to the CBS board, he was not the best player available. He was 77. Jamar Johnson was 73. And Washington. So they right in the same range.
That's real close.
That's right.
But no, I'm not arguing like the board rank. It's more so what we were saying earlier. you got the best player, but the best player according to need is Jamar Johnson. Well, it depends. So let me say it like this. It depends on how they see need. If they feel like, okay, we good with Kazi. We're good. And that's also saying Neil is definitely moving to strong, brother. Because you got you a Neil type in Cox.
Well, and you remember when I was talking about yesterday? Nah, they gonna keep him down. Well, this might be a conversation now.
Yeah, let's count the
now
money.
We might have to have a conversation now, boss.
Yes.
Going into yesterday, I still felt good about Neil being at will, and having Parsons and LVE and Jalen, and one of those guys be the odd man out. Now, I mean, unless you really are trading LVE or Jalen, you almost have to move Neil back to safety.
Right.
I mean, this is ridiculously crowded. Again, guys, don't hold us on this. We're talking this through. Remember?
Yeah, we counting the money.
We're trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Now you got Neil, LVE, Jalen Smith, Cox, and Parsons. There's not a chance in hell all 5 are suiting up at linebacker on a game day roster. But guess what? All 5 are capable of playing on a game day roster. So how are we going to line it up?
This goes back to your point. Not to cut you off, Boss Cowboy. This goes back to your point, Steele, that you mentioned earlier. Is you talked about flexibility and this whole flex concept, right? A 4-3 to 3-4, right, and all that kind of stuff. But listen to me. If you got Jabril Cox, that's a pure linebacker. You got Micah Parsons at 10. That guy at 12. Excuse me. He's a joker. That guy's a joker. That guy can rush the passer too. So what I like to see, if you got both of those guys on the field, one of those guys are rushing the quarterback, and I think it could be Micah Parsons.
Absolutely. And Micah said it in his presser, OC. He said that Dan Quinn told him they will be utilizing him on blitzes a lot more.
Yeah, man, and that's so smart. That's so smart. And that's how they should use
to what we said. Right? It goes to what we said day when we picked them. It was be able to utilize your young player to his strength while mitigating his weaknesses as he develops them. And the best way to do that is to utilize Micah coming forward and rovering him around, right? That joker type of role. But man, I'm fired up for the future of the linebacker position, gentlemen. I don't know what we do with these next picks. You still need safety, you still need defensive tackle, but just strictly speaking about the player and the future of the linebacker position, I do like where we're heading.
Bobby Brown is off the board. We lost another DT.
So Ellerson G. Smith went to the Giants after the Cowboys, and now Bobby Brown goes to the Rams, and that's actually a good pick because they lost Michael Brockers to a trade. So.
Yeah. And look, Ellerson Smith, let me talk about him just real quick. Listen, man, that's not a bad pick in terms of upside, man, because he's super long. He got to put on some weight. He's only 245, but he's a long pick. I mean, he has a variety of pass rush moves. And I mean, look, I mean, they need edge help, and this is kind of going to put, challenge the tackles in the next couple of years with Ellerson Smith if he can put on some weight. But he got some pass rush moves, and he's a long guy.
Indeed, and Bob, I'm sorry, there's some stuff up here.
No, it's all good. And I was just gonna say really quick, Bobby Brown is a guy that has a bunch of upside, and so he's a big, heavy dude, man. I wish you would get one of these guys, man. He's 6'4", 325, right? He got high upside, right? So he can shoot gaps like he's a 3 technique, but he has the size of like a nose tackle. So it's kind of like, he has a lot of upside, man. So that's a solid pick for them. So, hey, we'll see what happens.
We got 20 picks in between now and us. We're 138, and they're at 118 right now.
I'm going to be honest, man. I can't wait to talk about these linebackers. I can feel the Cowboy crowd right now. I can feel you. I feel you. You're angry? You're angry right now.
No. You should be angry at the Jabril Cox. There's no way.
No, they should be angry, but I'm just saying, you know how we panic. You know that. Come on now. You know we be panicking. We ain't stopped the run, bro, and we watching boys go off the board. So I just can feel the fans. They over here like,
oh my God! I'm just remembering Cox at the Senior Bowl, and remembering watching the tape of Cox at and North Dakota State, and then even at the linebacker at in LSU, he had like 4 interceptions. You want to talk about coverage? The dude can cover his butt off for an athletic big guy. He's a linebacker, like you said, OC, but he's versatile in the sense of he can play that Neil role. So I'm very interested to see what they do with Neil. But I'm so excited, y'all. I'm gonna talk about this all day because I don't know if we're gonna get another value pick like that for the rest of the night. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they took Yacht Jerry and said, "Hey, come back in here for day 3, Yacht Jerry. We're gonna do all value picks." Yesterday was not value picks, and look at this man here, Boss Cowboy.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, hey, I'm happy. I'm happy about that pick. Actually, as I sit here and I think about it, I'm happy about it. I'm not mad about it. I feel actually good about it for the future in terms of securing that linebacker core, and excited to see where we pick again. So real quick, guys, Chris Rump, edge rusher from Duke, was picked by the Chargers, 6'4", 235 pounds.
So you got Skywalker, you got Darth Vader. Perfect.
May the force be with you.
Yeah, we still got time though, because we still got good DTs too. It's still no panic.
Hey,
we still
real
no
quick
panic.
shout out to. I always want to shout out some of the members in the building, man. KFT, Matt, Goddix is in the building. I saw a couple other members. Nobo's in the building. Shout out to you guys. JoJo came through. He's in the building. Joseph Wilkins III. Appreciate you guys coming through, man. So yesterday, guys, remember we talked about if we make a sandwich, right? The top layer of the sandwich was good. Parsons, Kelvin Joseph, but then the ingredient, the meat of the sandwich got a little nasty. I don't know if y'all got it from Burger King or something like that or what, but y'all got this. The meat was kind of nasty in regards to feeling good initially about the pick, but then I asked you guys what picks or positions or whoever would make you feel good at the bottom of that sandwich, right? And I think Jabril Cox starts to make that sandwich taste a little bit better if we can pair him with another solid value pick here in the 4th round at pick 138. So we're starting to get there again.
Yeah, great analogy there. So pick is in for we got the pick for the Vikings. Kene Nagwawu.
I ain't gonna try it. I botch everybody's name, brother.
Now Wong Wu. Now, I'm killing his name, I know. But running back out of Iowa State, man, 6'1", 210 pounds. Sorry about that, Kene. We'll have you on the show, brother. I'm doing the best I can. I'm sorry, brother. But they got another player, and so you got New England Patriots on the clock. Well, actually, their pick is in as well. So the Jaguars are coming up on the clock. And I wouldn't be surprised to see New England, because they always draft so smart. I would not be surprised to see New England get Johnson, or to get a Hampshire out of Florida State. I wouldn't be surprised if that team actually went safety here.
Yeah, because New England lost. Oh no, they're actually getting back Patrick Chung. But yeah, they could go young safety. Young safety. They need some young guys there. You're right. Right. So we'll see what happens with this one. This should be interesting. This should another
be fun.
Running back off the board. OC. They want running back.
Yeah, they went one.
Andre Stevenson.
Mm-hmm. He's a B. No, he wasn't a B-roll guy. No, I didn't do that. Why did I do that? Yeah, I think I saw him.
Stevenson.
Yeah, he's a B-roll guy. He is a B-roll guy. So yeah, I saw him as a and put him in a guide as somebody that could be a fullback / running back. Keystone saw him in the same way. It depends on if they wanted to actually do that. And I thought he was somebody that could help wear down the defense. So, I mean, he's somebody that got away. You know what I mean? And he's going right where we expected him.
Retired.
Yeah,
guys.
It's going fast. What happened?
We lost a big body.
We lost a big body.
Oh, yeah. We lost the biggest body, OC.
Uh-oh.
We did.
Shiver.
Yeah, look like Shelvin. All right, hey, boss, I'm starting to sweat.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, the Jags pick Jordan Smith, edge rusher out of UAB, 6'7", 255.
6'7", 255. Woo,
6'7", 255. Yeah, edge rusher from UAB, Jordan Smith. So just a long athlete, from Florida. One of those Dade County type boys that's just athletic and quick, but super raw. Got to work on his technique. Obviously, can add some more weight and some more strength to his frame, but long athletic dude. But back to your point about Stevenson, Boss Cowboy, I think he's a factor back. And if you look at how they like to have a couple backs, they like to have a scat back and they like to have a power back. And he fits right into New England Patriots system where the Legarius Blunt, how he used to just wear down defenses for a couple years and just pound the ball in the red zone. So they're going to use Stevenson in the same way up there with the Patriots.
Yeah. Looking at the Chargers picks here, Slater, Asante Samuel Jr., Josh Palmer, and Chris Rumpf II, the linebacker, was with their top 4 picks. They're on the clock here, I guess. I think they're the ones who took him, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the Bengals took Tyler Shelvin, 6'3",
Oh, no, I'm sorry, the Bengals did.
Yeah, the Bengals took Tyler Shelvin, 6'3", 346 pounds. That's our guy. That's our big one technique. The guy that's gonna be harder to move. We just got to make sure he gets in decent shape. But now we got in conference rivals on the clock. Well, Philadelphia Eagles, their pick is in, and now Washington is on the clock. They could go safety as well. It looks like they may go safety, but I could miss on that. But I'm thinking they're going to go safety here.
I didn't realize they came back. They came back up. So I'm looking at the order here. Bengals already selected. Miami, Washington, Vikings, Panthers, and Colts are up next. And then again, we're ways down the line, so we got to sweat it out here if we're going to go DT. But let's take a look at some of these best player available types left. I mean, we're still a lot of DTs left, right? If you want to go 3, check
that's a lot.
DI types. Your boy Jamar Johnson's still there. The safety. Did Hamlin go, or is it Hamlin? Harmon? What's the cat from Pitt?
Yeah,
Hamlin.
No, he didn't go yet.
Hamlin's still available. If you want to go tight end, one of my favorite tight ends after Pitt was Brevin Jordan. If you wanted to kind of assure yourself there at tight end, if you want a receiving guy, but I don't think we need to. I like Jarwin and I like Schultz, nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, they got options, and that's the whole key. So we'll kind of see how this whole thing shakes out. But they got tons of options right now, and the good thing is that it's still a good amount of really quality players on the board. So we'll be interested to see what happens here as we kind of peruse through the rest of this 4th round and keep it moving.
I'm still trying to keep cool from the Cox pick, because OC, I really think that was such great value, man. That was probably our second best value, if not our best value of the night or of the draft. If you think about Parsons, who I viewed as like a top 10 talent, a lot of people didn't, but you got him in that range. But Cox, I had, like I just told KMT, I had Cox as a 2nd round, early 3rd round grade. So you get him in the 4th round. That's amazing value, man.
Yeah, man, that's great value.
Let's see, offense. I'm still thinking they're gonna sneak us an offensive lineman. I just got this weird feeling.
I would be really happy if they did.
You'll be happy.
There's some good guys there. Oh, it's still some good guys.
What are we missing on Jamar Johnson, fellas? What are we missing? I mean, I know it's the 4th round. You can still get quality here, but it seems like he's going to fall out of the 4th if we don't get picked here.
It's preference, man. Friendships and kinships and preference. No, really. I mean, I'm being honest because I think the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and so people like different players for different reasons, and then people don't like certain players for certain reasons. But I mean, man, he's a quality safety, man. I don't understand, but I mean, somebody's gonna get him at some point, and he's gonna come in and prove himself and prove scouts wrong, which a lot of players have done, on the 3rd day of the draft. So I mean, he'll just be another one of those guys.
And it might not be anything. It might not be anything. I think it's one of those things to where it can be, that it's a boogeyman, or it can be that they had Cox way higher than Johnson. And one of the things that we also got to recognize, in my opinion, is Johnson was a late riser. and we didn't have the combine and all the stuff that can really kind of put the fuel under you, right? And get your name in the conversation. You can't get all those interviews. I think what we're seeing with this draft is the breakdown of the process and the norms that all these teams was used to. The 30-day visit. Somebody came in the chat yesterday and say 30 doesn't matter. It's about film. Well, if that's the case, why do sometimes after the 30 they take you off the list? Interviews matter too. So with some of those things that if you had questions to Skywalker's thought, if you had questions, how do you answer them? You see what I'm saying? And if you can't answer them, how do you rank them? Right?
So the chat saying tackling issues with Jamar. And one of the things that I was talking about yesterday was that I'm willing to, I don't want to say completely ignore, but I'm willing to deal with the negatives of a cover player at safety if I can get me a really good cover player. And I think Jamar Johnson and Darius Washington at this moment are the best two cover guys left. So I need me a guy that I can sit at the top of that roof and break on balls and get interceptions, because we don't get plays made at the safety position. And the safety position, really, if you keep it a bean, that's where the playmaking interception should come from. My cornerbacks, while they get them, most of the time your cornerbacks are trying to lock people up, right? Getting in your chest, swat the balls away. If my cornerback only has 2 interceptions out of the year, but he's giving up only 52% completion rate, you love that. But if my safety is only have 1 interception on the year and he's missing tackles all the time and he can't cover, that's a problem. So if Jamar Johnson and Darius Washington, they're negative right now as they develop, is tackling. But if they can come away with 4 interceptions on a year and some PBUs and make quarterbacks go different ways because they took away the window, I'll live with it until they figure out the tackling situation.
And I don't buy that, because the person that actually is the liability in run stoppage is Cox. And then there's no way, in my opinion, I did see him miss a couple of tackles, but I also saw a dog warrior in big games. That's what Jamar Johnson is. I saw him run through a lead blocking running back to get a sack on the quarterback. He's what I call an adrenaline player, to where he plays above his height and his weight. I'm not overselling him, but we can ask the question. But I think the question is fair. Where was he ranked with Dallas? Because if Dallas didn't have him ranked the way that I did and the way the CBS had him ranked, they go look at it different.
Second round. I'm getting reports second rounder is the grade that they had Jabril Cox, which is a
that makes sense.
Quality pick.
Right. Yeah. He was blinking to them. See, I get it now. So sometimes it's just because then also, and I said this yesterday, some of this draft is starting to look like we budgeting through this draft as well. We thinking budgets where we're saying Neal might be a 1 year. We go get him out of here. And then Cox is gonna be the guy that'll emerge. It's almost like they taking the volume of these picks and say we got our starters, but we want the new cheaper version to be, acquired now. And so that as they get into year 2, year 3, you weaned out the guys that was your 1 year deals. That's kind of what it's starting to kind of have that smell of. Like Cox might be, we're going to put you on special teams. We're going to try to get you to work your way up. As soon as we let Neal go, 2021-22, you emerge.
Now, that's perfectly what you talk about, OC. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So what I was saying is that Jabril Cox was number 6 on my linebacker top 10. I had him going at the bottom of the second, early third at the latest. So to your point, Will, he's a tremendous value. But boss, I got a couple questions for you. So you think that Jabril Cox will be a liability in the run game? And what do you think personally about, and looking at some competition, some interdivision, competition? What do you think about the pick with the Eagles, Zeke McPherson, the cornerback out of Texas Tech?
I don't really know nothing about Zeke. It's somebody that, out of so many people, sometimes you miss him. I don't even know who that guy is. So I'm going to have to go do research on that. I'm not going to fake it. But it's one of those, so give me 2 days and I'll come back with that. But with Cox, it's just being honest what I saw from his tape. Some people might see it different, but the way that I see Cox tape, I think he fit what Skywalker been saying for the longest. That coverage linebacker, that tweener linebacker, that Quinn type. He is that guy. And Skywalker been beating the hell out that drum. He drafts his guy, his type, his tweener linebacker. That's him. But he's also not the run stopper. He's just not. His instincts is a little bit off in diagnosing the run and then going to take care of what's need to be taken care of. I mean, but it doesn't mean it's a bad pick. It's just one of those things to where, you know, the pros on him is he can cover. I actually think if they wanted to get creative, now don't laugh, but I'm dead serious when I say this. If you want to get creative, he could be a strong safety easily.
Dang.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do it, but I'm just saying they could, because remember, one of our best safeties that we still know should be in the Hall of Fame, Mr. Woodson, started out as a linebacker in college. But in no way you can go look at Cox and look at his safety tape.
That's messy though, bro.
What you mean?
It's messy because you have your strong safety in Donovan Wilson. It's messy because Keanu Neal plays strong safety. So if you want to do that, you can just move Keanu Neal back. But Donovan Wilson is a better strong safety than Jabril Cox right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm going to move Jabril Cox back, I like Donovan Wilson better. So that's just messy. I'm not saying it's wrong. You know, he could be great. I just think it'd be a messy situation. You're not wrong with Jabril Cox's weaknesses being the run game. That doesn't mean he can't get better at it. But if you're talking about what is his strengths, what is his weakness, it is the run game. And you can see it in his production. He's not really a high productive run stop guy. He's more so extremely gifted cover guy. In fact, I would argue, OC and Boss, he might be the best cover linebacker not named Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And that's the guy that you say safety. I look at it and I say, yeah, that's a safety, because he literally did it. Like, Jabril Cox made plays in the passing game from a linebacker standpoint, whereas Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah made passing defense plays in the slot as a guy covering receivers. You know what I'm saying? So I like Jabril where he's at. I do think he's a linebacker that can cover. Don't make no mistake about it. But I do agree, if you're talking about the weakness, it is the run game for him. But I don't think it's a drastic weakness. I think he's average in the run department, but he's exceptional in the passing game. Therefore, I can forgive him right now with his run weakness.
And this is why I know it's not messy, because the LSU tape was pure linebacker, agree, but he also has North Dakota tape at pure safety. So I went back a lot on him and I looked at everywhere he could make plays. So at LSU, you could see, you know, obviously the linebacker play, the coverage and all that stuff. That was beautiful. But if you want to see safety stuff too, go back a little bit farther in the research and you'll see he was a dog ass safety at North Dakota.
No, you're not wrong. You're not,
you know
lying.
what I mean?
He played over
I
over 300.
see it. Like, it's not like an imaginary thing where I'm imagining him playing safety because I saw him cover at LSU. I saw the safety tape from a college level. So
why not just take a safety then?
No, I agree.
That's why it's messy to me. Like, why play around? You know
no, I agree. He's here now.
There's strong safeties on the board.
Because I'm trying to figure out what to do. Like, because the linebacker room is full. So I have to think, are they sneakily trying to get a safety? I'm just leaving my options open on what you can do with an athlete like Cox. So if you're going to be your tweener guy.
It's full in theory. LVE's fifth-year option is not being picked up so far, right?
Yeah.
So he'll be gone. Keanu Neal's a one-year deal. We don't know if he'll be back. Jalen Smith can be cut and you can save money next year. So in theory, it's full for this year. And that's why I like to put the caveat on Parsons and Cox for the future, because I think that's your future. And OC talked about this yesterday, having the bridge guys, not having these day 3 guys having to come in right away. Cox doesn't have to come in right away and play 40 snaps per game, because you have the linebacker room being full in 2021. Right? He can sit, he can learn, he can get better, and then come in, and you're not like, that's a wasted pick. No, your 4th round picks are going to be what? Special teamers and developmental guys. And I think you can live with that. At least I can. You guys tell me. Can you live with Cox being a special teams player and maybe coming in on nickel, about 10 plays per, nickel to cover? Or you want him out there now, OC?
Yeah, I think that he's too good of an athlete not to figure out how to
He is
get on the
good.
field. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I don't see you drafting a guy that really should have been a late second rounder, early third rounder, and relegating him to special teams. I think that you draft him in particular and not take a safety because you have a plan in mind. You got something in mind with that guy. Now I don't know exactly what their plan is, but nah, you got a plan for Jabril Cox. You got something in mind for him. I don't see him sitting the bench. I see him at worst being a rotational defender, helping that defense out with playing at least 30 snaps a game as we get into probably past the first quarter of the season. Yeah, and I'm not saying immediate. I'm saying when we get past the first quarter of the season, after game 4, I see him on the field. And to me, Boss Cowboy, I see it a little bit different. I'm not worried about his run fits because the guy is a converted safety. So it takes teaching and a little bit of nuance stuff to get to read blocks, down blocks, pulls, motion, read certain keys so that you can be more effective in the run game. But I think he's smart enough, and I think he's shown that he's smart enough to convert from safety, be effective at linebacker in terms of pass pro, that he could also learn run fits if you need to put him at linebacker. So that doesn't scare me about him. His athleticism, his ball skill, yeah. His athleticism, his ball skills, east west. I like everything about the guy in terms of athletically what he brings to the table, and I think that's what you draft, man. Athletes that can come in and help you.
Man, I didn't want to fight y'all today, but man, y'all want it with me. Like, listen to what you said.
Take the L. Take the L, boss.
Oh, I'm gonna take the L.
It's okay.
You gonna
Take
give
the
you more
L,
L?
boss. Yeah, you getting one. You a big fat one. L.
See, listen. Oh no! Oh no! Oh,
Big
I didn't
fat
want to do it. OC.
Big fat one.
I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. I didn't think I was gonna do this on draft day. You made me push the button on freaking draft day. How we gonna debate this on draft day? Are you serious?
Hey, you gonna walk over, but you gonna let him back. And you walk over, let him back.
All right. So this is
Ready?
where. Okay. So can you say all the things again that he have to learn?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that he needs to learn better reading keys, which a lot of linebackers in college are not great at reading keys. On a pro level, they get taught a little bit more details in terms of reading run keys so that they're in appropriate gaps at all times during the run game. Second, I said that he showed intelligence from converting from safety. As you mentioned, his versatility already, Boss Cowboy, and dropping down to linebacker and playing effectively and making a lot of plays down there at LSU in a pass-happy SEC. He runs east-west very well. He shows ball skills. He shows all the athletic tools that you'd like to see in a young linebacker, and that a few things you can teach him, and he's a willing tackler, and I don't see it as a huge issue. That was my statement, sir.
No, and I feel your statement, so I'm going to just say this because we're in a fight right now. I'm going to ask you one question. Do you think somebody can learn a nuance of tackle on a pro level in the pros in 1 year or even 2? Because linebacker instincts take years to develop. I think it's more than teaching. It's about being in that live experience, getting that live feel, and we didn't see that at LSU. I don't think it's going to just turn on because you got a teacher. But that's just me.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
It's a lot going.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Darden just left. God. I saw it.
Jalen Darden went to goddamn Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Man, so they just continue to get weapons for Tom Brady. And Antonio Brown came back as well. They literally brought back everybody, all their starters, and they add this dynamic weapon. Ooh, yeah, that's a nice get there for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Jalen
back
can go,
to you
man.
guys.
That dude can go. Yeah, so to answer your question, Boss Cowboy, but real quick before you continue, I think that it depends on the IQ and the work ethic of that tackle. Do you pick up all of the nuances in a year? Absolutely not. Can you pick up enough nuances in a year or two to be very effective and good in the position based on work ethic, athletic ability, and IQ? Absolutely. And to me, I see a guy with good work ethic. I see a guy with a good IQ. I see a guy with a lot of athletic ability. So based upon those 3 factors, I think he definitely could pick it up with teaching and proper coaching. Remember, he's not in college anymore, Boss Cowboy. This is his full-time job. So when he shows up and he gets in camp, this is all he's going to do for 12 to 15 hours a day. And that's going to accelerate the learning process coming from college to the pros for him.
So let me ask you this, boss, because I don't think we really got this answer out of you, because you brought this topic up for discussion. You brought this topic up to talk. But what is your initial, right? Again, don't hold us to this as a stamp. We're all trying to talk this out. But what is your initial thought process on Jabril Cox? Is it you think they're going to move him to safety, or are you just bringing that up for conversation?
It was what can you do with him? So it's like, we just bought this
What
toy.
do you think? I'm asking
What
you,
can
though,
this
what do you
knife
think
do?
they'll do with him?
What
I'm
I
asking
think
you,
they're
what do
going to
you
do
think
with
they'll
him,
do with
I'm thinking the more that I've been listening to you and just listening to OC, I think this is about the Dallas Cowboys not trying to get starters. I think they're trying to get future players. And they want some of these guys to be, what I would say, from a college level, an example, red shirts. So, and it's where Stephen Jones is, to me, being creative. He like, okay, I got my guy on a one-year deal in Neal. But when he goes, who's going to emerge to be the guy that Quinn likes? That's what I'm kind of seeing. And I was saying, if you wanted to try to put him on a field, where could he do it? And I would say safety. It would be harder for him to get on the field right now because of who you acquired in the free agent market, which was Neal. You know, so now you got two Quinn types. So I'm saying, how can we get him on the field, and how can we get that second round athleticism on the field, creativity? And that's where we saw that with Darren Woodson. He came in as a linebacker, but they put him at safety. James Washington was the starting safety. They let him get his pro legs, redshirted him to a degree, moved on from James Washington, emerged with Darren Woodson. I'm saying there's things you could do. I'm just trying to figure out what they're doing, but I wish I was in the room
field now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel, and I'm saying the beautiful thing about him is you can get creative. You really can. He have great safety tape, and he got great tape covering that linebacker. That tell me you can cover. You see what I'm saying? So maybe not to a free level or single high level, but the strong. He'll make some plays. He'll be a killer back there.
To the Neal role, essentially, is what you're basically saying. Like, I'll bring him down as my hybrid box linebacker DB, which, I mean, technically that's his skill set, but I do look at him as a linebacker that can cover as opposed to a linebacker that can go back and play safety. I think those are two different things. Whereas Neal, we've literally seen Neal do it at the highest level and go to the Super Bowl and do it at the highest level. And we know he has the physicality to come down to play a will type of linebacker. I don't disagree with the possibility, the thought of moving Jabril Cox back there at some point. I just think at this moment it feels a little messy because you got two guys that can play exactly what you want. Boss, you got that on the roster. So why would I circumvent those guys for a rookie? That for a rookie, you know, who I like Jabril Cox, but it's not a rookie safety. It's a rookie hybrid type guy. That's just risky to me year one. So I'm looking at, like OC said, I agree with the talent is too good to not put on the field. You know, I think he is good enough to play. So where can you put him on the field? So where can I put him on the field? And again, this comes back to everything I keep saying. Somebody's out.
Right. What if?
Who is it?
Let's pray. Can we have a moment of prayer? No disrespect to anybody's fate.
That'll be.
But I'm gonna say this. I would just pray that the field decides. Right. I would pray that when they put all those guys out there, the linebackers, in this major linebacker acquisition that just happened, when that happens, I would pray if there's a possibility for him to come in with a second round grade. And remember, we talked about the flexibility of Donovan Wilson, right? So, so if a situation where let them all compete, because they was doing that last year. They was rotating safeties from strong to free and they was getting film on them and practice film on them to see where they fit. I would just hope that the Cowboys do it that way, to where we're going to play you with some linebacker, we're going to play you with some safety. I hope they do Neal and Cox like that, and the better of the two emerge somewhere on the field. So if it seems that Neal has the better linebacker, pure tweener instincts, then keep him at that role. If it seems that you drafted Cox as a hybrid linebacker / safety, and he seems like a dog strong, then move Donovan in the free, and there go your killer D. You got all your guys on the field.
Yeah, let me throw something in the pot for you guys to consider. What if it was some back end conversations when Dan Quinn arrived in the building that, hey, I don't want to really talk about Atlanta, Dan. I want to talk about what you saw that made the defense that was historically a great defense, the Legion of Boom, when you coached in Seattle. What made that defense really good? What made that defense great? Take us back there, Dan, and give us the formula, give us the recipe, give us the steps on what you guys did in Seattle to make that defense good. And the steps were this: grab a bunch of athletes, let them compete. When Pete Carroll was at his best, they had competition Wednesdays. He even told everybody that, hey, your starting job and playing time is up for dispute every week. It's competition Wednesday. You got to come out here and play ball and earn your spot. What if that is a shift? And this is a prayer. What if that is a shift in the culture of how this defense and the philosophy will be ran? Because it helps to make sense of a lot of the moves and the things that we're doing now, because we're creating a bunch of competition and are a bunch of depth, which I think is healthy.
Yeah,
FYI too, I just want to let everybody know, just real quick, we got Keystone on the building. He's backstage, so when everybody got to do what they got to do, we ready for that. But go ahead, Scott.
All right, I wrote down some stuff here from both of y'all. I agree with you. The Donovan Wilson conversation we talked about last night. If their thought process is move him to free, switch these guys, they're it's kind of going that route, right? Because we're not drafting a free safety now. We got another pick, and we got the 5th and the 6th and 7th round coming up, but we're not really bringing in that true roof free safety. So there's a possibility that they could bring in one of these guys, Neal pushed back or Cox pushed back, and they move Donovan over. But into what you talked about, OC, what did they do? What did you see in Seattle? I wrote down length. If you look across the board, they had length. Brandon Browning, Cam Chancellor, obviously Richard Sherman, Bobby Wagner, KJ Wright. These guys are big, long, physical guys. The other thing, physicality, right? They were the most physical team in the National Football League. They made the referees, I dare you to throw the flag every play. You're not going to do it. You're just not going to do it. So we're going to maul your receivers. We're going to maul your offensive linemen. We're going to be extremely physical and force your hand, right? And then I put versatility, because a lot of times no one talks about this about the Seattle Seahawks. If you look at their front seven, they're very versatile. Bruce Irvin played that Leo role, a pass rusher / linebacker. Brandon Maybean, Red Bryant, Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett. These guys were moving up and down that line. You saw some 3-4 principles, 4-3 principles, 2-5 principles, 5-2 principles. You saw some versatility up there. So length, check. Physicality, check. Versatility, check. Yeah, you might be onto something, OC.
Yeah. That's what I see, man. That's what my eyeballs see, and that's what my mind is saying. What if, hey, we brought you in, Dan? I want you to give us the sauce, the recipe. Give us a plausible strategy on how to put something together special. But we're not gonna advertise it. We gonna do it secretly, and we gonna make draft picks to the natural eye that some of them may not make sense. Some of the other ones might make sense. However, we got a plan and a strategy on how we want to build this thing with speed, length, physicality, and players that can basically play multiple positions. And that's what they're doing right now.
This is why you got to listen to Boss Cowboy, OC, Skywalker Steel, Dallas Cowboys Network. We can think, so we go deep.
Yeah, we do.
We go super deep here, and we make you think. We're trying to find solutions, man. So keep rocking with us, man. Subscribe if you haven't.
Yeah, I'm so proud of myself. Just listening to you, Scott.
Why is that?
I'm just. I got a weird sense of humor. Now you definitely gotta follow us, because see, I call this counting the money. So we watching everybody come in, and we just trying to count it. And what we're doing.
Tommy Togiai is going off the board.
Yeah. Robert Rochelle is going to the Rams, Tylan Wallace. I mentioned him earlier. Value receiver, plays faster than his time 40, and he tracks the ball really good out of Oklahoma State. So he was signed with Baltimore. They got him to help out Lamar Jackson, which is really smart.
Yeah, but definitely follow all of us, because it's a lot of counting the money going on. So what we're doing is we're looking at these picks that's coming in, and we're saying, how do they fit the current roster? That's what we're trying see, and we're trying to say, how is the front office thinking to make the picks that they just made? So we saw Jamar Johnson in Washington and Cox sitting there. So safety can't be a priority because they passed on it for Cox. This looks just like what we talked about yesterday. This is building a future with the volume of picks. And it fits Steven because we know he's a budgeter almost to a fault. To where, remember, I'm going to tell you just like this. It was Stephen Jones that roughed up his daddy over the Deion Sanders pick. And that's a true story. And it was over budgeting. It wasn't over the play. It was over budgeting because nothing about Primetime's play made it bad. Nothing. Right?
Yeah,
so I think that's what we kind of seeing. And I'm going to say this. It doesn't mean that it's bad. It's forethought by Steven. He's trying to have forethought like we're in COVID, because a lot of us look at this one dimension and we say, oh, get the player. We don't pay the bills. We don't write the checks. We don't build the teams. We don't have to think 4 or 5 years out. Most of us thinking about 2021 only. He got to think 3-4 years out. He got to get all these caps hits and all that kind of stuff to align. It's way more chess than checkers.
Yeah, I think that you bring up a really good point. Boss Cowboy. I think that what you really see here is the ability to build through the draft with all of the picks and to get value. Because going back to Seattle again, that whole analogy, what made Seattle so good for a span of 4 to 5 years is the fact that they had draft picks and they had these players under contract for 4 or 5 years. They didn't have to worry about the expense, the salary cap. Even with Russell Wilson, they got quality players in the draft that stuck together and got continuity for some years that took them to a few Super Bowls that they didn't have to re-sign and pay huge dollars for a period of years. And so along that whole formula, not that we've drafted the amount of talent that Seattle had, but in terms of that thought process, it goes along the same thought process.
You keep talking about Stephen Jones. He said, say Stephen Jones one more again.
Shut up. Say it. Say something. Oh.
Say it again.
Say something.
I don't want you to talk about Stephen, bro.
Listen. Yeah, I got butts too. We gonna have a button war over here. Don't try me.
That's a perfect button to push, because guess what? The Dallas Cowboys are picking in about 4 more picks. So guess what I'm about to do? Chat. See ya. You're muted. So I don't want to be. I don't want y'all telling me in the chat. So put the chat away, boss, because I see you peeking. Put the chat away.
All right.
Let's build this thing up and let's see what happens. Okay, we're about 4 picks away, if I'm not mistaken. Here we at 134. Yes. 138. We are at. Vikings pick is in. So, we're still team safety here, right? Or team offense or defensive tackle?
Defensive tackle now. I'm being honest. That's to me the biggest priority right now. I would plug these holes, but plug the holes. That's what I would say. But again, your highest rated players are still James Washington's and Jamar. They still sitting there. So at this point, if we don't get them now, we never took it serious going into the draft. You know what I mean?
So
Yeah.
That's what it is. And I'm not going to say
safeties are the
I said that wrong.
Right now.
Not take it serious. They just see the roster different than we do. They might be thinking we're good. That would be what this is saying if they pass on a Jamar Johnson or a James Washington. They're thinking we're good. And they just getting what they think is best.
Yes, sir.
Boss.
Yo.
Yes, sir.
Deontay Brown. Remember, I still think there's going to be a sneaky offensive lineman taken. What y'all think about a Deontay Brown being a selection, maybe end of the 4th or beginning of the 5th? That's a big old guard right there, man.
To me, I think that he would be an okay pick, but I think that I would like to see a value tackle pick because he's such a big road grader. I mean, you got a couple of those guys that you drafted the past couple years, already. I think that you got some good interior guards. I think that you want a guy that's more so of a tackle that maybe could bump down the guard if you needed him to. That's just my opinion. I don't think he's a bad player, but I would like to see a value tackle if you went offensive line.
And if I was
So
to
tackle
go
knocker.
right now for anybody, it would be this guy right here, David Moore. If we was to
That's
go,
right.
yeah, I'm going with David Moore all day. Like, I mean, his Senior Bowl was terrific, man. He killed the one-on-ones. He had a killer game. And the only way to evaluate guys that's coming from schools like this at Grambling is the Senior Bowl, because obviously he had dominated at Grambling, but you want to see what he does on equal competition. He dominated at the Senior Bowl. So if we talking about competition like Skywalker just talked about, and we really trying to do the competition, that would be a good pick. I wouldn't be mad at that at all. It would definitely help your quarterback that you just paid. It would also help your running back. He's a fighter. He's a guy that looks at the quarterback like it's his mama. He's going to protect him with his life. And the OC will tell you about that mentality. It's certain offensive linemen that take it real personal. He's one of those guys. So I would like it. I think that's a good thought, Scott.
I think right now, I just really think if you get a Marvin Wilson type, you're going to get one of the hungriest, angriest players for falling here to close to the 5th round, which I love that. I love when these players come in with a chip on their shoulder. I know I think we take that for granted. There are some players that are entitled, and when they get drafted at a certain position, they're like, yeah, I'm good. But then there are players that feel like, are you kidding me? 7 quarterbacks were taken in front of me, Dak Prescott. 12 quarterbacks were taken in front of me, or this person was taken in front of me. All right, I'm fitting to show y'all. And I think Marvin could be one of those guys that can be pissed off and come in here, because I am team defensive tackle right now with you, boss. I just need to get me a big guy, man. And I'm feeling like they're like whatever on safety. If we need to move Neal back there and move Wilson over, let's do it. Because they obviously value that hybrid role in Neal and Jabril Cox, but they do not value the cover safety. So I'm not putting the faith in it. There are guys though, Jamar, Darius Washington, Gillespie, these type of Gillespie's a speed guy. Don't be shocked on that next round. We talked about speed, but I'm looking at defensive tackle right here, man. And right now it's Marvin Wilson. Tunga's usually probably going to be like a 6th rounder, right? I don't think you're going to take him right now. Togiai went, which I would have liked to have a Togiai, but we got enough 3 techs, so I'm not going to sit here and trip about it. But I'm looking at DT right now, fellas.
Yeah, and Janarius Robinson just got drafted edge rush from FSU to the Vikings. So he's a long, kind of freaky type specimen guy. But he's never really put all his pass rush moves together, but he flashes, elite some men. And so I think that these guys will work with him and try to develop him as a pass rusher. So he went off the board to the Vikings.
And I want to say something real quick. Like you seeing today, a rare combination of production by Skywalker and Boss Cowboy Sports. We truly are producing this show at the same time, which I never thought would happen. I always just wanted Scott to come over and just chill. Like, he always produces. Like, can you just relax and drink some water sometime? He's still working.
I haven't done that in a long time, except for when I went on the UK Cowboys. It was weird. I came on and I'm just like, oh wait, I don't gotta press a button. Yeah, it was different. But yeah.
So I want to say this: share, hit the like, hit the subscribe, because it's a lot of work that went into this, and we're not saying feel sorry for us, but you can see that we try to put on an excellent production as well as excellent content. We try to cross all boxes to make this the best it could be. We didn't go cheap on no level. So just,
I promised.
Yeah, I
promised the viewers and the subscribers leading up to this draft show. I said, guys, you'll get a draft experience really unlike any other in this lane. Obviously, we're not the big market, but we're going to bring you guys quality takes here as best we can, quality production as well, and talking to you guys, right? Involving you guys as well. Right now, I'm not involving y'all. Right now, I got to ignore you because I don't want y'all giving away the dang on pick. But other than that, man, I'm really proud of this. I'm proud of the viewers. I'm proud of the panel, man. We're killing it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had some more picks that went off. I know you watching that real closely, LC. What you seeing?
Yeah, so I see Rashad Weaver, edge rusher from University of Pittsburgh, is off the board, 6'5", 270 pounds, to the Tennessee Titans. So another quality value pick in round, edge rusher, second one in a row this came off the board, going to the Tennessee Titans.
Quarterback went to the Saints.
Yes. Yeah, the Notre Dame quarterback, 6 foot, 206 pounds. And so, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know why they picked him here. He's a good passer, but I guess they like him because he can scramble. I don't really see the value in that pick for them, except for if they're trying to just get a backup and somebody that they think they can develop. But I don't see him passing the ball in terms of making all the throws, but he can scramble, he can run, and maybe they feel like he's a backup and they can just develop him. So good luck with him.
We're getting close, fellas. We're getting close. Two more picks, Arizona and then Seattle. Again, Brevin Jordan is still on the board. Arizona could use a tight end, right? I don't know that they have one. So I'm hoping that they don't go safety, which they got Buddha back there, and I forget who their other cat is.
You know,
I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, OC froze a little bit.
Yeah, come out and come back in, OC.
You know somebody that I would love to just be available.
OC,
Okay.
come out, and come back in. What was you saying, Sky?
Well, I was just talking. Well, there it is. The pick is in, man. They took a cornerback from Florida, so we just have Seattle Seahawks above us, man. And I'm gonna remove that because I don't want to get told that before we get to see what's going on. So, the Arizona Cardinals took cornerback Marco Wilson, 6'1", 191 out of Florida. Do you got anything on him, boss?
Oh, Marvin Wilson. Oh, Marco Wilson.
Not Marco Wilson. Yes.
Oh yeah, man. He's one of my B-roll guys. So a super steal, real quick, because this guy really, I called him a super sleeper. Let me cue him up real quick. I'm doing it at the same time and trying to talk. So Marco Wilson, he bench pressed 225, 227 times, bro. I mean, 25 times. You know I went crazy on that. He bench pressed 27 times, 225. That's what happened when you producing and talking at the same time. Y'all forgive me. Skywalker laughing at me and everything. Stop, man. That ain't cool, man. You ain't supposed to be laughing at your boy, bro.
No, not at you, with you.
Yeah, right. You laughing at your boy. But he's a freak, man. He really is. He's a true freak. He's a guy that jumped out the gym at 42 inches, and I called him one of the best press man corners in the draft. He was one of the best. Now, a little bit from me talking to my Florida connections and people that follow him real close, because I only watched about 4 of his games, and I was high on him. They was calling him a head case. So, but
Seattle took a pet cat of mine.
Yeah, they did.
They got Trey Brown.
Yeah.
I knew we weren't going to go cornerback again. I just really enjoy watching Trey Brown play. I think he's a fantastic cornerback. I think his ceiling is extremely high. You talk about ball guy. Trey Brown is a ball guy, fellas. He might not be a big dude, but he 35 pass defenses in his career. Okay, that means I'm getting my hands on the ball. And he's feisty too, and he's competitive. I was really high on Trey Brown. I would have loved him if you had not taken a quarterback yesterday. I would have loved him here in this round.
Real quick, Keystone is in the background. That was also one of his sleeper foul guys. Keystone, you got some on that? I didn't mean to do that.
So
Keystone.
hey, Boss Cowboy, why you teeing him up?
He there. Key.
What's going on, everybody?
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Yeah, so he was just talking about
Ain't
Trey
nothing
before the pick. One of your sleeper guys. And can you turn your TV down some? We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
So Boss Cowboy, Davion Nixon, Hamshaw of safety at Florida State, and also one of my personal favorites that I will be happy, to your point about drafting offensive linemen a little bit earlier, Skywalker, Trey Smith is still on the board at 138. Big Trey Smith, offensive lineman from the University of Tennessee. Look, I will be happy about that pick.
Cowboys pick is in, fellas. We don't have the name yet, but the
okay.
Well, I didn't see it yet. I ignored the chat. I ignored the chat. I'm just waiting for him to come up with it. I'm honestly don't know. I don't know here. We're talking DT and we're talking safety, but I'm thinking one text, and I feel like if you're not gonna go Marvin, you're not gonna go the big guys. I can get the big guys later, right? The Tongas and the cat from Florida. But again, maybe OC. Do we go O-line? Do we mix it up and go O-line? But we're here.
Man, I would not be upset if we did it. But I mean, you got to go for value. You got to go for where you think like it's good. I think that if we go lineman, I mean, you want to go tackle value or tackle or swing, a guy that can go tackle guard type guy. So wouldn't be mad at any of those things, and I wouldn't be mad at a developmental guy that you can develop a little bit that has tremendous upside. So I will be very happy at that pick, and I think it will be very responsible as well.
Very good word, responsible, because right now they're kind of overconfident in the sense. I don't want to say that. That's not fair. I think they feel confident in 2021 at the tackle spot. They could, because they're saying, hey, Tyron's healthy, right? Lyell's healthy, and we got Ty and Secchi if Tyron goes down. And to be fair, I can get behind that, right? For 2021, I can say, sure. If Tyron goes down, Ty and Secchi can step right in. But I'm with you. It'd be nice to get a developmental guy moving forward to be our future tackle, unless they're like, man, screw developmental guy. If we need a tackle, we'll take one high next year.
Let's see. Do we got the pick yet? Let me see.
No, not yet.
We don't have to pick yet.
The draft can't be good, but not yet.
Well, because I'm watching ESPN, so y'all know me, like you said, boss.
Yeah, you wear your heart on your sleeve.
But my defending me come out on the pick now.
Yeah, and that's what.
And if you haven't, and you want to know, well, how's Skywalker during the games? Go watch the game streams that I did during the season. I tell people straight up, listen, this ain't broadcast, doing the show Skywalker. This is fan Skywalker that still is trying to be professional as possible, but I am a diehard Cowboy fan. So
I just
my
saw the
excitement comes out. Relax. Come on,
Ooh, Dallas, I know what you're doing now. I have no doubts.
Hold on.
I know what Dallas is doing. I'll wait till everybody catch up.
There it is, Josh Ball. Did we call it? We called offensive tackle. Josh, OC, you pretty much just said it. OC, go ahead.
Yeah, man, Josh Ball, man. So Josh Ball, offensive tackle out of Marshall. So this guy's a Florida State transfer. Had some in Florida State, and because of those issues, I think he drops thus far. I had him as a sleeper, not even a sleeper, but sleeper. So he's 6'7", 300 pounds, man. Can develop, I think, into a good starting right tackle. He's not a left tackle, doesn't have the footwork, but he's a powerful plotter guy. He bends well, took his game to the next level this year with some really good tape near the ear. He has some good knee bend. He bends his knees pretty well. He gets on his blocks and maintains his leverage. He has a wide, and here's most important for the net. He shows strength at the point of attack from the offensive lineman position. He has good awareness, and he doesn't miss blocks. That's what I like about him. I saw him. He doesn't miss blocks. He picks up his assignments really well, but at times he overextends, has some technical issues, things like that. And, of course, he has some off-the-field issues at Florida State, which got him transferred to Marshall, where he's coming out now in the draft, and I think that's why he dropped. But, hey, listen, good value pick for the Cowboys. He's a guy that's not going to start this year, but he has depth, and he plays with some power. And, hey, he's an upgrade over some of the guys we have as backups right now in the tackle position, to be honest.
I think we can say now.
The bleep is coming. It's not coming because I think we expected an offensive lineman. So I'm not like snapping out.
Well, I just say this. For those who was looking for safety. Yeah. Because
I told you after yesterday, my expectations for safety, I'm like, if it happens, it's a bonus because I don't expect it.
Yeah. So it's one of those things to where with that pick, we now know what Steven is doing. Steven is getting these guys and ramping up for the future. He's that's why we call him a budgeter. And I'm not too mad at it because he builds through the draft. His mind state is building, not trying to get guys to win now. He's building. It's frustrating though. It's very frustrating.
These picks are supposed to not be win now picks though. They are for the future. But I need to speak directly to somebody with the Cowboys because this calls for an epic, independent journalism, independent research.
Oh,
I need to know why safety is so disrespected in this franchise. And I'm trying to calm down.
Listen.
In the sense of, see, they talk about the bleep. The bleep ain't because they took Josh Ball. The bleep because Boss brought it back up to me. Boss brought the word safety up to me and said, if you want safety, play the horn. And it just got me thinking again. They don't, for whatever reason, take this position serious. And I can't sit here, keep coming on here trying to explain it to you. I need to get real answers. And I promise you guys, if I have to dig all 2021 season, I will talk to whoever the hell I got to try to talk to and find out. I need direct words. Why is it a joke to you, Steven? Because he was joking about it yesterday, fellas. He literally came on the draft presser and was laughing about not taking a safety. Why is this position a joke when Tyrann Mathieu is making a difference? When a Jamal Adams makes a difference for a franchise? When a McCourty is making a difference? When a Malcolm Jenkins is making a difference? When a Landon Collins is making a difference? I'm not saying right now, but at one point in 2016 he did. Why is this position a joke to you? When Antoine Winfield Jr. is making a difference in the Super Bowl? I don't understand.
Real quick.
So,
hold on, OC. Real quick. Yes, indeed. You heard it from Skywalker himself. Shots was fired, and it was truthful shots. He was not lying. He was telling the truth. He spoke it, and his heart was on his sleeve, and he let it off. Come on, Sky. You can crawl on my shoulder, man. No, get off my shoulder.
I need a hug, man.
I would, man.
And you know what? I will tell you all this. Another reason probably why I love the safety position so much. So you played corner, right, Boss?
Yes, I did.
You played offensive tackle. Guess what position I played?
Safety.
I
knew it.
That makes sense. This all makes sense. Now, this all makes sense now.
I knew it.
It's bugging me, bro.
It is something about when you see your position, bro, and it's right. And listen, everything he said was spot on. What just happened is generally against the philosophy of drafting. The best players clearly still sitting there right now is Jamal. And we ain't even reaching the other safeties. It's other safeties still sitting out here too, man. Like my boy from Cincinnati, he's still sitting out here. Killed his pro day 4-4, jumped out the gym. Killed also against Ohio State. If I could just remember
the Georgia cat too. And now see, Georgia had a good secondary last year with Campbell, with Eric Stokes, and I always forget LeConte, I think is his name, fellas. Richard LeConte. I always butcher these names, but even at this point again, it's 1:52 in the morning. I'm just trying to grab something, man. Nonetheless, go OC before I go back on another tangent, please. Please save me.
I love your tangents. Take your time on those.
Yeah, so listen, guys. So really quick to catch everybody up, we got Deontay Smith, O-line out of ECU, went to the Bengals. We got Buddy Johnson, linebacker out of Texas A&M, went to the Steelers. We got Jacob Harris, tight end from UCF, going to the Rams. And we had Royce Newman, O-line out of Mississippi, went to Green Bay, and the Jets are on the clock. Now, listen, let me go ahead and give a little bit of balance to what I stated earlier about the positives about Josh Smith. Listen, this goes back to dysfunction and decision-making because, look, Josh Ball, look, you got him. I'm not mad at the pick, But with players on the board and offensive tackle available, you could have done better. You could have drafted Dylan Radson out of North Dakota University. He has the higher upside. He actually had the better tape. You could have took Smith, offensive lineman, out of Tennessee. If you're going to go O-line, that dude can play tackle. If you're developing a right tackle, he's a power player. You could have took him there. So this goes back to what we talked about yesterday in terms of decision making. Yes, I'm not mad at the decision, but we can clearly see based on the players available, it could have been a better decision made. And that's my question for the Cowboys in terms of some of the draft picks. But overall, I'm not mad about it. That's my little 2 cents for now, Boss Cowboy. I'm kicking it back to you.
I got something to say. The South have something to say, and I mean that. Go ahead and write it down. The problem with safety is the very, very, very top. It is. It's now proven. We got years and years and years. And I think Steven played tight end. I'm serious. Y'all hear me out when I say this. I think Steven played tight end, and I mean that. I think safeties used to get in his grill and just let him have it when he was trying to play, I think, at Arkansas. Something is going wrong. It's disrespect to safety. It's super disrespectful to the position itself. I'm pointing the fingers because I'm dead serious. That's what we looking at. LC laughing. I'm serious. Yes, it's disrespectful what we're seeing. Scott said it best. Why do we treat safety like it's a punter? We treat safety like it's long snapper.
And it's not in Boston.
You know what we need to do real quick? We need to get Woody on the show. We need to get Darren Woodson on the show to figure out.
He'd be pissed right now.
This is disrespectful.
Did Darren Woodson say something to Stephen Jones when he was younger? Did they have a fight or something? So he said, I would never draft a safety again. I hate all safeties. I mean, did Woody
6th round only.
Or see something? I don't know what's going on.
So we actually talked. I had Darren Woodson on the show last year, Late Night Hype Crew. Had him on last year, and we asked him about the safety position, and he feels the same way we feel. It needed to be addressed. I mean, it's just that simple. You know, I really could go super crazy right now about this situation, but I think I said what I had to say. I don't want to bring down the chat and bring down the vibe. It's just extremely frustrating, fellas. You know, I mean, again, we could end up getting Washington or Jamar Johnson, or whatever, but that still doesn't address the situation and the problem. And the problem is it's a systematic issue.
It's a systematic.
It's the organizational issue. You're hoping on luck. You're like, I hope this 5th and 6th and 7th rounder. I hope this 1-year bridge player. I hope this Clinton Dix, this Josh Johnson. I hope these guys that we're just bringing in for a cup of coffee, as my guy Law Nation would like to say. You hope they hit, but there's no real actual value put into the position, because if there was, we would have seen a safety taken higher. If there was, we would have signed for a guy for a long term. If there was, we would have traded for a guy long term.
Safety gone too. Tari, one of our B-roll guys.
Gillespie?
Yeah, you want to hit the button? Yeah, man.
What button? Oh yeah. Is it tied?
That boy's still mad, but what button? That's how you know he mad. So we just lost us a killer, y'all. Listen. He made the B-roll. So listen, that means a lot when we say that too. We not joking. We passed up on a killer for a backup tackle. I just said not discussed enough. Period. Like sometimes you go in depth. Sometimes you just keep it simple in the Boss Cowboy guide. That dude is a baller. Oh, still, look at still. Sometimes you gotta just. I'm
writing something down because I got something for y'all that's gonna confirm this is an organizational issue. Go ahead, OC.
So listen. So Kansas City is on the clock, and look, you got Trey Smith available. You got also Kerry Vincent, cornerback at LSU, available, and you got a wide receiver. I think that they possibly could go to Cornell Powell. But this is what I think. Watch Kansas City draft freaking Trey Smith. Watch they draft that big, strong road grader. Watch they draft him and make that line even stronger, man. I would be very surprised if they didn't draft offensive tackle with this pick, man. Watch the rich get richer. And I'm bringing a point out. I'm bringing an easy point out to see there's a pattern and a methodology with the San Franciscos, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Steelers, even if you look at New England, even if you look at Tampa Bay, there is a methodology and a sensible pattern that makes sense on getting players to fill the immediate needs and strengthen the team so you can go on the Super Bowl run. That's what this thing's
What'd you
about.
say? Who'd you say they was going to draft, OC?
Trey Smith.
Oh, they got Dante Smith. I think they got a Dante Smith.
Offensive
tackle.
Yeah, that was gonna be an
I thought they got your guy. I know if you would have got that as they did it. So they got a Dante Smith, is it? Let me make sure I'm right here.
No, they got Joshua Kando, the edge rusher from SMU.
Oh, they didn't. They're just talking about, okay, so defensive end from Florida State. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, they got defensive end. Yeah.
Yeah, and we still got Keystone in the building. Y'all keep that in mind. He ain't left at all. He's hanging back. And likely what's going to happen is, we go kind of have a set change. Y'all get ready for that. When a set change happen, you go see and hear more from Keystone. You hear more from the OC, and we'll carry the back end of it. I just want to tell everybody the flow before it happens, So
got
anyway,
me, fellas. About 15 for me. Okay. But I wanted to reiterate why I truly 100% believe in stamping it in my heart that it is organizational. For a while here, we thought that, Rob Marinelli has too much control, right? Rob Marinelli doesn't value this. He doesn't value that, but yada, 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 yada. And that very well may be true. However, Rob Marinelli goes to Washington, and I believe he's their defensive coordinator, right? Or he's in the defensive room or whatever. They drafted a safety, Trevon Morrick, in the second round. They drafted Tyree Gillespie in the fourth round. So there's emphasis put over there from a guy who had defensive control in Dallas. He goes to another organization, and they're putting emphasis on a position that the Cowboys did not. So that just goes to show you, man, this is beyond coaches. And I knew it because for 20 years this is the case, and we've had like 10 different defensive coordinators and staff. So it's just, it's just goofy. That's all. Real quick, I just wanted to let y'all know that.
Yeah, and that's just an excellent case.
In the top,
you prove your case.
4 rounds.
It proved your case. That's what it is. It's from the top. And then I want y'all to really listen to what Will still said. He laughed at it yesterday. The people that's making the decisions on safety, let's just say how it is. They got bad eyes for safety. They got bad eyes. Let's just be honest. You kept, no disrespect, Thompson and ran off ha. That's what you did. You ran off Carr. And we also, Thompson, bless his heart, and he plays hard. He hits hard. He covers bad. Let's just be honest. He plays hard, hits hard, covers bad. He looked like he's pulling a hamstring when he's running. And that's who the front office said last offseason, hey, this guy is a practice All-American. Ooh, can't wait till y'all see the new improve. Everybody that look at safety was like, are you serious? Thompson? Okay, we'll see. And sure enough, the first 3 games, touchdown. Bad eyes at safety. And then, I'm going to make the case with you. Because, see, we are attorneys. We just didn't wear our suits today. We wore our suits yesterday. we making a case to you right now.
Right. We should have been the attorneys today. Yeah.
We should be the attorneys today. We should have came out of the suits to make this case against safety. No, I'm going to take a pause. Oh, so you got something? Because
I object to Stephen Jones.
I object too. I object. And it's disrespectful. It really is. And look how long it took them to start Donovan Wilson. Just look at that. This all says bad eyes at the very top and a disdain for the position. This same front office came out and said, what's my guy from Kansas City? Yeah, come on now. Y'all know I know. Matthews. Come on. Matthews is not a... He's not... I'm going to tell you anyway. I know you mad, Sky. I love you, brother, but I got to... One more time, couple more cuss words, and I'll feel a little better.
Mother. Honey Badger should be a Cowboy.
He should be a Cowboy. And listen what they said. They said he doesn't fit. He doesn't fit our scheme. Oh yeah, 2 All-Pros later. From Kansas City, 2 All-Pros later.
There's exceptions. Remember I talked about, with JJ and with Bill Parcells and even me, how I got, a type. Fam, there's exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
Honey Badger is an exception to the rule.
Right.
Earl Thomas, who I wouldn't really call an exception, 5'10" is fine, 5'11" is fine, like that. But nonetheless, Antoine Winfield is looking like an exception to the rule. There are some exceptions to the rules, and there's tape out there. Drafting these guys is harder because you don't know will this 5'9", 5'8" guy translate. But I know Honey Badger translate because he was a Pro Bowler before then. So this is silly, man.
I don't mean to hurt you and take a urine in your Kool-Aid, but another safety just went off the board to the Jets. Yeah, man.
See you go.
No, man. I'm just enjoying the banter, man. You guys go right ahead. You guys are rocking, man. So I'm gonna get in where I fit in on this thing, man. So we good to go. Jamin Sherman, safety, Auburn, and then you got Luke Farrell, tight end out of Ohio State, going to the Jaguars, and then now you got the Houston Texans on the clock next. In the 5th round. So, hey, man, I don't know, man. This is kind of a whirly kind of deal now. We're gonna stick to they're drafting for depth and competition. That's going to be my story right now. They're drafting for depth and competition. So I'm going to expect them for the rest of the draft not to do what we think they should do, but for them to draft for depth and some sort of competition. Even if it's fake competition, they're going to draft for the competition. So let's just ride with that for now.
Two things real quick. Cowboys pick at 179. In round 5, just to let you guys know that. And then Ryan, my guy Ryan Doyle in the chat said, did HaHa play for any of the 32 NFL teams last season? If you're trying to say they made the correct decision on HaHa, I don't think that's your best case, brother. You got to come a little harder than that, because if I can just reverse that to you, did Don Terry Poe look like he should have been playing for 32 teams last year? No. And they ran him out there for 6 weeks. So it's not like the Cowboys make the correct decision all the time with guys. And we know, Boss Cowboy, the OC, Skywalker still, we know Clinton Dix is not on his team and has nothing to do with the way he played. That is a fact. We talk to people that are directly connected to the situation. We talked to one of the players that was directly cut due to the situation. They weren't on this team due to other things, not because of their play. And if you think politics is not play a role in the NFL, what I mean by politics is, hey man, that Clinton Dix character, if I was you, I'd stay away. I don't want to call it completely blackball, but I'm pretty sure Clinton Dix could have played for somebody. He leaves Dallas on a sour note and he doesn't get a call. Maybe he didn't want to play. I don't know. Maybe he's just out, right? He don't want to play. But I got a feeling there was something fishy going on with that.
And let me say it like this, and there's a privilege to talking to Skywalker, and there's a privilege talking to other podcasters that have developed connections inside the locker room. Everybody that you're listening to has, okay? So it's one of those things that we're not being Debbie Downers. What we're trying to do is cause the fans to have an educated perspective so that we can lobby right. Now, if you one of those people, and I'm going to just put it like this, that you just love you some old Kool-Aid, and it don't matter what the Cowboys do, you go drink it. They can put cocaine in it. They can spike it with liquor. They can even take a piss in it, and you go drink it. You listening to the wrong people. You listening to people that's loyal. That's why I always say on Boss Cowboy Sports, we're loyal. We're never going to be devoted. This is not a pom-pom show. So Skywalker's telling you, which also matches what I've heard from my sources, that it had nothing to do with his play. And guess what? It don't match your own eyes. Stop it now. You can't go look at from 2019 and then just say Thompson was better. It made sense to me. It was smart. No, it didn't. And don't drink that damn Kool-Aid. You will be a real man or a real woman if you said, that's not Kool-Aid, that's piss, and you trying to serve it to me. I'm not drinking it. and be happy that you listening to people that don't want you to drink it. You know what I mean? We got love for
And
you.
if you're wrong, it's okay to be wrong. Go ahead.
No. So just really quick, I mean, to your point, I personally know one of those players that was just brought up that got cut. All right. And it had absolutely nothing to do with his play. All right. So I will third that motion. It had everything to do with, you know how people say, we value feedback. The worst kind of person to talk to is a person to say they value feedback, but then when you give them feedback, they really hate your feedback.
The worst. Say that again.
The worst kind of person to deal with is the person to tell you they value feedback, and then you take a risk and you give them your feedback, and then they hate you because you gave them the feedback. Like, don't shoot the messenger, buddy. And then you don't have to hate me personally. Just tell me you don't like my feedback, but don't turn it to hatred toward me in these situations, man. You want the ball to win, but then you don't like the feedback, and then you blame the player. That's so petty. It's petty. It's petty.
Hey, we didn't address this, KMT. I guess Aaron Rodgers came out and said that he wants the GM fired. I mean, I don't know what that means. Aaron Rodgers, he's not going to get the GM fired. What Aaron Rodgers is trying to do is he's trying to get the hell up out of Green Bay. So now he's saying anything possible to get up out of Green Bay. I mean, he's bold, man. Real quick. D Hernandez, I'm gonna mess up your name there, buddy. D Hernandez said, "You think Quinn being a defensive coordinator knew that our linebackers were the position that needed the most upgrade?" If you've been listening to the show, D, for the last off season and then the first 3 days of the draft, to me, yes, I believe that he thought that they needed to go change the linebacker room.
Yeah, and I got to co-sign Skywalker on that because nobody's been beating that drum louder than this guy. This has been the biggest drum beat by a mile if you've been keeping up with his content. Yes. And he been saying also this, because I keep up with my brother. The linebackers didn't fit his historical drafts. He been saying that. He've identified that as, so yeah, good question. And I think the answer is yes. And the draft says the answer is yes.
The draft, yeah. I didn't know that about Ball, OC, unless I missed it. Apparently, he had a domestic violence issue at Florida State.
Yeah,
I didn't know that's why he was out.
Yeah, I didn't want to say explicitly, but you got it. That's exactly what it was. And then he finds himself at Marshall, and with that, the details surrounding that case had to do with him dropping in the draft because some teams, from sources that I've talked to, had him going third round. So, yeah.
So I wonder if he was a value pick, then maybe for them. That's probably one of those blinking lights, like, hey, Ball's still there. We need to take this now.
Yeah. He was a blinking light in terms of his ability because actually at the end of the year he played pretty well, man, and he has some good qualities, man. I mean, like I said, he's a right side player, tackle guard, developing into a starting right tackle. He could be in the next couple years really good, but left side no, but right side yes. So yeah, they get some more depth there, and it speaks to an insurance policy on the right side of that offensive line.
Strong side. All right, fellas. I got the text, so I'm about to have to head out here in a second, man.
Okay.
Hey, make sure y'all continue to keep rocking. Boss, the OC, and the rest of the BCS gang will still be around. Skywalker does have to dip out. Hey, speaking of third term, I gotta be out. But I'll try to keep up best I can with you guys through the daddy duties, right? So keep rocking, fellas, man. Look, before I go, I want to publicly thank you guys for rocking with me this weekend, man. They put in just as much, if not more, when it comes to the film time as I have for this draft show. I've already told all my subscribers how much energy and time and manpower and passion we were going to put into this draft, and I hope that we delivered it as best as possible to you guys. I had an absolute ball with these dudes, and y'all tell me, man, I'm looking forward to next year already for the drafts. So I definitely want to run this back one more again, as they like to say. So thank y'all from the bottom of my heart, man, for real. And we'll wrap after the show in general.
All right, man. Peace. We got you. So, and we already got it, man. Skywalker, hold on. Before you sign off, before you get a salute, one more salute, brother. One more salute. And y'all don't log off because we gone. We got you. He just passed the baton.
I'm just passing it, bro.
He
I'm
just
just
passed the
passing it. I'm
baton.
still
He
going to
not
be up.
gone.
The Dallas Cowboys Network channel will still be up. It's just going to be these two fellas holding it down, plus the BCS team. So chat, I'll get with you. I might actually hop in the chat with y'all, when I can. But we're still holding it down. We're not shutting nothing down, DCN. Stay with us.
Yeah,
Peace.
stay with us.
All
right, man. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, and then Boss Cowboy, I'll keep an eye on that chat on my side, on the Skywalker, on the Dallas Network channel. You know what I'm saying? Make sure we mix everybody in, too.
Yeah. And so we also got Keystone in the building. So, listen, and I want y'all to really kind of give, I would say, the whole team is sauce. Because it took a lot to put this together. It took a lot of organization. And so just when one guy come out, another guy comes in. Keystone. Keystone.
Yes, sir.
What's up with it, my brother?
What's going on?
So we got
I'm
the job
here, fam,
today. We got the special job today to kind of run it in on home. All right. So obviously we want to get your thoughts on the draft so far, kind of get caught up, and then maybe talk about some of the Keystone sleepers and stuff like that. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. From when I'm looking at in the third, when we picked up Chauncey Golston, and we picked up another corner, that corner forgot his name, out of Oregon State. But when I was looking at the fact that we got them two, I was saying to myself, what in the world was we thinking? And not to mention we picked up Osa. But as I was looking, Osa and Chauncey, look at them as far as their ratings go, when they did the Senior Bowl, they was in the top 5 highest of all defensive players. So I could kind of understand why they took a shot with them two, because they both had solid Senior Bowls.
Right.
And as far as going forward, we'll see, because when it's all said and done, it's future developmental players. Because again, we all know Steven loves development.
Right.
And on top of that, it's going to save cap space, and he'd rather keep them all inside rookie contracts as well.
Well said. And see, listen, that's why I got you, OC. That's why we invited Keystone. This is one of the best. Now, y'all listen to me. Oh, this is one of the best, hands down, sleeper finders and draft minds that I know. And I'm saying that as a guy that wrote 2 books on the Dallas Cowboy offseason. This is your guy. Great job on that, Keystone. What you got, OC?
Yeah, so no, I'm looking at. I want to get Keystone's opinion about the last pick of the Cowboys, because right now I see my man, I believe it's Kenny 10, in the chat saying that Dallas is going to have to hire more internal security and therapists because we just drafted this young man out of Marshall, and so man, I want to get your thoughts about that pick. You are the sleeper king, Keystone, and I want you to talk to us about Kenny's 10, his comment in the chat, if you will.
Hold on, let me make sure I got him accidentally, because I can't hear. Okay. Go ahead.
As far as Josh Ball go, I was kind of looking them up a little bit earlier when Skywalker was on the show. I was looking up and I seen that name, and something told me to pop on to that guy. And while I was looking at him, he has the bend. I mean, we all know that his footwork ain't there. I'm cool with that. But he has the bend, he has the size. This man is 6'7". I mean, he needs some development with him, but at the end of the day, when you see somebody that's 6'7" that can play tackle, you don't pass on that. That's a risk willing to take. Knowing that he's going to come in and off the rip, I think he's better than Knight and Stevie. Their feet ain't just as good either, so let's keep it a buck.
I mean, like I said, man, we've had a lot of slow-footed right tackles to play for the Dallas Cowboys. So it's like, I mean, his feet are not the best, but his technique in terms of his length and in terms of his size, I like his upside. He's only about 308 pounds. We just need to take him to a couple steakhouses. He'll easily get up to 330 pounds and have more strength and more power on that frame and be able to be a good front side run blocker and solid play action pass type tackle for the Cowboys. So, we just got to keep him out of trouble, man, and make sure, he not, putting his hands on any young ladies out here. But other than that, I mean, hey, I think that he'll be okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
No,
we also just
really
had an offensive tackle, Larry Borum, just go to Chicago. I just want to let you know we just had somebody come off. Just FYI.
Yeah, definitely. So to catch everybody up real quick, if you're not looking, we had Taquan Graham go off the board to the Falcons, defensive lineman for Texas. Evan McPherson, kicker out of Florida, go to the Bengals. We had Kenneth Gainwell, running back from Memphis. He's a scat back. I like that guy, man. I like him. So he got picked up by the Eagles. And then we had Larry Borum, offensive lineman for Missouri. Big cat, 6'6", 332 pounds, get picked up by Chicago. So you got Denver on the clock, you got Cleveland on the clock, and then after that, you see the Cowboys. We're down a little bit in here. We're near the bottom of this fifth round, so we got a little ways to go.
And OC, like, what's your thoughts on what you think we should do? Just real quick, as I'm kind of queuing up some stuff. What do you think we should do with what's available? Because we now know that obviously Steven is doing his thing of building depth. Come on, we not go act silly like we don't see what's going on. We know Steven is on his budget trip. This is not about getting starters. This is about building for the future. We know what it is. But what do you think we could do if we decide to go back to BPA? What's your thoughts?
Shoot, man. BPA, I mean, look, you still got some quality defensive linemen on the board. You still got, Johnson out there. I mean, so hopefully, I don't know if he'll last to the end of the fifth round, but if he does, I mean, that's also a viable opportunity. So if you look at BPA, we're so far away. We have to probably get within 5 to 10 picks for me to really have more accuracy in terms of like who is actually there. But right. BPA, potentially you got safety. Right now, you still got some solid, big defensive tackles on the board. They're starting to come off now, but you got some ones left. You also still, if you're trying to get more insurance policy as it relates to that offensive line, you still got some quality tackles out there that have not been touched. If you want to go skill position, you still got a couple good backs and receivers on the board as well. So you could go a variety of ways. This is kind of like almost taster's choice. Once you start getting to the bottom of the fifth round, going into the sixth round, I mean, it's kind of more so like taster's choice. And when you get into the sixth round, to me,
I don't mean to cut you off, but we just had a B-roll safety come off the board. Just want to let you know.
Oh man.
Yeah, it just happened. So.
All right. So we got who do we have come off the board?
Yeah, we had Caden Stearns come off, man, and yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So I'm saying once you get down into the 6th, 7th round, I mean, these are guys that are going to be fighting to make your roster, right? So you just going based on who has potential, who do you think has upside and has a chance to make your 53, or preferably, will be one of those players to make your practice squad if they don't make your 53, the people you can kind of look at 2 years from now. So I think that once we get to out of this fifth round, I think that, man, really we're looking at players like on a 2-year projection once we get out of this fifth round. That's my opinion.
Well, real quick, I just want to kind of bring up the guy that just was picked, Caden Stearns. I think he would have been a super steal at this point. And so are Steele, Johnson, so is Washington. But Caden Stearns blew up his pro day. Questionable because he was competing as a senior, but he erupted as a freshman as a sophomore. So that's just that's just who went away. And it hurts. I'm gonna be all the way honest. It hurts. It don't feel good. Keystone, did you have some thoughts on that, brother?
No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, I just hope that we get his hand because, oh man, because what's going to happen with Neil curse would be gone after the next year. Then what are we? Oh man, we're back to the board this year, going into next year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lord help us, please.
And I know people, y'all watching me laugh. Y'all say, boy, boss, I was laughing. Sometimes, it's a defensive mechanism. A lot of people do that when it's hurting, when they're in pain.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in pain. Not that bad because I feel like we built okay in free agency, but this has been a quest to getting back to 2018. You can clearly see what they're doing. They're not taking any risks. They're not getting guys. They sitting back and they building depth. That's what's happening, and it doesn't feel good because especially when you feel like it's guys that's sitting out there available that can go out there and really make a difference. That could really come in and make a real difference right now. And I guess it all depends on how you see some of these guys that's still left over. And that's just what it is. But that Caden Stearns hurt. But the good news is, guess what? We still got a lot of safeties. We still got a lot of defensive tackles. We might answer it. And if we answer it with a quality guy, we'll feel better.
Too.
Say that again.
Sherwood hurt us too. And didn't they talk with him during the pro days?
You might have caught that. I didn't catch that. I'm not gonna lie like I heard that.
Yeah, Sherwood from Auburn.
Yeah, he gone. Yeah, he was one of the yeah.
And they talked with him. They known to do that too. They sit there and show interest like the Indies players that don't draft.
Is Levi gone? I'm not in front of my board right now. OC, can you check this?
Levi gone.
Okay.
Yeah, Levi's gone right now. And so right now, I'll tell you who I'll see. We got the pick. The pick is in at 153 for Cleveland, and then you got the New York Jets coming up next. So right now, hey, this is kind of where we are, man. We're just waiting to see what's going on. What I like to talk about now, because we got a little bit of dead time, right now in the division, Boss Cowboy, in terms of our competition, right? We looking at the Eagles. It appears that the Eagles are having a pretty solid draft. Do you got any thoughts on that as it relates to them and getting better as an organization, getting better as a team, as somebody we're going to have to face with a new head coach, seemingly going with Jalen Hurts and adding weapons and adding depth all across their roster based upon what they've done in these first 5 rounds? What do you got to say about that?
I'm not impressed. I'm really not. I'm not impressed, but I never sleep on our division. Never. I don't. I think we have the greatest division in football. And even with okay drafts, nobody beats up on each other worse than the NFC East. Nobody.
Really?
Yeah. And I say we gritty because look at all the Super Bowls that was recently won in our gritty division. 9-7 Giants win the Super Bowl twice. Then you have somebody that lose their MVP quarterback with Philly and still win the Super Bowl with a backup. That's grit. And and so, like, to my point, on paper, I don't respect what they're doing. But just on how we are mentality-wise, I never sleep on them. So I feel your concern, but I don't have the concern on paper. I'm over here like, Philly being Philly.
Yeah.
And Philly been good, but what do you see?
Yeah, man, I think that, hey, man, you got to kind of pay attention just a little bit now.
Are you saying I'm not paying attention?
I'm saying that you got to look closer.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
School me, because I'm very open to be schooled.
Yeah, look, man, they got a weapon reunited with Jalen Hurts, man. They got Devontae Smith out of Alabama with the 10th pick. Okay, that's a really nice weapon. They got Landon Dickerson, safety. That's a big stud. I would have him a top 10 pick had not have been for his injury history. That's a big monster. He's a mauler. That dude's a really, and I don't say this about many offensive linemen. I'm offensive lineman. He's a really, really good player. in all facets, man. If he stays on the field, he reminds me of a guy that we played with. You remember him, Greg Brown, that would have been probably a first-round pick.
Say no more. I know exactly what you mean. When you say Greg, but I know what you mean. When he say that, he's saying nasty. Go ahead.
And technical. Then wait
everything.
A second. Then they got the guy that I really wanted us to pick up at pick 44. They got Milton Williams, the young freak, the young athletic freak. So they got a guy there that can contribute and make that defensive line stronger, right? And then, wait a second, they back this up in round 4, and they get Zeke McPherson, right? Cornerback out of Tech, which is a solid corner. That pick doesn't scare me as much, but he's a solid corner that can come in and help. And then they get a nice scat back, change of pace running back that can do multiple things in Kenneth Gainwell out of Mississippi. So right now, Boss Cowboy, if I'm looking at them and I'm lining up the competition in the NFC East and I'm lining up who we got to play against and what we got to prep for, and hey, look, they not doing a bad job. I'm not saying they're going to the Super Bowl, but I'm telling you right now, Boss Cowboy, in the interdivision, they're not doing a bad job, Boss Cowboy. Not at all.
Yeah,
all right, come on with it.
You already know. You already know, man. Yeah. That's why I'm kind of happy I'm producing right now, because I get to use my button zip in this mug. You know what I mean? Because I'm finna fight you on this, because you brought up Williams. And I do see your concerns, because Williams was a guy that was obviously that we have a B-roll on him and we believed in him. But I'm going to ask you a question, and I mean this.
Yeah.
How does he, because on paper, explosion, everything, great. Yeah. How does he match up against the Dallas when you then put the matchup game into your analysis?
Yeah, so the matchup game with me goes like this. If Connor Williams is the starter, I'll put him over the weak link and I'll let him work him on quickness and his strength. And then I create trouble with Connor Williams, okay? Now, you got a young center who didn't play the whole season with the Cowboys, batty ass, right? So you got him, and so he's not proven yet. He played well. He's showing signs of being a really good player, but I'm putting him over those two young center and left guard players that will right now be considered the weakest links, in particular Connor Williams. And I'm going to leave him one-on-one with Connor Williams, and I'm going to see what Connor Williams got and if he can hold up against an athletic, strong young player. And we know that Connor Williams does lack power. He plays pretty solid technically, but he lacks real raw power. And this guy has explosion, speed, and power, so he could potentially give him some problems. I don't care about the stupid buttons, because you got to make a point that makes sense. I don't care about none of them dumb womp buttons. I don't care how many buttons you put over there. I don't care what you got to have the content to combat what I'm saying, and that's the point here. You got to be able to give me a logical explanation.
I give it to you. You know I ain't gonna push that button without no point. You know you, boy. I'm not worried about Williams, at least for the next 2 years. I do feel your concern. I do. And because he was an explosive player that you and I was high on. And when we say a B-roll guy, that means we took the time to create slides with Skywalker to really showcase guys that we felt were good fits for even Dallas. You know what I mean? So we not just talking when we say a B-roll guy. That means he passed all of our smell tests. So he's somebody to be concerned with, because, OC, you know his measurables better than me. Can you break that down?
Yeah, I mean, so this is why I like this guy in terms of his measurables. He's 6'5", 280-some-odd pounds, ran a 4.640, about a 4.6 flat, bench press 38 times or 36 times on 225, has a 3-cone drill of 6.98, which shows quickness, speed, change of direction, and he plays like that on tape. Even at Louisiana Lafayette, La Tech, he got double and triple teamed frequently, but he still made a lot of plays. He still split double teams, and it's not even his technique. It just was on raw power, speed, and effort. Once he gets more technique and better hands and better disengagement from blocks, which I don't know how long that's going to take him, I think he's a potentially really, really good guy that could be a perennial top defensive lineman with some work. I mean, that's what I see in this game, Boss Cowboy, and it hadn't changed.
Yeah. And I say this, this is why I won that debate so easy, because it's not going to be anything to worry about now.
No,
well,
you didn't win it. You didn't win it. You didn't win it. You
I
giving
won
yourself
that.
a win. You like to do that. You love to
I
give
won
yourself
that,
wins.
man. I won that.
you
Yes,
love to-
I easily won this, man. Come on, I did. I did assume that I won. No, the fans decide. The fans decide who won. That's who decides.
Yeah.
So
So
let's do this. Let's look at the chat and let's say right now, is the OC right? Put hashtag DOC. Boss, is Boss Cowboy right? Just keep it short, just like you see on the screen. Boss, hashtag boss. Who won this debate? But you right though, man. Like, how can we make a B-roll of this guy and then act like he's not a threat? You right on that part.
Thank
No. You right on that part. I just don't think as a matchup, I'm concerned about it yet. That's all. You know what I mean? That's all.
Yeah. On certain players on our offensive line, he could potentially be a matchup problem. Not against our all pros, but we got a couple guys on there that are not all pros, and that we got a young second-year player. And so I'm saying in terms of matchup, that could be an issue. Let me catch everybody up real quick. So you got Caden Stern, safety. Then you got Tony Fields, linebacker from West Virginia, going to the Browns, 6'1", 220. He's small, but man, he does have some range in terms of him being able to run. So you got Michael Carter, the second safety from Duke. Another safety off the board going to the Jets. And you got Jalen Moore, offensive tackle from Western Michigan. Big, good potential guy. 6'5", 315 pounds. Not a bad player. A solid pickup for San Francisco. Then you have Isaiah Ludermilk, defensive lineman out of Wisconsin. 6'7", 293 pounds going to the Steelers. And now you got Minnesota, from what I see, next on the clock. So we are edging closer to the bottom of the fifth round, where we'll get the Dallas Cowboys back on the clock. So we're at 157. Cowboys pick at 1. Yeah, we're still about 22 picks away from Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and that's all good. We go carry it the whole way. So yeah, Keystone, do you have some? Cause see, I think it's some people out here that a lot of people don't know about. Cause see, Keystone did a sleeper foul on this guy. Cause obviously we've been beating the Johnson drum all day. But we also have Derek Force, another safety that I love this tape, especially his tape against Ohio State. So I called him severely underrated. Severely.
Severely.
Severely. Like, yeah, severely. Like, it's almost insulting.
Elaborate, break down this game, educate the people, because the people want to know. If you say severely, you got to break down severely. What does that really mean?
I say it like this. Let's be all the way honest. All of us can't watch the whole career of any player. So what is your draft process? What's your way? Some people just pull up random field and they start to grade. That's not the way that I grade. The way that I grade OC, the way that I grade Keystone is I look at, your schedule, and then I look for teams where I know it's going to be NFL talent that you're going to, go against, right? And then I assess you based on what you look like, based on that NFL talent, and that's how I will look at you for your 3 or 4 games, right? So with that, I looked at his Ohio State game and other games, but the main game that's a seller, go look at his Ohio State game. Making big hits that dislodge the ball, right? Didn't miss not one tackle. I think he got a pick, if my memory served me right. But he played big, I would say, by himself. And I like those type of guys. When you know you going against Ohio State, you know you in there by yourself. And Steven Keever, I see you, man. What's up? Much love to you. That's one of my partners, man. And he wanted me to kick him a shout out. You know I will. But he exploded in that big game in particular. And you see the fact that he'll go in there alone and he'll still give you everything he got. And I like a guy like that because when you play for the Dallas Cowboys, every game is like that. We just lost a DT real quick, and I can come back to that thought.
Yeah, no problem. Let's get into it.
So we just lost Nixon.
Yes. Oh man,
And let me make some room from Keystone real quick. Did you have some thoughts on Nixon, Keystone?
No, not that I'm aware of. But when you was pulling back up Derek Forrest, that's my guy right there, man. Knowing that I did a sleeper following him. I like that dude, man. If we get him on that team, I could say he'll be one of the best safeties back there. He'll definitely be better than the backers that we have right now.
No doubt.
All because of the fact that he takes proper aim. Not to mention he keeps the play in front of him.
Right.
The only thing about him is just his long and his lateral speed is off, and he just has trouble getting from side to side. But that's really just it. But anything else, he got what it takes to be a great safety back there, especially in the free. Which
Man,
is
broke that down. Because what was amazing, to your point, Keystone, that's why y'all got to follow my boy Keystone. He got his own page on Facebook. It's at Keystone. You make sure you go do that. And his Twitter is at Keystone. You got to follow this guy. He's a sleeper guy. And everything you said about him was dead on. Because what's crazy is he ran a 4.4 at his pro day. But I saw somebody run away from him that I also know ran a 4.4. But he ran away from him. So what was up with your 4.4 versus the running back's 4.4 in that Ohio State game? You see what I'm saying? So we getting truth from Keystone. He didn't tell no lie on his pro day versus his game speed.
Yeah. I think that, I really hate a guy that doesn't play as fast as he runs on pro day. That scares me a little bit. And I think maybe that's why he drops a little bit, but I do think he's a good player. Because see, Boss Cowboy, I've been around you long enough. I know the kind of players you like. You like competitor playing big game guys, and I'm for those type of guys, but I'm also looking at his overall consistency on how he plays. Because playing in big games is not going to tell me everything about you. I think that how you play over a composite season or couple season gives me a real good gauge of your game in terms of where you start in terms of a player and where you finish in terms of a player. And so that is kind of, to me, the most important overall. And so, hey, I feel like this guy's a solid player, but I feel like at the same time, he's a guy that has to work on angles a little bit. And I think he's a guy that has to work on disciplines and certain things of his game. But I think he is a potential good fit for a team in terms of being a competitive athlete.
And I'm going to say it like this. That's the honesty. If we all being honest, that's the issue with trying to grade in the offseason, period. We all have to be true professional scouts that actually start scouting around July and June. And we should be finished by December, right? Because let's be honest, it's impossible to go through, like you said, a whole body of work on each prospect, especially a prospect that had a 4th round, 5th round grade like this guy. So everybody got to use their best shortcut system. So I'm going to continue, and I got to grade you on your big games, or I'm not going to have time to even write books and do podcasts and run my business and all the other stuff that I do. You know what I mean? So so I'm going to tell you, Boss Cowboy takes a little bit of a shortcut, but I have to go look at how you play against NFL competition, make my grade and assessment, and move on. Because I can't go through 400 players by going through a whole body of work. I just can't. Now, what happens, though, is certain players, you do get that deep into them. Especially your first rounders. You break them all the way down. You go as deep as you can. But on a guy like this, I just couldn't, OC. I'm going to just be honest with you.
Yeah, no worries, man.
And I think that's where we're seeing this a little bit different. Because I said that yesterday. It happens, and people make room for this as you debate these candidates that we sometimes don't agree on. Make room for somebody to see 3 games that's totally different than the 3 games that you saw. It is very possible. The OC, I'm going to ask you a question. What are games that you said at U of H was a terrific game for you?
That was a terrific game for me, man. I played a lot of good ball, Boss Cowboy.
Yeah, but like terrific, like man,
like man, like really, I just really kick people's tail. I would say
That's my point. That's my point. That's my point.
Yeah, I would say the first half of that UT game that I played in before I went down with the ankle injury. That was the home game. That was my senior year. I would also say I played really well on the road my red shirt sophomore year against Alabama. I was player of the game, actually, offensive player of the game. Played against Charles Johnson, who played 10 years in the league. So I dominated him in that game. He was an All-American. So that was Alabama. And I'll give you one more. I played really, really good. This is my red shirt. I think my junior year, we played up at LSU. And the game we won up in LSU in Baton Rouge. I played really well in that game too. If I had to pick 3 high value games I played in.
And that's the game. And I would have got you right. You see what I'm saying? If I was grading you, I promise you, I would have went to LSU, right? I would have went to Alabama, and I would have went to UT because I know you was going as a killer. You see what I'm saying? That's how I would have graded your left tackle tape, and I would have been done with you. So what would have happened from that is I was probably overgraded you, right? Because you played great in them big games. So I would have been the guy that would have made you a B-roll, because I would have been like, this guy in big games versus big competition, he raises. You know what I mean? Now, your overall body of work, I might have inflated you. But based on your big games, I would have graded you high. I really would have. And I might have missed on you because you might have been a bust. Nah, you not no bust.
Yeah, that's cold-blooded. But no, man, listen, it's all good, man. So look, I mean, I understand what you're saying in terms of how you grade players. I think that, overall statistical data, and this is just on the scouting side, not to bore people, but I mean, hey, man, you can look at grades on play. Well, you can look at grades on players without even looking at their tape. You can look at plus minus stats on players even without looking at their tape, right? Taking the time to break down their tape to give you a more composite view. But listen, there is something to say to your point, which Boss Cowboy, listen, I don't think it's a bad strategy to take the top competition and grade a player based upon his top competition. I don't think that's a bad strategy. I think that's probably one of the most effective strategies if you shortcutting on tape. But I think that there's other composite data that you need to throw into the pot in terms of how to evaluate these players and hit them in a new endemic type of world. It's not a pandemic anymore, more like an endemic world with COVID-19, to where you're not traveling, but still you got this lingering virus that could kill you if it gets on you too long. So hey, I think that it's kind of one of those deals, man. Everybody does the best they can. So let me get into the chat a little bit on the Dallas Cowboys Network. So we got Stevie Max 23. He says Gallimore's played a little bit of nose, but he definitely thinks he should stay at the 3 technique. They need to stop moving guys to other spots. What is your thought on that, Boss Cowboy, as it relates to what you've seen this past year out of Gallimore? Shout out to Kenny 10. Shout out to Stevie Mac 23. Thank you guys for keeping it moving in the chat, and Antoine Okafor as well. Those are the last 3 people I see over on the Dallas Cowboys Network.
I'm sorry to take that bite.
Yeah, so Neville Gallimore, man, I think that Neville Gallimore shows the most potential in terms of upside. I think that he has most immediate upside, I would say. He showed flashes at the end of the year. I think, to me, he's more of a natural 3 technique. I don't see him as a 1 technique. I think that you re-signed Antoine Wood. That's a natural 1 technique. You got Urban, which is more, to me, he could play a 3, but also is strong enough to hold up inside to play a 1 technique. So I think you got guys there. I think Neville Gallimore probably excels the most playing the 3 technique versus having him inside. Just in reply to kind of what I see in this chat a little bit. So I think that moving people around, I mean, you got to play with it a little bit. I mean, I think Neville Gallimore is good, but I don't see just elite quickness. If you compare this to the Seattle Seahawks type model, you saw Michael Bennett play defensive end, nose tackle, and 3 technique. But he's a unique bear. He's a unique athlete. He's long, he's super strong, and he's super quick off the ball. He's just can beat people so quick off the ball. If you got a guy that can't do that, then I think you keep him at the 3 technique. What do you think about that, Boss Cowboy?
Well, and then I'll definitely get Keystone thoughts on that as well. Yeah, I would want him at the 1. And I do believe that he's a more natural 3 technique, especially when you look at his speed and all the stuff that he showcased when he was drafted. Like, you saw the freak in him, which is more 3 than 1 in terms of a guy having a pass rush ability as well as the run stopping ability. He's a natural fit to that. But based on where we are right now, I would probably want him to play more on 1, just to be all the way honest with you.
Why?
Because Urban and Woods,
they're 1 techniques.
I know.
They're natural 1 techniques.
They are natural. I'm just concerned that if anything happened to him, we're in trouble. You know what I mean? And it's one of those
You think
things.
both of them go down? Both of them go down, no boss? Both of them?
It happened in 2018. That's why we lost to the Rams. That's
Okay.
why we lost to the
All right.
Rams, man. The attrition that happened at the late times of the season, December, January, all that banging in the middle adds up. So that's why I'm pushing hard for depth. That's why I've been beating the drum for defensive tackle and at least one more that we can draft. One tech. And that's why if I had to answer the question that came from, who did it come from? I want to just acknowledge him.
That was Stevie Mack.
So coming from Stevie Mack, he's a natural 3 tech, but based on where we are personnel-wise, I would want him to run that boat. Just being honest. Because if anything happened, I want him already having the rotation at that. I don't want him to jump in there like a fish in water. I want us to be where we process him. And I get what you're saying, OC, and I believe it. Giving help,
Stevie Mack,
I wouldn't be concerned. It's Urban and Woods stay healthy, I think we'll be okay. But I think he is hybrid enough to maybe even emerge as a 1.
Yeah, and so I want to reply to a couple more comments in the chat because I see Stevie Mack. He said, Stevie's funny. He said, put me in a bubble suit and I'll go play 1 technique. I promise to give more effort than Poe did. He's talking about Poe. Well, Poe's not on the team. Poe's not on the team anymore, man. Poe got himself a nice little check. You know what I mean? He kind of went on. KMT says, if Urban goes down, Antoine Wood is a really undersized 1 technique. Yeah, he is. Besides the injury that Antoine Wood had, though, I mean, when he started back in the middle around game 6, if you go back and look at this year, that's when the run defense actually got a lot better. Because if you study the tape, talking to KMT, Antoine Wood held up extremely well versus the run and actually split double teams and actually was not getting pushed around. So although you can say he's undersized, he has low center of gravity. It's some good about Antoine Wood, and I think that he's one of those guys that probably secretly, man, doesn't get enough public respect for his contribution to that defense. That's just my opinion. But yeah, drafting 1 technique, KMT, to your point, man, look, I think we need a big boy in there. I love the Mike McCarthy model of a big, heavy nose guard in there to really absorb blocks that can hold up for 16 games on a rotational basis. Because remember, in today's NFL, it's too physical. You're not going to have a 1 tech that plays every snap. So that's why, to Boss Cowboy's point, you go for depth. You go also for the ability to be able to rotate players that can be effective. Real quick, let me catch everybody up. Brendan Jameis, O-line from Nebraska, is drafted by the Chargers. Sean Wade, cornerback, other value pick, out of Ohio State, is drafted by Baltimore. Then you got Tommy Doyle, also sleeper offensive lineman out of Miami of Ohio's, going to the Bills. He's a big guy, 6'8", 326 pounds. Big, long guy. So go ahead, Keystone. You got anything on that?
Real quick, before Keystone gets started, because we can go, so we'll talk. We got business to handle. A couple of business things that we definitely want people to consider. First of all, y'all see the type of work that we putting in. We were so ready today. Listen to me. My boy had an emergency, okay? A family emergency, okay? And he was like, boss, we got to switch everything to your production. And we did that. And we did it early this morning. So a super chat would be greatly appreciated, just to continue the production and all the work that you see. Cash apping would be greatly appreciated. And the Cash App is Boss Cowboy Sports, and everybody that follow Skywalker, I can't remember his offhand, and I don't have his slide, but make sure y'all put something in his pocket too, because he's working hard as well. And I want to say this. real quick. Make sure y'all like and subscribe because see, all of the stuff that YouTube does is based on algorithms. We know y'all like the content, but YouTube won't think you like it if you don't hit the like button. So make sure you hit it both too. On the Dallas Cowboys Network, hit that like, then take a quick little trip to Boss Cowboy Sports because it's streaming on both. Hit the like and subscribe and do it on both because we got a lot of people watching, not just Dallas people. We got just we just got fans watching this as a draft show. So I just want to say that just take your time real quick, go over there, help everybody that's putting on this production by hitting that like and subscribe. And if it's in your heart, donate. What did you have, Keystone?
Yeah, as far as that interior defensive line, man, we need as much as we can. We all know that's been the weakest link for us for the last years, and we still need a one, man. One is really hurting. I don't understand why this organization, this coaching staff cannot see. See, this is funny. When your fans see that more than you, something ain't right.
Yes.
Like, what is really going on in Dallas?
Yes. Yes.
Because sometimes it really utterly frustrates me. We know how to get the pieces, Jerry. You know how to, Steven. We should know how to get these pieces. We know what we need.
Yes. 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 Yes.
It
is frustrating.
Shout out to Jessica Hazard on the chat. Thanks for the love, Jessica. Appreciate y'all. See you in the chat. Aiden, Toby, yeah, I agree with you. The Jags did have a good draft until they picked Luke Farrell over Brevin Jordan. Agree with that thought. KMT, thanks for the love, man. I see you out in the chat as well, man, so I got you going. So, Boss Cowboy, I'm just going to hang on the Dallas Cowboys Network chat. You can deal with Boss Cowboy Sports, all right? So then that way we can just keep it moving across the board.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said. Well,
I said I'm going to hang out on the Dallas Sports Network, Skywalker's network, and then just hang out on Boss
I'm on Boss Cowboy Sports. Okay, where we can take both, right? Where we'll take both exactly. People. Okay, because I see my boy Bluff. He's another quality podcaster, very good draft guy, and he also said a DT with under 7 in the 3 cone is freakish. So he talking about Gallimore, So.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very freakish. That's why I could understand the hesitation and the resistance I felt from the OC on me saying that I would want him to play the 1. Because he's so naturally fitted for the 3, right? Yeah, and sometimes, and this was the case that I made on Parsons, that sometimes what happened is you start moving people around so much because of the need of the D that they can't develop where they are. And it affects your tape. Same thing with Marvin Wilson. Is Marvin Wilson picked up yet?
I still think he's on the board. Actually, I think this boy is still on the board, man. Hold on 1 second. Let me double check. Hold on one second.
Oh my God, bro.
I'm looking. We talked about Marvin a lot, man. I'll go ahead and freaking take Marvin now, man. Shoot, this boy's at the bottom of the 5th. Take Marvin. Take Marvin.
Oh,
where's Marvin at?
My.
Is he still available? Yeah, I think he's still available.
He is.
He's still available.
Yes.
He's still available. Yeah.
That's kind of
still available.
Who? Oh my goodness. And all right, so let's kind of talk about it real quick. For everybody that's still hoping for safety, they still sitting out there. We still have
we got
Marvin sitting out there. We got Tonga sitting out there. And so let's talk about Tonga real quick, because
Hufanga's still out there too.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Keystone, what you got on Tonga?
Tonga?
Yeah. Chris Tonga.
That's a mountain right there, man. Yeah, that's a mountain right there standing there out of BYU.
Derek Ford's gone to the West. Watch the Redskins. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off, but we just had one of our guys leave. The Redskins believed like we believe. Sorry, bro. Let's breaking news. The Redskins got our guy.
Jeez, man.
My goodness.
Yeah. We were just talking about him.
Oh my goodness.
Painful. The pain.
I gotta shout him. I gotta give him a shout out on this page. I gotta
Yeah,
congratulate
me
him
too.
because he showed me love when I did his
Yeah.
valve, when I did his sleeper valve video.
Yeah.
I still gotta highlight him. Good luck to you, man.
Yeah.
And I hope that you
Well,
smack
not
us
good
right in
luck,
our face.
but
I hope
good
you
luck
do.
on other people, except when you play Dallas. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Man, look. I want him to dig against us. Just so that we can say we told y'all so.
Oh no! Wait
I'm gonna
a
be watching
minute.
just to watch.
Oh.
My feelings is hurt. My feelings is hurt, boss. Facts.
Ooh.
But that's all right, though. But I'm gonna take it on the chin, though. I'm gonna take it on the chin. Get on the chin.
Yeah, man. So listen,
Mm.
this is why this is a big deal. So everybody that does scouting, drafting, I don't care if it's your own, it's over 400 players. I myself picked 143 out those 400 after scouting about 400, right? Then from those 143, we break them down to about 60 to 50 people that we feel like are ideal fits for the Dallas Cowboys, even all the way to the later rounds like we are now. Keystone and myself and the OC identified this guy to the point to where when we talk to Skywalker and we explaining the process and we like, who are the 60? And we all agree these are the 60 that we feel could build the Dallas and make them better, right? And they get away. That's why you get the pain that you just heard in Keystone. That's why you get it, because these are people that we truly believe in. These are not we not just doing this for show. We not just doing this because, hey, look, we gonna make some cute slides and we're gonna be prettier than everybody. We're gonna be the best out there because look how pretty everything. No, this is work and this is what we believe. And this is what I'm gonna say we know. And that's why I feel you so much when you said I want them to ball out so we can not just say we right, so that we can get serious about safety.
So let me address a quick question. KMT asks, why did Denver draft and
Jamar Johnson is gone. I'm sorry, bro.
Go ahead.
It just happening so fast. You know how it is. It's happening fast, and I'm trying to keep up with it. So let the pain continue, man. So we just lost another one of our B-roll guys. He went to Denver.
Yeah. Well, hey, let me ask for KMT question, because that actually gets me into answering the question, because Jamar Johnson was the best safety on the board, KMT. That's why he just came off, and he has value. So he's one of those blinking lights to say, hey, man, this is a good player. This guy has good upside. Take him. Cornerback was a need for the Broncos, and so this gives them positional flexibility, and it gives them added depth and a tremendous discount on getting a guy that could have got drafted to me in the third round, to be honest with you. So KMT, to answer your question, that's why the Denver Broncos smartly make that pick, and they pick up Jamar Johnson, the safety, out of the University of Indiana. So that was perfect, because it went right into me answering this question.
Pop that off.
Go ahead, Keystone.
Go, Key.
And to top that off, got a high IQ with him back there too. That's really the herder. Oh my! His football IQ is off the charts, man. And he's gonna bring that to Mile High. Man. My heart is broken again.
And see, listen, and I understand, cause it's one of those things where you try to make it make sense and it doesn't make sense, cause he's high on my board, my individual board, extremely high. I had him like my fourth best safety. Okay, maybe my third. That's
you talking
high.
about Johnson? You talking about
Jamar Johnson? Yeah. I don't have my book in front of me, but I know I had him high. Sean Davis is gone. The safety run is finally here. We're looking at the safety run. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So yes.
So I had Jamar Johnson, my number 3 safety.
Out of Florida.
You know.
Yeah, out of Florida. I don't care about Sean Davis as much.
Yeah, but I had Jamar Johnson as my number 3 safety, so
He was a
I
buck
had him
safety
as
anyway.
He's a what?
I think he's a box safety, if you ask me.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. And I really just didn't like his game like that. I really didn't. I don't think he go translate. I'm just being all the way honest. But it's one of those things. Yeah, it didn't make sense going back to Jamar Johnson. We just talking ball, and we trying to make sense of this, like Skywalker was trying to do, and we still trying to figure out the riddle on how you can have a guy like Jamar Johnson, right? And you literally looking at this guy, and he's ranked on the CBS board at 73, right? Oh, Keith Taylor. Oh my God! See, all my B-roll goals, they going now. So all my favorites, all my sleepers, they leaving back to back to back. Man, I'm sorry. It's coming in so fast, man. It's just breaking. So we keeping up with it. But you also seeing this is the work we put in, so that when these guys start coming off, we wanted them in Dallas. So we also now just lost Keith Taylor. And Keith Taylor was also one of my top sleeper picks. A very big, very aggressive, killer Senior Bowl, destroyed it, right? I also had him graded very high, right? So all of these people that we just said, nah, we're good, young, let's go get us a OT with domestic violence concerns. Not saying that he committed it, but it's the least concerns. I'm not downing it. I'm just saying it's a concern, right? Let's pass up on guys that's ranked 70 and 74, while the pick is now 167.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, to me right now, you got Wilson still on the board, so you still got a chance to get a big, strong defensive tackle, right? You still got a couple other sleeper big defensive tackles there. So I don't know that we draft another cornerback, Boss Cowboy. I just really don't see that happening. At this point, I don't know if we draft another safety. I think right now, maybe if we get another strong defensive lineman at the bottom of this draft, in terms of the 5th round, I think that we're in good shape. But otherwise, I mean, I don't really see a lot of value picks besides if you're going skill position or you doing something like that.
Totally agree. It's pretty obvious that we're not doing anything safety unless it's just super fall tools and it's just super. We not going to even look at it like we normally do until the 6th round. We're not going to even look at it. And we showed that by the places where we was picking. I don't want to hear anything about the blinking light. Because they say that every year. That blinking light that was sitting there was this guy. He was the blinking light.
Mm-hmm.
Jamar Johnson was the blinking light. Don't say he was not. Don't even say that.
Yeah.
Now, I feel you on Keith Taylor. I feel that. We already cornered up. We don't need 3.
Right.
He was my favorite, but hey, I'm man enough to move on. You know what I mean?
Right,
but don't tell me Jamar Johnson didn't make sense. Don't tell me Washington didn't make sense. Don't tell me that. I'm not hearing this blinking light, the blinking light. Now, they go come out after this and they go sell all of these picks and they go sell all the logic. Don't be that person that come to me because I ain't hearing it. Don't come to me. Don't come to me with this stuff. Hey, but the Cowboys, what they're doing is they're actually trying to build up and they build into the draft and the blah, 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 blah. Man, shut up. I ain't trying to hear that, man.
Look, man, I just think that the Cowboys march to the beat of their own drum. All right. So at the end of the day, man, we just got to roll with the flavor. And I do think, to Skywalker's point, man, we got to be a little bit patient and we got to kind of let these chips fall. Sit back for a day, and observe. It's kind of like my kids, man, when, they play these youth sports and parents get mad and approach the coach right after the game. That's why you have certain organizations, they say, hey, listen, if you're unhappy about something, just wait 24 hours and then let's talk after 24 hours, because they know that everybody will have a chance to calm down and think a little bit more clearly about the situation. So in particular, Boss Cowboy, with this draft, especially at the bottom of the 5th going into the 7th round, all the way till we're done, it's like, hey, man, we got to sit back, look at the roster, look at the free agents, and really evaluate this thing to give an accurate analogy on what actually is going on. We're not going to be able to be 100% on what we're saying right now.
Thank you. because good attempt at trying to calm me down, but it didn't work. I mean, but listen to what the OC said, and he's right on that. This is the real time raw emotion of what we're seeing and what I'm seeing. He's right. Give Boss Cowboy, give Skywalker, give Keystone, give the OC 2 or 3 days before you hold us to record. Right? Because he's 100% right. This is the rawness of the moment. This is a lot of investment that all of us have done to kind of identify people, and you seeing them going totally opposite of what you see fit. So he's right. Mm-hmm. We all gotta digest that, and sometimes we gotta digest our own egos and vanity. That's true too, to where we super believe what we identified, but we have not fully chewed and allowed to digest their thought process. I am gonna be open for that, but I'm not gonna stand down on the fact that they don't take safety serious.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we know they don't take safety serious, or it would have happened way earlier in this draft. But right now, we do have gap stops, and we got plug-ins right now. And so, I mean, this is a conversation that we're probably going to have next year, Boss Cowboy, if we don't see something happen significant.
Let's have it now. Let's have it now. Sick of this. OC, you being all nice. I'm sick of this. Who is this? This is not the co-host of the Boss Cowboy Sports Show. This is not the guy that I'm familiar with. This is somebody else. He decided that he's going to come on to day 3 and be Mr. Nice Guy. What do you actually mean, sir, that we need to stop and pause and think and digest this mess?
Because I'm telling you, they ain't gonna pick a safety. I mean, if I told you 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, Boss Cowboy, I'm saying the exact same thing. These boys ain't picking a safety. These boys not worried about a safety. If they were, they would have picked one in the 3rd round. So, I mean, listen, for us to cry over spilled milk instead of looking at this next pick and who we can get, which is probably a defensive tackle or something like that, then, man, it's almost a waste of time. That's all I'm saying. They signed a couple guys. They are 1-year deal guys. We already got them on the roster, Boss Cowboy. So, evidently, Dan Quinn ain't worried about a safety. So it don't matter what we say, how much we yell, spit, holler, kick, cry, turn different colors. It don't matter. These boys ain't picking up a safety. They don't care nothing about no safety. That's abundantly clear.
I can't believe you, OC. You just hurt my whole heart.
I'm telling you, man, put it in the chat. Do you guys think the Cowboys
before we go, let's finish this debate first. Let's finish first. I'm not finished with you. I'm not finished with you. I'm still, me and you still going. We not between rounds yet. We not going to the judges until I'm done punching your butt. You understand? Now listen. How can we say Boss Cowboy Sports where your voice matter and then turn around and say that we can cry and scream and it don't matter? We matter, and you know we matter. Skywalker matter, Keystone matter, the OC matter. We already know. We saw Patrick Walker from CBS go on my boy show. You understand? Skywalker, because we matter. And don't ever act like we don't matter, OC. That was blasphemy that you actually pulled off when you tried to say that we don't matter. We matter. And we just lost another safety too.
We matter, okay? KMT, Stevie Mack. Cowboys love to play without. Oh my goodness, said he loved to play without a rubber. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, these fans in the chat are off the chain, man. These boys are going. These boys are going in. These boys are going all the way in, man.
And I get his metaphor. It's a very graphic metaphor, but I get it, right? And I get it. Like, try to ignore the graphics of what he's saying.
I got him.
Not you. Yeah, I'm talking about everybody else that's listening. I know you get it.
Yeah, I don't want you to be offended. Yeah, don't be offended. Please.
Yeah, don't be offended. Like, but I get what he's saying. He's saying they like to take risks that are scary. Like,
right.
Yeah, like for instance, okay. Keystone. Let's talk about this. Where did Dallas rank on stopping the run last year? 31st.
Nearly last. What
moves in the offseason besides Urban addressed it?
None.
Thank you. Now, nobody can. You're gonna lose a game when that offensive team is averaging 7 per run. And they did it without Chubb. That's insulting. I was talking to Barry Church, and he said, hey, boss, that wasn't a scheme. That was man ball we lost to. He said Rod Marinelli called that bone on bone. I ain't gonna never forget that. Yeah.
Let me explain that to the people. When you say bone on bone, you mean you're saying that, man, you lost because the other guy in front of you beat your tail.
That's it.
This wasn't no scheme issue. This wasn't no missed tackle issue. This was a guy in front of you, man on man, one on one, just kicking your tail.
That's
what that meant.
That's what that meant.
That's it. So the only way you fix a guy kicking your tail one on one is to get better at the personnel.
Thank you.
That's the only way you fix that. It's not IQ. Has nothing to do with scheme. Has nothing to do with the great Pete Carroll said this, and I never forgot this when I heard him say this in an interview. He said this when they won a Super Bowl. He said this. He said schemes are overrated. Players win games. Schemes are overrated. Players win games.
Y'all listening?
And that's why you saw the Legion of Boom go to multiple Super Bowls playing just a simple 4-3 defense, cover 2, sometime cover 3, and they said, we don't change much. We just line up and play ball. We change a little bit here and there. We don't really change much. We just go line up in front of you and kick your tail because we got better personnel. And
And I want to ask for forgiveness because he went off so well for ever pushing this button right here. OC, I'm sorry because that sermon was so excellent. Forgive me for ever shaking my head no to you because you were so right on that. And so I'm kind of in a Skywalker moment right now because, see, I'm like Skywalker too. I'm an analyst of the Dallas Cowboys. I wrote 2 books on the Dallas Cowboys. I got a blog on the Dallas Cowboys. We got a podcast that we share as a team on the Dallas Cowboys. So I take it very serious, but I'm also still a fan. So that's why you see the emotions and the passion that you'll see from a Skywalker, a Boss Cowboy, a Keystone, and an OC. Because we love our team, and we doing everything possible to put the word and good ideas in the building. You know what I mean? So when you see this type of passion, I don't want anybody to get it twisted. Like we don't think Steven is smart and that we think Jerry Jones is an idiot. None of us think that. We just want to win, and we want them to address the areas that we think are liabilities. That's it.
Yeah.
Keystone, because I'm kind of hogging from Keystone. Keystone, what you got, brother?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm just sitting back listening. Sitting back listening and everything.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
but it's good that we did because for the last couple of years, because the last couple of years you always did sit here and talk about stopping the run.
Right.
Now we got the pieces. Let's see what we're going to do. Let's see what the year's going to bring. But we still got to discuss pass rush. We still got to discuss a guard that's going to be needed.
Right. Yep. And so we also had somebody come off the board. I'm not fussing anymore. I'm back to myself. I'm back.
All right. So
I'm back.
So we got we got Richard LeCounte, safety out of University of Georgia.
I'm sorry, OC. I don't mean to cut you off because I got a B-roll rolling. We just also lost Garrett, who was also somebody that we identified as a late round sleeper. Go ahead.
Yeah, Garrett Wallow. I saw him come off the board. Yep. So, I mean, listen, man, these are all good, solid players, man. And so if you wanted a Shanley replacement, that would have been a good one. But listen, we got Jabril Cox, man. So I'm not crying over that guy. I'll be honest with you. Garrett Wallow was okay, bro. I'm cool on him, man.
Special team.
Jabril Cox, Jabril Cox is way better. And look where he's going right now, okay? This is funny. He's going to NFL purgatory, the Texans.
True. Hey, you know how it is. Hey, we made the B-roll. We gonna use it.
I mean, what? It's not a worse organization you can be drafted by right now. You can go to the Texans.
I'm gonna let everybody know. I didn't care about showing that guy Garrett, but hey, we made it.
You know,
shoot, we gonna use it. Damn it. Straight up.
Yeah, exactly. But going back to Richard LeCounte, just real quick, man. I think the reason why he dropped Boss Cowboy, if you did any work on him, is that he ran slow at that Georgia Pro Day. He ran slow, but he plays faster than he ran.
Right.
So you always kind of keep your eyes on those kind of players. You know what I'm saying? And he got range, man. He got range. You know what I'm saying? And he makes plays on the ball. So, hey, you got Dalen Hayes, edge rusher from Notre Dame, 6'3", 270, came off the board going to the Baltimore Ravens. San Francisco is on the clock. We're edging closer and closer to that pick. At 179, man. We are 7 picks away. 179. So we coming up in a hurry, man. Next 5-10 minutes, man. We should be in there.
And real quick, before we go back to Keystone, I want to say something real quick, especially since Skywalker not in the building. I appreciate him because he actually trusting us big time with this. He literally had to walk away to take care of his family, and he trusted us to be a steward over what he's doing right now. And his podcast. That's extreme trust, and brother, we appreciate that. We really do.
Yep.
And that also says that we've earned it because he wouldn't do that to anybody. Not on this day. That's trust that we've earned, but that's also trust that he didn't have to give because he could have just shut it down. He said, I trust that you guys are professional. You're going to represent my brand and your brand with excellence. I just want to say that. And also, don't forget, because I know we going back and forth a lot. We still keeping up with this. As we said, we was going to do all the way to round 7. Please reward with the simplest thing of a like and a subscribe. All right? Do it to his page. Also do it to the Boss Cowboy Sports page. The sports is Dallas Cowboy Network, and it's Boss Cowboy Sports. You got 2 people that Voltron together that I think are some of the best producers in the game. The BCS team is a talented production team, and we all know Skywalker's killer on production. We merged that today. That's exactly what you're looking at, and that's why we're able to continue. Also, support us with the Cash App and the Super Chat. Anything helps as we're continuing the quest for 6. I want to stop and plug that because everything that I just said is important. And please help us out. Help him out. Like, subscribe to his page. Help us out. Like, subscribe to our page and make donations because it greatly helps the movement. Because I know at BCS, we call it the BCS movement. At the Dallas Cowboy Network, I'm going to say it like this. That's also a major epic movement.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And hey, also, guys, don't forget to follow Boss Cowboy Sports on Instagram. Also, Boss Cowboy Sports on Facebook. Everything I do is tied to the brand. Me and Boss Cowboy are partners. We work together. So you can follow CB the OC on Instagram and also the OC on Twitter. You got to look me up. I got some long handle I'm trying to get corrected. And also on Facebook, the OC. So look, follow us because we also will be going live on Facebook as well if you guys like our content. And hey, just keep the support and also keep the chats coming, all right? And so, hey, guys, appreciate all the work on the chat here. I see with the Dallas Cowboys Network. Thank you guys for all the comments, man, and appreciate you. I'm going to try to acknowledge as many as I can as we keep rolling through till we get to pick 179. So also, let me catch everybody up real quick. So you got another cornerback off of the board going to San Francisco.
Hold on real quick. Let me hit the button. You know how it is.
Go ahead. You have D. Matamore Lenore, cornerback out of Oregon, 5'11", 195, going to the San Francisco 49ers. All right, so you got the pick in now for Green Bay Packers, and you got the Los Angeles Rams on the clock. Green Bay Packers, man, I'm looking for that team that picks up Trey Smith, man. He's such a great value at offensive tackle. And then you still got Cornell Powell on the board, and you still got Brown, too, offensive tackle for Alabama, still on the board. All really, really good picks or fits for the Green Bay Packers if you guys, follow them at all. So, anyway, man, interested to see what happens here.
Yeah, we got one more, too.
Let's see what we got.
Slayton. He went to Green Bay.
Oh, man, defensive line to Darryl Slayton. Yeah, and so look at that. Another roll grader. That's also a sleeper dude, too.
Yep.
Roll grader, man, 6'5", 340 pounds. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
And you know when he
that was the guy.
Hey, you know when he had a big dinner, Boss Cowboy, he 350. You know he 350 after a good dinner?
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. We need a guy
That
like
was
that. Now you talk about development Gallimore, right? You talk about explosive three technique action. Well, look, good nose tackles cause explosive three techniques because they single boys up on weak one-on-one pass pro dudes that play guard positions. And so, man, I just hope we get one of these guys in the building, man. I just hope and pray we get one of these guys in the building, man. It's just kind of like one of those deals, man. Woo.
Keystone.
What you got, brother?
Oh man,
I think
I don't know. I don't know
man.
what I got right now, man. I'm just waiting on the pick right now.
Well, I'll tell you like this: since we just waiting on the pick, let's talk about one of your guys.
And also, real quick, not to cut you off, this is important. The Lunatic, thanks for the super chat. The Lunatic, thanks for the super chat.
That comment my nerves, man.
Hold on, let's read that super chat. What you got on that, OC?
Yeah. Let's. So for the movement, Marvin Wilson at 179. Let's go, D Lunatic. Thanks for the super chat, $3 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I'm all for Wilson now. Y'all done talk me into it. I'm good to go. At first, I was being all resistant and high when we was talking in the second round. Forget that, man. Let's go ahead and get Marvin Wilson. Let's get him now. Move up and get him. Get him right now.
Y'all
so
listening?
D-Lunatic, look, D-Lunatic, I'm with you, man. I'm with you, brother.
Yeah, and Gerard Daniels, my brother. I actually talked to him the other day. We had us a nice, intense fellowship about Surtain. And I'll say this. He said still need a one tech. Yep. So let's talk about some of the one techs. Let's just talk about it. So you mentioned Marvin. Before the safety start running off, we was also talking about Tonga, and I know this is also one of Keystone's sleepers. Keystone, what you got on my boy Tonga, and what would he do for the Dallas Cowboys, and could he solve the issues that we so concerned about?
I think he can, because that's a big mountain right there, man. Not to mention he's physical. He takes care of the line of scrimmage. He got a great first step. His pad level is great. Only thing about him is just the fact that he's not a pass rusher, and he needs a little bit more confidence to say to himself that I am the most powerful defensive tackle in this class.
Oh.
Man, with that wide body, he almost looking like Refrigerator Perry 2.0, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and KMT is in the chat. He says Tonga or Wilson. I say Tonga.
Me too.
If he's there, because he's a big, powerful dude. That's gonna move forward, man. Big old strong Samoan. I ain't never met a Samoan guy that's not strong as heck. I don't know. I don't know if it's in the cuisine or the rice or the beef or the gravy. I mean, it's great Samoan cuisine, and I have some Samoan friends. Look, and I played with a guy in the AFL that was a 330-pound Samoan guy. He ran a 4.840 Boss Cowboy when I played in the AFL up north in New Hampshire. So look, man, I've never met a slow or just unathletic strong Samoan guy. So he's a big, strong Samoan guy. So, man, I'm with it, man. And based on his tape, him versus Wilson, I'm taking Tonga.
I'm going to say this, too, because I don't want people to kind of take you wrong on what you just said. Because some people say, that sounds racist. No, let's be honest.
No, that's not racist.
There are certain cultures that play certain positions very well, and certain people just play football well. And you have to acknowledge them as a culture and their effect to the game. They're good football players. I don't care what you say. They play good football. Just like you can say, you can even, they play good football. I'll put it like that.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just want to give a certain culture or color credit for where they are good and where they advance. And you don't pick a guy on color, but you recognize, you know what I mean?
You recognize good traits.
You recognize good traits. And that's also, let's talk about this just a little bit. That's also why
not to cut you off, I got to acknowledge Patrick Robertson over on the Dallas Cowboys Network. $10 super chat. Just got in the building. Has a quick question. Who do we take in the 4th round? Is what he wants to know, Boss Cowboy.
In the what?
Who do we take in the? He said, who do we take in the 4th round?
We in the 5th.
Yes. He's asking, who did we take? He just got in the building. All right, so he was asking the question, who did we draft in the 4th round? Is what he was asking, Boss Cowboy. He just got in the building. Yep. So we got Jabril Cox, and we also got Josh Ball, offensive tackle, Adam Marshall. So those are the 2 picks, Patrick. Thanks for jumping in. Thanks for the super chat. There you go, brother. So you caught up now.
Yeah, and we can also give your opinion on these guys because you also super chat. And obviously when people do super chats, you go get super attention because we appreciate that, obviously. And then obviously you invested into the show, and that obviously you should get priority because it just helps everybody continue to grow. So to expound on that a little bit, what we was talking about earlier when Skywalker was on was the fact that we still trying to figure out exactly how that fit, because all of us love Cox as the player. It was rumored that he had a 2nd round grade to the Dallas Cowboys, so sometimes the blinking light is so blinkerish that you just got to get it. But we was also starting to lean on that this is likely a future pick where you like the talent, you get him, but likely the plan is going to be we're going to let Neil play 1 year, get the comp pick from him moving on and having good production, and then we'll go with the young guy. So that's the plan that I see on him. And then also looking at the tackle, that also meet the personality profile that the other draft guys. It's looking like this year we're not caring as much about. I'm not saying like they have bad character, but we kind of saying forget all of that. Go get the baller. You know what I mean? So this year Dallas is kind of taking risks that they didn't take in the past, is what I would say, to answer your super chat. And if anybody got another super chat, we go put you at the top and we go expound on it. So keep that coming in.
I got another one for you, Boss Cowboy. Steve Jones with another super chat, $4.99. Here's what he says. It's time for D-line. Wilson or the defensive tackle we just talked about, Tonga, because the middle of the field controls the field. If you control the middle of the field, you control the field. Steve Jones, good point, brother. If you can control the A and the B gaps, you give the offense nowhere to go running the ball except for sweeps, and you limit them to 3rd and longs, in which you force passing situations, in which now you need to have pass rushers so you can get after the quarterback. All the great defenses, if we're talking about great defenses, they control that A and B gap. That means the gap between the center, the center and 2 guards on the outside and on the inside. And so if you control those running lanes, you force outside runs, and then you force 3rd and long, 2nd and long situations where now you just rush the quarterback. So excellent point, Steve. I'm with you on that 100%.
Is that my boy, Steve? Is that my boy?
Steve Jones in the building.
Oh, yeah. What's up with it? Let me take some questions over here. I guess, well, people are not asking questions over me. Yeah, we'll take them super chats over there.
Yeah, and so you got. Go ahead.
You got another super chat?
Yeah. So I got a really, I haven't verified this because KMT, I haven't dug into this yet. But here's a comment about Josh Ball, and we talk about character, and we never take this lightly because we respect and love women, and we want to make sure that everybody's treated, appropriately and with honor and with respect. But KMT says this, and I don't know if this is true or not. He says while at Florida State, Josh Ball was accused of 11 incidents involving a woman, including 3 that were physical. So I don't know the backdrop or history behind that. It'll be interesting to see. You guys got to give us a couple days on that. We'll have a draft breakdown and grade on all of these players, including background notes that are verifiable. If it's not verifiable and we don't know, we can't really jump out there and accuse anybody of doing anything. But that's interesting. We do know that he had an incident at Florida State that caused them to have to transfer to Marshall. And, but in terms of the football field itself, he's a good potential prospect, right side tackle or right side guard, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it just goes to what we said this year, starting even with the very first pick. The Dallas Cowboys are going with players over concerns. We told y'all day 1, day 2. I said it facetiously. It's a metaphor. So don't take this literal. Jerry Jones, in his heart, is very forgiving. Somebody will say it like this: he's a gangster. meaning he doesn't sweat stuff that people with corporate jobs would, because at the end of the day, this is a violent game and it's violent people that play it, and sometimes some of them have issues, and it's a hard balance of managing the personal with the talent. And because his name is Jerry Jones, he got to do it. Now,
yeah, and then not to cut you off, Boss Cowboy. Got to acknowledge this real quick. Another super chat came in. Yep, B Bird comes in the building. Here's a question for you, Boss Cowboy.
What's that?
Do we have value for wide receivers to take the top off of the defense? Tamiron Terry will fit that category, and he wants to know, what do we think? Wide receiver Tamiron Terry, he said, fits that category, and kind of wants to know what we think about that, and how he could potentially. Yeah, go ahead.
And Keystone, if you want to jump in, bro, because I know you know these sleepers he talking about. Tamiron Terry, a bigger 210 receiver, that he didn't make the guide because I felt like we had enough, but he's somebody right now that would be interesting. I doubt they do it because they pretty much signed Noah Brown, and they also brought back Cedric Wilson. So I think they go kind of look at that like they looking at safety. For whatever reason, they looking at safety like, man. Remember, they had a chance at D. Smith and moved down. So that tell you the priorities of that they have at receiver. So even though, Terry could be the guy right now, that would make sense. I'm not betting they go do it, to answer your question. And any other super chats, we go take your question right now, and we appreciate all of them. Keep it coming.
Yeah, so look at Tamiron Terry, guys. Let me just mention something to this, just in terms of his history at Florida State, guys. I mean, he does rank 10th overall in history in terms of his touchdowns. He's tied for a 13th all-time list, also on reception category. So he had 118 receptions for over 2,000 yards, 18 touchdowns. He ran a 4.40. I mean, look, he had a great three-cone drill, 4.44 on his 40, and can catch the ball well for another Florida good receiver. Is he a bad pick for the Cowboys? To create more depth, I don't know. Do I think they pick him? To Boss Cowboys' point, probably not, because of our receiver roster right now. And right now, it's just not a great need. We also got Sin City Cowboy in the building with a super chat, Boss Cowboy. And so we want to acknowledge his question. Draft day. Dunno, I'm rocking with y'all. Salute. Thanks for the support, Sin City Cowboy. Thanks for the love, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you, man. And just all super chats. And because we basically holding this down at this point for our brother Skywalkers. He had a personal emergency, but we got up early this morning to set up a whole new production with the same screens, but it's a whole new production. That's why you see other buttons that you're not used to. Like you might see something like this, or you might see us throw up the debate button, or this or this. Everybody knows Skywalker production. We mixed them today. I mean, and that shows how much we care about trying to have excellence on. Dallas Cowboys.
Pick us in. Let me catch everybody up real quick on the picks before the Cowboys real quick. So you had Terradale Slayton, defensive lineman with from Florida, go to Green Bay. Ernest Brown, the fourth D-line out of New Western, go to the Rams. You had Jason Pinnock, cornerback out of Pitt, go to the Jets. You had KJ Bright, linebacker, go from Auburn, go to the Buccaneers. You had Cameron McGrone, linebacker out of Michigan, sign with or get drafted by the Patriots. And you had Shermer Jean Charles, cornerback out of Appalachian State, go to Green Bay. And now we have Simi Fehoko, wide receiver out of Stanford, signed to the Dallas Cowboys. We just were talking about a receiver, man, and they signed Simi.
Sleeper.
Okay, go ahead. Hit it. Talk about it.
I was looking at when I seen that, man. Him, I like him. He got good separation with himself, man. Got good hands. I like what he brings to the table, man. He might not be as fast as people think he is, but he can find himself open, man. As far as It's like finding so open. He almost reminds me of Tyler at the USC. He was one of my guys too. But as
Well,
far as
well,
like getting to the ball with the hands, he has that.
Well, look, man, I'm gonna tell you something. He ain't no slow guy. I mean, the man ran a 4.37, and then ran like a 4.40. All right, so that guy has a 34-inch vert. 6.79 3-cone drill. So he has some flash, man. He got some flash, man. He's 6'4". He's a tall guy that can run, man, and got good hands. So look, I mean, if you're looking for value, and I kind of alluded to this earlier, I said there were some skill players out there that if you're not going to go defensive line or safety, that you could have value, right, by getting. And so to me, I'm not mad at this pick at all because you do got some value there with this guy, with his athletic ability. I look overall in terms of what he did at Stanford and his measurables, Boss Cowboy. I'm not mad at the pick. I don't think it's a need, but I'm not mad at the pick.
No, I'm not mad at all. See, because Boss Cowboy Sports, on my blog page, I've written articles basically 3 years in a row about us needing a guy like this for the red zone, right? If you know the Dallas Cowboys, you got to ask yourself a question. Why do we continually be number one between the 20s, right? And when I say between the 20s, it's the 120-yard all the way to the other 20 yards, meaning we move the ball with ease between the 20s. Where do we stall out, OC?
We always stall out in the red zone, baby, which is why we had a lot of Kyle Pitt fans, because we're thinking that Kyle Pitts is going to give us that over-the-top red zone threat, that could really help score points, right?
Exactly.
That's why so many people were in love with Kyle Pitts going from the plus 50 into the end zone. But this is a big guy, man, that can high point the football. And this is a guy that also can create separation. But this is also, Boss Cowboy, and you know where I'm going with this, our secret insurance policy if we do not want to re-sign a Michael Gallup. Now, if he comes in and shows some promise, we don't got pressure to pay Gallup big dollars. Now we got a guy that we basically found almost, if he plays well, a potential replacement. He's 6'4", runs a high 4.3, low 4.40, can go up and get the football, came out of Stanford, high IQ football player. So he'll learn your offense pretty quick.
Good job, Dallas. Good job. I love it. I love it.
Yep.
I love it.
I got a question for OC.
What you say?
Do you believe that he'll be Dak friendly?
Yes.
I said, do you believe Simi will be Dak friendly?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the big question. That's the big question right here.
Yes.
That's the big question. Dak friendly.
Dak friendly.
He was looking at Patrick as another one, but he was going.
See,
that's the
Keystone.
Key. Dak friendly.
Keystone, hear me out. Guess what the name of my articles for the last 3 years? I named them each time on the bosscowboy.com. All right? I got a bunch of articles in there, okay? On the bosscowboy.com, they all have been titled before the draft. If anybody want to go to the website, bosscowboy.com, I didn't do it this year because obviously we was preparing for this super show. But the last 2 and 3 years on the blog, I've always talked about Dallas Cowboy needing a super-sized Dak-friendly weapon, and we just got it. Thank you, Dallas.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Because if this guy can get on the field and become adjusted, we got that guy that can help us get more points. You can't go higher than number one. We're number one between the 20s. We will blow the top off with the vertical weapons that we have, but we never really had the specialized weapons for the red zone. And that's why I've heard this analogy from another scout, and I adopted it as my own. Our receiving cores should mimic a basketball team, because we know point guards are usually smaller because they usually have to have agility and they are the generals of the court, but you can't ask a point unless it's LeBron James who's more of a point forward to act like a point guard, because the body style and the things that they do are totally different. Same thing with receiver. You want guys that specialize at possessions. You also want guys who specialize in separation. That's why if you look at the Boss Cowboy Guide, the book that I wrote, I always separate route runners from possession guys. Most people put them all together, but why would you do that when the styles are different? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, to answer that question, he fit.
Yeah, he fits, man. And look, and also we talked about, Josh Ball, the tackle. Then we also have to be equal, fair, and balanced, Boss Cowboy, and talk about Simi Fehoko, because he served as a missionary in Southern Korea. High character guy, 23 years old, and he served time as missionary, which is why he's older coming out. So what shows to me, he has maturity, he has character, and he has a great reputation based upon what I'm seeing amongst all of his teammates. So in terms of the character aspect that we talked about on the other side, let's talk about the character on the good side that this guy brings to the Dallas Cowboys locker room in addition to his football talent.
So well said. So well said. So well said. And that's good balance. That's good balance. And I always say that if you go bring in some guys with so-called, and I'm saying this, so-called, and I'm going to add to this, alleged, because I don't want to stain these guys without personally knowing these guys or fully researching these guys' background. So alleged character concerns. I always say you only want to have so many of those guys. So great point, OC. Great point.
Yeah, so the Lunatic is in with another super chat. Thanks to Lunatic, $2 super chat. What are y'all looking for Dallas at 192 pick? All right, DC for life, D Lunatic. Who are we looking at 192, Boss Cowboy? What do you think? But before you answer that question, because I just want to finish up on the draft pick here. I mean, if you look at the highlights of Simi, man, you do see him getting behind defenders. And when I talk about defenders, I'm talking about fast defenders. He had a great game catching deep balls, 9 routes versus the Oregon defense, man. All right, and so those guys already had Devon Holland drafted, another corner drafted out of that secondary for Oregon, and he had a great game against them, Boss Cowboy, in the SEC, and he also had a really good game against Washington and several others, man. So listen, he was their threat, man, and look, to me, man, I mean, if you're looking at like just highlights of this guy, hey man, this guy gets open, he can body catch, and he can run after catch as well. So I think that's a really, 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 really good pick for the Dallas Cowboys. And so go ahead and answer that question, Boss Cowboy. Who are we looking for at 192?
Okay. So that requires me to go to my board. And as I'm looking at the board, let me just scroll up. See, y'all got to give us a second on this type of stuff because I have to evaluate what's the best. So I can't do that sometimes just real time. Give me 1 second. All right.
And then let me catch everybody up on the rest of round number 5 while we answer that question for you, Lunatic. We'll get right back with you. So we had Talanoa Hufanga. Yeah, Talanoa Hufanga, safety out of USC, get drafted. Another sleeper safety get drafted by San Francisco, okay, at pick 180. Then we had Cornell Powell, wide receiver for the Clemson Tigers. Solid little wide receiver. The rich get richer, get picked again, giving Pat Mahomes another toy for Kansas City. Then we had Antetokounmpo Ogundeji.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, I'm just gonna say all right, so anyway, so he's an edge rusher for Notre Dame, man. I cannot pronounce his name, African guy, man. I'm so sorry. I struggle sometimes with certain names.
You tried, though. I give you.
I tried. Yeah. Ogundeji. Oh no, I got it now. Ogundeji. I got it.
Oh, sure you do.
Ogundeji. No,
sure. Sure, guys.
All right, so here we go. So you got him. So also you got Avery Williams, cornerback out of Boise State, that gets drafted by the Falcons as well. And so now you got the pick in for the Baltimore Ravens. I don't see it coming across my board yet. But all right, Ben Mason is the pick for the Baltimore Ravens. So you got Ben Mason, and so now we're about to go to the top of the 6th round, getting closer to pick 192. So to me, I still think, to answer your question, the Lunatic, just on my side of it, I still think, man, you got Marvin Wilson on the board, man. So if you can get Marvin Wilson, or you can get one of these sleeper defensive tackles, I still think that you go ahead and do that. I feel, and the great thing is that, hey, man, they're still available, the Lunatic. I still think that, man, we go with the big one technique. If we can do that, man, we go ahead and lock that down and lock that in. We got Los Angeles Rams on the clock at pick 185 as we start round number 6. Yep. And we got the Dallas Cowboys coming up at pick 192. Boss Cowboy, what you got over there? Who do you think we should target?
Yeah, to answer the question from the Lunatic, and that's my boy, We actually ate at Waffle House. You know that's the guy that was the lunatic is the guy we was at Waffle House with.
Yeah, that's my guy. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah. But anyway, so when he say what's the best available, I'm looking at my board. I'm also looking at the CBS board. So it's a lot of stuff that's out here. A lot of people would be interested to know that Washington is still available with a grade of 74 according to the CBS, not CNS, CBS. So you also have, which I think of interest, Jalen Tymon from Pittsburgh is still available. Super still at this point. He's actually a B-roll guy that I'm going to roll in just a second. A super run stopper. He doesn't have the size, but he plays like it. He's only 290, right?
Yeah.
So, but he good though. No, he good.
I know he good, man. I just that.
You got your concerns? Talk
I
to
got
me, because
concerns.
I like him.
I
I like him a lot. Talk to me.
Listen, man, I always have concerns that are one technique with a guy. Unless he has elite get off the ball quickness, I'm going to have concerns against him playing against 30-year-old men, you know, that bench press 580 pounds and that have had their bodies developed and that can beat up on a younger guy. You know what I'm saying? That's my concern. That's always
But I'm
my
going to be
concern.
honest, though. I'm going to be honest. That's going to apply to everybody that you pick from here on, maybe except Tonga. Tonga would be the only guy. We talking about this guy. So unless y'all don't know who we talking about, when we say we have B-roll, we literally made something specifically about him. So Jalen is somebody that's sitting at 108 and it's around 185. So this would be considered a value pick by CBS, you know. And so go check him out. He would be something that I'd be interested in, but I agree with the OC. I wouldn't be as if he's our one technique answer, but he is one of the best talents still available. So that's the way that I would explain him and think and just answering the lunatics questions on who we could pick at 192. You know? Now, if we trying to actually solve the problem of not being able to stop the run, then we go keep going to this same old B-roll and until they do it. We still got Chris Tonga.
Let me acknowledge Patrick Robertson, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Say that's the one technique. Yeah, listen, we agree with you. You know, I mean, but listen, maybe if this guy, I mean, and let me not reach too much on this, okay? And please do not take me as I mean this exact, okay? But he's 6'1", 301. But listen, man, I mean, he's strong as all get out, right? I mean, bench press 225, and I'm talking about Jalen Tymon, right? Your RB roll guy. He bench pressed 225 40 times.
My Lord. Say that again, bro.
He bench pressed 225 40 times. See, that's next level strength. So let me explain to people. So when you get from 27 to 30,
hold on. So that means the OC is starting to come around to my side. I want y'all to recognize what y'all witnessing right now.
I'm coming around after looking at that stat. That's letting me know. That's letting me know this boy is strong. We call it country strong.
And see, OC, check me out. That's why I said he 290, but I don't care. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He 290, I don't care. He's strong. Yeah, his tape look like that too. His tape look like he bench 225. Let me see. Yeah,
40 times.
Yeah.
But look, that's the good side in terms of his upper body strength.
Okay? Hold on, real quick. I gotta mute my boy.
You gotta mute. Yeah, you gotta mute him. Yeah, mute him. Yeah. So his tape says strong upper body, solid at the point of attack. But here's the thing that I don't like about him, Boss Cowboy. Okay, so I mentioned that 40 bench press. Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't like the 540.
Yeah.
I don't like the 5.40.
It don't look like that though. He don't look. He don't play like that. He don't look nothing even close to no 5.5. No.
Yeah.
His tape don't look 5.5 because hold on real quick. This is not gonna be a bad one, but we got to do this. Yeah, we gotta do this, brother. We gotta do this. Let's just have this conversation. This is not a malice debate. We're not gonna go at it too bad. We just finna have a theory debate. So we was talking about that you don't like the guys that run good 40s, but look like it don't match. What about the opposite?
Yeah, okay, so this is what I say about the opposite, man. I say that I need to really take a close look. I mean, this guy, he models himself after, obviously the great Aaron Donald, right? As a mentor, right? And things of that nature, right? And so, I mean, I think that if you play faster than you test, then I'm gonna go with your ability in terms of the field, because we don't play the game on shorts and t-shirts. We play the game on the football field. So to me, I mean, when I look at him, man, and even looking at like a little bit of highlights of him, man, at times, man, he is slow after that first or second step, man, which showing that he's not gonna be a real good pass rusher until he develops a little bit. But he's strong as crap. He's strong as crap.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give him credit. I'm gonna give him credit for being strong with scrap, but also having to develop. Because think about this, just on real talk. If he was elite of elite, man, he would have been drafted a little bit higher. I mean, he has hustle.
No.
Look, man. Look. He has a good first move, man. And I think it's good things about him. I'm not certain. I'm just gonna say that right now. I'm not certain.
Nah.
I'm not certain, man.
Nah,
it's good things
I
about
wouldn't
him.
say
I'm not
certain.
certain.
But he made out B-roll lists, man. So I don't say that it's certain, but it's somebody that I feel good about. And it's almost like getting where we are. And this is why y'all kind of keep those super chats going. Y'all done spent the whole conversation with one super chat. Y'all done changed the whole show with one super chat thought on who should we get next and how could they improve the Dallas Cowboys. I forgot who that was, but yeah. But going back to what I was saying, he still right now wouldn't probably be my number one. I still would go with Wilson over this guy. I would still go with Tonga over this guy. But just to answer that question, at this point, the person that I will feel great about right now will be Tonga. Like great. Like I will feel amazing.
I'll feel great.
I will walk away like successful draft.
Right,
successful.
Right. So to update everybody, pick 185 with the Chargers. They did.
Hold on, let me ring the bell. You know how I go. Cause I saw them fuss at Skywalker the other day. Where's the music? Here it is.
All right, so we got Nick Neiman, all right, linebacker out of Iowa, drafted at the top of the 6th round by the Chargers. And then my guy that we've been kind of mentioning this guy for a little bit. You got the Jets that draft the safety out of Florida State, Hassam. So he's drafted there, and he's considered kind of like a hybrid strong safety linebacker type. But hey, they like him, they taking him. And then also we have Frank Darby, wide receiver, off the board for the Falcons. He just came off the board. New England is in the queue, and we'll see what they do.
Real quick, I didn't see Kerry Vincent go anywhere. Am I tripping? Is Kerry Vincent still available? Did I just miss it?
I have to look. Let me see.
I think Kerry Vincent is still available, man. Because I've been looking at my board and I've been swearing that I must be wrong on that. Because I'm listen, let me tell y'all, we doing a lot. As people are being picked, I'm keeping up with the board and we doing a show simultaneously. And we putting in, man, there's a lot going on, trust me. But yeah, if you can let me know on that, OC, please do. Because that's also becoming a sleeper. And Keystone, I know we talking on and on and on and on and on. Don't mind jumping in.
Give me his name one more time, Boss Cowboy.
Kerry. Kary. The LSU speedster, corner / safety, hybrid guy, makes good plays, a baller. He's still sitting there too.
I got you, bro. I got you.
And I'm just curious because it's like, because this will be another value guy and it'll be a clear value guy. Because see, that question from that super chat really got my mind going right now on where's the value. So like, and value that like Skywalker said, I would have questions if I was able to ask them. How do you pass on grades of 74 and 78, and we picking at now? Let me see what the next pick is. The next pick is, give me 1 second, 192. 192, and we passing up on 78 guys, which is Kerry Vincent's CBS grade. Did you see? Is he picked?
He's still available, man.
What?
He's still available.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, man. They hating on my guy, man. They hating on my H-Town homie too. He from Houston too.
Whoa, man, this is no respect for safety, man.
Yeah.
This is zero respect. Well, this is the 6th round. This is where we do it, right? Will we actually
do
do
number?
it?
Hey,
Huh?
do you want his number? Do you want his numbers? I'm gonna give you his numbers. It's gonna probably make you mad too.
Me mad? I'm already mad because I was thinking he was gone.
Okay. No, it's gonna make you madder, man. He ran a 4.36 at his pro
I told
day,
you, I know this guy. He is a speed demon. This is world class speed here with a 3rd or 4th round grade. Go ahead, OC.
No. You got it, man. You can take it from there, man. Yeah, ran a 4.36, tested like a machine, man. You know, just like all the other skill positions out of LSU, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? These boys are speed people, and they're strong as crap, and they got great agility, man. I ain't seen an LSU player, a skill position player, test bad in the last 7-8 years out of LSU, man.
Man, please,
I ain't seen it happen.
Please, Dallas. Come on, man. I'm starting to act like Skywalker now, man. Come on, man. Now. Yeah. Come on, this is the 6th round. Don't tease me like that. Don't do us like that, man. Don't do us like that. You got Kerry sitting there. You got Washington sitting there. Tonga sitting there. Come on, please. Just finish the draft. Finish the draft right. And I had you muted on accident, Keystone. So if you got to jump in. What's your thoughts?
It's all good. Yeah, I was looking at all those, but I mean, from my perspective, I'm looking at like a guard could also be value right now too.
Yeah.
And I know we was looking at David Moore.
Yep.
I know we got David Moore out there. I know Deontay Brown is still out there.
Yep.
But I also was looking at a guy by the name of Tristan Hodge, that Notre Dame transfer to also be BYU. Now, this is a guy that's very physical, extreme weight room strength. He holds his ground in the run and the pass game. I mean, he doesn't get overpowered by edge or rushers or the tackle. He don't get overpowered, man. He holds his ground. And my guys I'm looking at too. And I was also looking at Bryce Foxworth out of out of Southern Mississippi. I mean, it's a couple of guards out there that's worth talking about. But if you do the defense, I'll still be good with that because I would want Tonga now.
Yeah, man. We keep showing you the same guy because we believe this. Remember, we created 64 of these. All right? These are people, okay, this team that you listen to, the OC, Keystone, and myself have studied over 400 players. I myself identified 143 that we felt were ideal fits for the Dallas Cowboys all the way down to round 7. And out of those 143, we put 63 as the super fits, and we made what you see here, the B-roll footage. So it was a lot of thought that went into this. So I'm saying again, we all really believe this. And the tapes say what we're saying, that guy would be an excellent fit. Another guy that Keystone brought up, and we go bring him up again. We just lost another DT out of USC. Just letting y'all know. Yeah. So just going back to it though, I agree with Keystone. This is also a good area for David Moore. Okay. I understand. Will, we understand. We know you don't like to take risk on guys that didn't play Division 1. This got killed at Senior Bowl. This would also be a good time for this, especially since you've shown that y'all willing to bring in competition for linebacker. Do we really have the faith in Connor Williams that he's going to be able to stop that bull rush? Do we? Do we really have that?
No.
I don't know.
I say no. We shouldn't.
And Boss, I'm gonna carry you through this pick. I may have to hop off, and I'll try to get back in.
I got you. All
right.
Yeah, me and Keystone are rocket.
All right.
So, but yeah, so looking at just the options that we have that Keystone was expounding on, yeah, it's some stuff that can really help us out. It's just will we do it? Go ahead, OC.
No, man, I think that, we got options. That's the thing. We got options. I'm really, as I look more at this guy from Stanford, man, I think that he's a good pick, man. I like him as a pick, as a value pick. But because of the fact that, we got to keep this in mind too, guys, that these teams may have intel, obviously, that we don't have, right? They have inside information that we don't have about who's falling, why they falling, why this team hadn't liked this team. They got their fillers and their PI people out there figuring out what's going on and who they possibly can get, right? So to me, it seemed like they knew that Wilson and Tonga would fall, and so maybe that's the pick coming up for us. Maybe that's the pick. So who knows? We got to see. I'm still surprised, man. I'm an offensive line guy. You guys know that. I'm still surprised that Trey Smith is still on the board, man, at 190, man. He's a quality offensive lineman, man.
Yeah.
Kerry Vincent's still on the board. I'm surprised that Deontay Brown, the offensive lineman with Alabama, I'm surprised that guy is still on the board. You got quality SEC strong linemen. That would be an upgrade at the guard position for us, man. They're still on the board, man. So, who knows, man? We'll see.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this is amazing. Just because it's value out here.
It's deep.
Yeah, it's deep.
Yeah, so here we go now. Philadelphia's pick is in. Ring the bell, Boss Cowboy. Got a couple picks to announce.
Got it.
All right, so now I think we mentioned Marlon Tupo Luta, defensive lineman for USC, drafted by the Eagles, man. So the Eagles are not doing bad, man. Because that's what I'm telling y'all, man. The Eagles ain't doing bad here, man. That guy is, again, he's a strong at the point of attack kind of dude. That guy. This Marlon kid, he's a strong or legitimately strong at the point of attack type of guy, man. Thick dude, strong. And he ain't gonna give you no pass rush, but he's harder to move. And then you got the offensive lineman, Trey Hill, from the University of Georgia, drafted by the Bengals. And then we got the Eagles with another pick. They got the edge rusher, Taron Jackson. And so now Cowboys are on the clock. And here we go. All right, Mike Jones said we need
the Cameron sample. If you look at the strength and weaknesses.
Yep, TCU Washington. I hope so.
Go ahead.
That's what I saw in the chat.
In the chat. Yep. Absolutely.
That would be the value pick. That would be.
Yep.
That would be.
That would be a value pick.
That would be it, and it would make sense.
Yep.
And guess what? It's the 6th round, and that's where we finally get safeties. It's frustrating as hell. How you actually go into something and say safeties don't make sense until the 6th round? But thank you for being positive, OC. You really helping us out. You know what I mean? Because it's one of those things. You need people that's gonna kind of keep you out your emotions, right? It's just it's so many years of watching bad safety. That's why a lot of us, feel the way that we feel. Just straight up. That's why we act the way we act, and that's why we go off the way that we go off, because we've been waiting a long time, and I'm still waiting on this pick to come in.
Yeah, I am too. The pick is in. Carolina is now on the clock, just waiting for the pick to populate. I'm not going to look at the chat or listen to them at this point. I just want to see the pick come in and see what we came up with, man. If we actually got a big, man, we may have gotten a big. So let's see if we got a big dog in there. We got a big dog. Get a roll grader in there and see what we can do, Boss Cowboy, to situate this defensive front even further. Or did they go with an interior offensive lineman that's a powerful, strong guy? Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Let's see. So give me 1 second. I'm just updating my boards now. When the OC leave you. Okay, we got a DT out of Kentucky.
All right.
And I don't know who that guy is.
Let me see.
Who is it? Quinton Bohanna?
Yeah. Bohanna, buddy.
Mm.
Yeah, that says it all.
I don't know
Keystone
about that.
Sports says it all. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, I'm not gonna be Debbie Downer. I don't know him, so I'm gonna reserve my
Do
judgment.
some homework on
Right,
him.
I'm gonna do some homework on him. I'm not gonna see because Keystone. We know this happened. It happened to us. We did a lot of draft shows, and when we was doing draft shows and we was studying all these guys, we would say guys like, guess what? Jamar Johnson was somebody we brought up about 2 months ago. We got laughed at. That was only because people didn't know who he was, though. So I don't want to be guilty of doing the Cowboys how people do us, to where the first thing they do is get negative because they just don't recognize the name. I don't recognize this guy. And because I don't recognize this guy, I'm going to reserve judgment. Now, one thing that I see already that makes me feel a little bit happy, he 357.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's
He
a big
big.
body.
Yeah.
Hey,
now, I ain't judged no tape, but that size is immovable. You can move it, but you see what I'm saying? You can tell that they're at least thinking right. They might have got this right. Y'all just going to have to give Boss time to go do his own homework so I can tell you what I think about it. But initially, just looking at the size, it looked like they was thinking what we was saying because they passed up on Wilson. It was other 3 techs that was sitting out there like what we brought up, right? And they passed all of that for a guy. Guess what his grade is on CBS? 403.
Awesome.
So they really went and got a guy that fit their needs. That's what they just did. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So nah, y'all not go listen. This is one thing you're not gonna get from Boss Cowboy Sports. You're not gonna get a whole bunch of unjustified crime. Nope. Nah.
Yeah.
So I like what I see, but y'all gonna have to give me time on that one. I'm gonna have to come back on that one and research him, and then we'll be back. Y'all know that we go come back and we go talk about it. Like the OC said, we go do a full breakdown of all the picks. You got some on that, OC?
Yeah, man. I mean, I just look. He's a big old heavy dude, man. I mean, 6'5". He's 364 pounds, and that's his game weight. Okay, that's his game weight. He's just big and heavy, man. He does have a good arm under. Looking at a little bit of tape on him, man. I mean, he's a guy that, man, really. I mean, is really quick off the ball, man. To be a big old cat, he may be an underrated type dude, man, because he's quick off the ball, man. Has a good first step, and he's a guy that, man, he's giving no ground. He's giving no ground, dude, in the run game. And
say it again, OC, because that made me feel so good when you say that.
He's giving no ground, bro, and he's beating blocks too. Like on the college level, he's like he's shooting gaps, beating blocks at 265 pounds. So based on the highlights, yes, I'm dead serious.
And I know you serious because I know you don't play.
Yeah, I ain't playing with you. No, I mean, look, against Florida, man, he's an A gap. Look, he swimmed over the right guard, man. Makes the play in the backfield. All right, so give you guys a little bit more fodder. Against Tennessee, he's playing over the center again. Again, he beats the center with shooting hands, and he gets bombed. He makes the play in the backfield. Right, he's upfield, man. So here he is again, looking at a little highlights. So he beats a double team easily, and he tracks down a running back, tackles the running back behind the tackle. The offensive tackle. Here is again. So he's a big guy that moves well. So he has good quickness. He's heavy. He's heavy, Boss Cowboy. But I'm telling you, the tape that I'm looking at and what I'm looking at with my eyeballs, he's playing like a 3 technique.
Listen, oh my Lord, stop. Hold on, listen. I feel better now. Hold on. I feel good now. Hold on.
All right, so hold on. Be lunatic. Hold on, be lunatic.
I know we gonna take that super chat. We gonna give it to him. I got you. Real quick. I know my co-host, the OC. This is the benefit of knowing people. I've done so many film sessions with the OC. I know how he look at film. OC is already. I saw OC smile while looking at his film. And listen, OC would tell you to a fault. Like OC would tell you without blinking, your breath stink. Now he'll give you a mint, but he'll tell you the fact. And now I'm gonna go look at it for myself. But just the fact of what my brother just graded from his eyes, I feel so much better. But I'm gonna go confirm myself. But thank you, OC. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is a guy, man. He's a big kid, and then he ain't even got his man strength yet, man. He's still a baby boy. You know what I'm saying? He's still a baby boy, man. He ain't one of those guys that's maxed out. He's one of those guys that still has room for improvement. I look at him play, man. But he plays well with his hands, Boss Cowboy, and he accelerates toward the ball carrier when he gets in the backfield. So I think that, man, in terms of his upside, in terms of a sleeper type dude, you heard it here first, man. The OC's telling you this may be a sleeper type dude for injury. So let me get to the D-Lunatic super chat, $2 donation. Thank you so much. He said, way we draft him, we moving J. Lou or RS3 to free safety. What do you think about that, Boss Cowboy? But before you answer that question, I'm sorry. I got to give you a little bit more on this big fella. I mean, the highlights that I'm seeing, I see this boy in the backfield, man. I see this boy hopping and jumping around. I mean, I see. I don't know. I mean, he ain't.
Now this is initial grading he giving him. Now this is not final grade. This is just grading his highlight. And see, listen, I'm gonna say this real quick. This is important. What I'm getting ready to say. Grade whatever you see, right? So if you looking at highlights, just grade the highlights, right? And I'm not talking to USC. I'm just talking to people that, watch film. Because a lot of people say, you're judging the highlights. Yes, he's judging the highlights. The OC is going to deal deeper analysis. We go do a deeper analysis. All he's doing is just judging what he's seeing. Because see, you know this from watching a lot of tape, OC and Keystone. I'm going to say it like this, and I mean this. If you watching and you click on a guy and it's his highlight and the first 2 minutes of his highlight is him warming up, him taking pictures, him running out the tunnel, just turn it off. Because real highlights start with tape. You know what I mean? OC? Like, so it's one of those things the OC, see, Keystone feel me. And whenever I'm watching the highlight and I might be starting my process with you, the first thing I'm going to probably do is look at your highlight. I'm going to look at that first. I'm going to say, okay, let me see if he pop. Let me see if it's super sexy, at least from the highlight. And if it's he made 3 tackles, I'm like, man, come on. Okay, I'm going to go watch some more tape on you, but you're not going to get a whole 4-game analysis from me. I'm just being honest. You not. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, so listen, guys, just to give you guys fair balance, man. Look, I mean, the thing about Quinton is that he's a big guy. He's strong in the run game. He shows flashes and pass rush techniques.
And let's not forget about the lunatic on that J. Lou. Just real quick.
No, I'm coming right back to you, the lunatic. But look, man, he is a guy that don't have big stats. But he's a guy that started the last part of his freshman campaign. So, I mean, if you look at it, man, I mean, he was a full-time nose tackle. He only had 18 total tackles in 2019. All right. And in 7 games as a senior, he made 10 tackles. So he's not a guy that has a bunch of stats, but he is a dude that fills a lot of space. He takes off space. He has quickness. He can penetrate. And his weight is an issue. Pad level sometimes comes up too high. And sometimes, do you think he's an every down player? In the NFL, I don't think he has to be an every down player, so I think he'll be okay. So the question again with the lunatic, why we drafting the way we drafting, we moving J. Lou or RR3 to free safety. What do you think, Boss Cowboy?
No. I think when they signed J. Lou, they signed J. Lou for J. Lou to be what he's been the last couple of years, and that's our nickelback. You know what I mean? The guys that they got, they're gonna get a first shot at it. But J. Lou, he's one of those guys that reminds me of Antoine Woods, right? And somebody said this when we had Antoine Woods on the Boss Cowboy Sports Show. And I think it was the perfect comment. They keep bringing in people to take Antoine Woods out, and Antoine Woods beat them back every time. That's how J. Lou is. You draft all these guys.
Flip your screen, boss. I got to tap out for a minute, all right? And I'll tell you if I can come back. I'll just start talking.
Okay. So check this out. So J. Lou, and that's the same thing I would say happened with Antoine Woods, where they always brought in people with bigger names, right? Poe. And remember they brought in what was my guy that went to Baltimore? I can't remember his name. But he was a 3-tech from Illinois. They brought him in, Jihad Ward, right? And you had sitting there as an undrafted free agent, Antoine Woods, the guy that got cut and moved on from was Jihad Ward. Antoine Woods kept it. Poe came in like we getting ready to take Antoine out. The guy that got sent away was Poe. The guy that they kept, Antoine Woods, because how he was playing. I think that's kind of to answer your question, the lunatic. I think that's what we're getting ready to get. To where they not gonna move him to safety. They gonna let him play corner, battle it out, and they go win. And somebody, Stevie Mack, said Christian Covington, who? Yeah, he gets sent off too. So the question would be, and we can talk about that Keystone real quick. Let's talk about that real quick. Do you think that was Antoine Woods' price, or do you think it was his play on why he keep running off competition every time they try to bring in somebody to take him out? Do you think it was his price, or do you think it was his play? Just being curious.
I say it's both.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the price, you're not going to really give him but so much.
Right.
Within the first. What happened?
No. I was agreeing with you.
You ain't going to be able to give him but so. Oh. Got you. Yeah. The pay, you know what I mean? You're not going to really like pay him top dollar, you know what I mean? It ain't like he really create market value because of his production. But when you look at his production, he has known to pick up some big games in the run, and it all started off when we faced New Orleans. He's known to come in and make some things happen, you know what I mean? So he can make some big plays. He can make some pretty good presence felt on certain aspects of depending on who we play. But I just like to see more often, like to see it more on a continuous basis. And then when you got all these PCs coming in, competition is going to be brought, and looks at things. I don't think that kid that we signed from Houston on the free agency, I don't even think he's going to make the team.
Nah, I think I agree.
I don't think he's going to make the team.
Nah. If I was to guess, no. I mean, cause see, let me tell you, you remember this, Keystone? You gonna remember this, bro? Do you remember we was on the Boss Cowboy Sports Show, and we first showed his tape, and everybody started laughing? People not supposed to laugh.
I laugh myself.
Yeah, it was. The only good thing about him is he didn't move. That was it, and that might be what our last pick was like, because the OC liked what he saw from the highlights, but when you read off Bohanna's stats or Quinton's stats, it's anemic. You know what I mean? But
yeah, he's a one-tech.
and sometimes
I won't complain just because he's drafted a one-tech. I can't even complain.
Yeah. You did something, Dallas. You did something. Now,
it wasn't who we wanted and what we needed, but hey.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
I just can't wait to review this guy, because my question is going to be, and we're not done because we might get 2 DTs, but my question, because was he better than the guy we've been pounding the table for the last 30 minutes, right? Is he better, the guy we just picked up, Quinton? Is he really better than this guy? I'm gonna reserve my answer until I look at it with my own eyes, right? I'm not gonna say doubt it or anything. That's just my question, right? That's the question I'm asking right now. Which one was better, right? Trying to stop the run. And if I come back and I say in my eyes no, then what's going on with the scouting team? And then you would have to ask that question. Was COVID a factor, and did it make evaluating harder? What you think, Keystone?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. I can say COVID was a big place just because we didn't have no OTAs and we didn't have no training camps. So it definitely was a huge factor. But at the end of the day, we're not going to make it excusable because when you go play, you play to win. And for us being 6-10, we didn't win. We had more losses than wins. So it was a losing season for us. But when you look at it like that, when you got Bohanna and you got Tonga, they both got the same similarities because they're space eaters. But the difference between them both is you're not moving Tonga, but you can move Bohanna because he still got some issues going on his feet.
Right.
It's like he doesn't set his feet properly right.
Right.
But the thing about Tonga, he's solid. He got ambles in his feet because he's going to sit there.
Right. 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 And see, real quick, I'm trying to keep up with the board. It's a lot harder because I'm just telling y'all, because see, now it's moving fast. And at the end of the round, you know, I'm going to need your help, Keystone. Can you do me a favor? Do you have your board in front of you where you can see who's available? Because now it's moving so fast and I'm still, you know, obviously producing and hosting right now solo. I'm going to probably need to lean on you real quick. Can I lean on you on what's available? You have your board up in front of you? Yeah. Let me know if you do.
Yeah, the board that I got, most everything on my board is going.
Yeah, because you only got your board. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. And guess what? Oh,
maybe I gotta see something.
I'm about to clear it out too. So I see, and then just real quick, shout out to the people that's still rocking, man. Cause everybody that's rocking right now, yeah, y'all real draft heads. Like everybody that's still hanging on right now, I'm looking at you. I see my boy B-Rob. I see Steve, the lunatic. Bigger Cowboys fans. Somebody, bigger Cowboy fans say y'all reaching. Well, guess what? The beautiful thing is I can address you real quick. So just tell us where we reaching, and we'll have that. Jalen is gone. Jalen just went to Minnesota. We just lost Jalen, man. Yeah, we just lost.
And so they and the Chargers just got Larry Roundtree out of Missouri.
Yeah,
I know he's a running back, but still, because he was one of my guys, man.
Yeah,
that's a guy that was top 3 in production in the running back class. For him to drop that's a huge steal.
Yeah. And so what? So, because right now, let me ask you this question. To me, they're saying in this draft that they feel like they got their safeties, right? That's what they're saying. Yeah. That's what this draft is saying. It's clearly saying they think they already got enough in the building. That's what they're saying. But if that's true, which I know is not true, but if that's true, right now it would be about pure BPA. And just to explain, the guy that we was just talking about that just went to Minnesota was this guy. And this is who the OC was talking about, bench press 225 42 times, right? And a lot of people had around a 3rd or 4th round grade on him. And he just left, you know? So, again, I'm not going to judge the guy that we picked this round because I don't know him. I don't. That's a guy I just never got around to, never saw out of the 400 prospects that I looked at. But if we just go on pure BPA Keystone, let's just talk. Who do you got left that you would just want to be a Dallas Cowboy? And if you got some super chats and if you got some questions, we'll take those too.
Speaking on the guards.
Yeah, the guards. So that would be what, David Moore.
The guard, either David Moore or Tristan Hodge that I was addressing earlier.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. The fact that they didn't even address guard. The fact that they didn't even address guard, what does that say for Connor Williams? Are they saying we believe in him? Are they saying, do they believe that he's going to gain the strength to be able to stop the bull rush? Because that's what he was getting killed on. That's what he was getting killed on, that bull rush. Yep. What do you think they saying without bringing somebody in here for guard? What does that mean for Connor Williams? Does that mean McGovern is going to compete with him? Like, what's your tea leaf estimate on that, Key?
And even if we do get McGovern to come in and come with him, we're still going to need a guard regardless of the fact. Even if we do believe in Connor Williams, which is they still continue to believe in the bull rush because it continue to happen. But then again, who knows if we might even extend him? It depends.
Right.
But on the same note, knowing he's a Texas native, because you know how we are about our Texas natives, man. Yeah, man, we love those local players. But also at the same time, we still got to get a guard. We still need a guard. Anything. We still got to get one more regardless.
Got you. Yeah, man, because it's real interesting. Like, I'm very interested in what's going to happen with Connor Williams. Because at this point, unless they brought in a David Moore, they're also saying to me, with this draft that they think he gonna be okay. And whatever questions y'all have right now, because we got a lot of time before our next pick, we will just kind of take it from y'all. So actually, y'all the people right now that can actually feel the content. That's what we're looking for. You know, y'all can feel this content. So if you got any questions or you got any thoughts or any players, any sleepers, I'm just trying to figure out what bigger Cowboy fan said y'all reaching. He just said that and ran. Like, if we reaching, tell us where we reaching. Tell us the players we reaching on, and we'll address it. Or I don't really understand how you just come in and just say y'all reaching. It ain't no such thing as reaching.
It's the 6th round.
Right. I'm trying to get that. Like, and I really want to address that. I'm like, you know, like reaching. Right. Thank you, Keystone. It's the 6th round.
Reaching the 3rd.
Yeah. So that just let you know sometimes. Listen, man.
Reaching the 3rd round.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you like this. Instead of hating, start your podcast. That's what you need to do. Start your brand. Go out there and do the work that you see us doing. You know what I mean? Because that's just hating. You just come in there and make an old slot comment and run off. That ain't cool. You know, a lot of people put a lot of work in this, man. Show some respect, son. So we just had Rodarius Williams, who just went to the Giants. He was a
rappers out there. Tell me your man, son. Tell me your man, son.
Yeah. So yeah, man, give me a second real quick. Give me 1 second. Yeah, okay. We got us one. A good one. A good question. He said, what are your thoughts on the wide receiver from Stanford? Now, and I saw your comments yesterday, so I know Antoine, I think I said your name right. I could tell you're a straight shooter. And I am too. I love that pick. I've been waiting on that type of pick for the last 3 years. I've been waiting on somebody to get in here. And we actually got a couple of guys last year that I thought that they was attempting to try to close that gap. They got the A&M receiver. Remember, he was like 6'6" or something like that, and he had a lot of touchdowns. And then we also got the forgot the receiver, his name. I can't remember his name, but I liked him too. But I really like the Stanford receiver. You know, he's big, he's fast, he's also a route runner. When you get a combination of both, a bigger guy that can run routes, I created a term that put that together, and I call that Dak supersized weapons. See, because Keystone, tell me what you think about this. Dak to me throws with more confidence with route runners. So I never wanted to ever try to imagine and giving him a receiver where you have to be a touch thrower, right? And this is what I mean by that. With Dez never was a route runner or an elite route runner. He could run routes, and he was very shifty in how he got open. Dez was the best at the point, attacking the ball. But if you also put him with a guy that was really good at putting it on the rim, is what I call it. And when I say put it at the rim, it's like a point guard. When they're trying to get an alley-oop, they know how to throw that ball perfectly towards right at the rim to where all you got to do is dunk it, right? So you need a quarterback that's good at that. Dak is his best with route runners. So that's why the Stanford guy, to answer your question, is a good big pick, because he's both. So it gives your quarterback the confidence where to put the ball, but it also helps your red zone because he has the size to win. It's just will we use him as a red zone target? And the fact that we got Noah, who is also big, and we signed him and paid him, and Wilson. Will this guy get a chance early to answer that question? That question is likely no, which says this: Stephen Jones went into this draft thinking about the future. He thinking about how to not pay guys. He not thinking about how to win 2021. Yeah. You had some on that, Keystone?
Yeah, man. I mean, win, man. We got to win now. I mean,
Yeah.
we've been holding out for long, man. It's been
Yeah.
30 years.
Yeah.
I mean, don't y'all ought to look in the mirror and say, we tired of this? I mean, ain't it time to take the dust off of those rings that we had nearly 30 years ago? It's time to knock the dust off. It's time to, like, replenish that plaque with some more titles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, let's get you building up to date. Nobody wants to see nothing going on in the 90s. Here it is. It's 2020, going on 2022. I mean, I don't understand it.
No, it's one of those things, and I feel your frustration, man. I can hear your frustration in you speaking, and I know a lot of people might be listening to Keystone, right? And they like, man, we need you to be positive. Why you being such a Debbie Downer? You know, Cowboys for life. Let's try to get 6. Let's go get 6. And they don't like what you're saying. But let's just be honest, man. I'm gonna just be all the way honest. You know, Stephen Jones, and I put this in the Boss Cowboy Guide, the book, and I put this in every year. His best asset is his ability to budget. That's his best asset. His worst asset is his ability to budget. That's his worst asset. He's a number cruncher. For those of you who don't know, his degree is in engineering. He's a numbers guy. He's a math guy. But I also he gets so dug in to the analytics to where he and budgets and money and saving money and winning a money battle. Let's talk about that real quick. Why do you think he fought so hard against Dak to try to make him team friendly? Because he gets so dug in on budgets. And just think about it. And I always say this story, but this is something that makes you know the people that's making the decisions. You have to profile them and say, what kind of profile tells me about you? So when I go back to when I was a senior in high school, and I remember the day of us getting Deion Sanders. It was jubilee. It was a celebration. It was a promise and a hope that the reason of getting rid of Jimmy Johnson would be restored. We all looked to the heavens and we were so happy at that pick. It was a celebration in tears. It was already a parade because we had the best cornerback to ever play that could also play punt return, kickoff return, receiver. He was sponsored by Nike. The Dallas Cowboys just got a Nike sponsorship. Everything connected. While we was all celebrating, it was a fight inside the building. And it was Stephen Jones literally jacking up Jerry because of the budget issue of Deion Sanders. This is what happened. Stephen came to Jerry. And listen, some of y'all don't even know this story. Y'all think I'm lying. And I'm gonna go to your super chat, PJ, because we addressing all of those right now. But I'm giving y'all the real story. And listen, some people don't know this. First of all, go to the Dallas Cowboy documentary, and they go through the history of the Dallas Cowboys. That's where you'll see this story. One, another place you'll see this story was at the press conference of Dak, right when he got paid. You remember that, Keystone? And they asked him, "Did you rough up your dad again?" He was talking about the Deion story. This is what happened. Steven was trying to get a certain budget number to fit. All right. Old school Jerry was like, "Look here, son, you overthinking this." And he went and did the deal. He just, man, go on, Steven. Little Steven. You emerging, you trying to learn the business, but this is grown man stuff. And he signed him. And so Steven went up to him like, "Hey, I think this is how we can make the Deion work, and I can get him at a certain deal and XYZ. And Jerry looked at him and said, "Son, it's done. I signed him." Now, in a normal situation, you think he'd say, "Oh, okay, Dad, I got you. I didn't like that deal, but hey, we got a good player." No. His budget concern was so strong that he jacked up Jerry against the wall. And Jerry sitting up against the wall said, "Son," like surprise, "Son, damn." Now, he didn't say damn. He said, "Son, it's done. Like, you jacking me up over this?" Think about that. That tells you his mind state. He gets so bogged down in budgeting that sometimes he forget that the championships are not won on how much you can save. It's what the OC said earlier. Championships are won more so about the players, not the budgeting. The last 10 years, it's already on record by CBS. The team that has saved the most over the last 10 years have been the Dallas Cowboys. Also with only three playoff wins. And Steven haven't learned yet that, hey, man, you're great at budgeting, but your budgeting gets you caught up so much to where you got all of these picks. Instead of saying, "Hey, let's take all of these picks and let's go get the Jamar Johnson. Let's go get the Tongas." You know what he say? He say, "Well, we got all these picks. We're going to be able to flip these into comps. Because what we can do is we can take Neil, let him play this year. He'll flip it to," it's all budgeting. So let me take the super chat and then we'll tag team this real quick, Keystone. He said, "I feel they've got their eyes on veteran safety in the free agency because they're cheaper after the draft." Your thoughts? Nah, man. PJ, I think nah, I think and I feel you because you generally right. There's going to be a second wave of free agency. But go ahead, Keystone, and I'll follow up after you. What you got on that?
Repeat that again.
He said, "I feel they've got their eyes on a veteran safety in the free agency because they're cheaper after the draft." Your thoughts?
Yeah, yeah, I mean, even if you had your eye on that, you still could have had that and drafted you a safety. So either or, you could beat yourself up twice, not just once. Because let's just say that person that you had might not be what you would claim it to be, but at least you would have somebody on speed dial.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's like saying you got two ladies and you gonna always have one on speed dial just in case if that one lady don't be what she a be. That's how I'm looking at the situation right there with Steven. You still should have somebody on standby.
Yeah, and I think that's a great answer and a great, I mean, a real good question. And see, that still goes down to being a budget thinker. You see what I'm saying? Because see, when you look at this question, he said, and it's a good question. He said, I feel if they got their eye on a veteran safety in the free agency because they're cheaper. And you taking a major risk when you trying to get a guy in free agency after the draft because of price. Because guess what? All the other teams that feel like they haven't filled a safety hole go start shopping then too, right? And so what you create even after the draft is a potential bidding war. You will never get it cheaper than a draft. Never. So get your guy in a draft. See what I'm saying? Don't get your guy in free agency because free agency players cost more. Just think about it. What did Anthony Brown cost? What did Jordan Lewis cost? Way more than their rookie contracts. So which one would you rather get? The Jamar Johnson, right? You would rather get the James Washington. That's what you would rather do. So I mean, real good question. But it's one of those things to where it's about recognizing our team and knowing that all in all, I don't think we've done bad, but I say it like this. When you really trying to win 6, tell me what you think of this, Keystone. When you really trying to win 6, sometimes in the game of inches, I would say it like this. Good is the enemy when great was an option. Or average is an enemy when good was an option. And that's how some of us see this. What's your thoughts?
With that being said, it's like you're selling for less when opportunities right there in front of you.
Right.
You're selling for less, and that's no good. And that's exactly what Steven doing right now. You're selling for less. All because you think you're going to value $1.
Yeah.
It's like my grandmother always told me, pays to be cheap. Boy, she wasn't lying.
Yeah.
It pays to be cheap.
Yeah. 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 And that's what we looking at. I mean, now, to flip it to some positives, they did get this guy to address the middle. We still got James Washington available. And let me look at the safety list, because I don't think any more safeties came off the board. So y'all give us a second to kind of go through this safety list real quick. Let me just look at what's available. Now, sadly, I haven't been keeping up as much real time with who was coming off. So some of this might be a little bit skewed. So give me 1 second. Let me just look at the safeties.
Christian Upholt out of Southern Illinois is still up there.
Is he? Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Paris Ford now?
And come on now. Now, why you want to ask me that? You know Paris was one of my top guys, man. But after that performance he did at Pro Day, that hurt him, man.
Yeah.
Pro Day hurt him.
But what's your thoughts? Would you do it now?
But he still has this. Oh, go ahead.
No, because
I think. Go ahead.
Because his tape don't say 4.8. His tape don't. Nobody would have said he ran a 4.8. Nobody from watching this tape, right? Nobody. Like, you know, if we did that right now, how would you feel about that?
I'd be okay with that. I wouldn't
Me
even
too.
trip. At least we did get a safety.
Yeah,
I won't even trip
yeah, yeah.
because he still has his strengths and he still has his weaknesses as what he contributes to the team. Well, as he contributes as a player. So, with that being said, I still would take my chance with him, all because of what he can bring to the. He'll still give you that Darren Woodson-ish pop to that receiver. He'll make you earn your catch, and that's what we need back there.
Real quick, did Dylan Moses? Can y'all check everybody that's in the chat? I'm gonna actually need y'all help on this one. Did Dylan Moses go yet? Is Dylan Moses still
I
available?
don't think so.
I don't think so. Cause I'm
I don't
looking at
think
my
so
B
either.
rolls.
That's a good question.
Yeah, somebody Google that. That's in the chat. Google real quick Dylan Moses, cause Dylan Moses sitting there, man. You better get him. I don't care how many linebackers we got, man. Let me see. And see also Trill Williams from Syracuse. Trill Williams. You know what I mean? That's another safety. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
So, no,
another.
we still got safeties,
nickel,
y'all.
That's a nickel back. Yep. And he's a nickel.
Yeah. And we still got, I don't know how. I have no idea how, Keystone. And everybody else that's listening in, we still got this dude.
And what our practice squad list gonna be?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you ain't lying. That practice squad finna be nice. Not practice squad, you mean the undrafted free agents. I know what you mean.
Yeah,
that's
even done drafted. Yeah.
Yeah, the undrafteds, the undrafteds are setting up to be epic. The undrafteds are setting up to be
Very epic.
absolutely epic. Give me 1 second. Let me see. I'm trying to see something real quick. I'm gonna look at all our next couple of picks. Okay.
Yeah, like Austin Watkins out of UAB.
Ooh, I love you, Keystone. Hey, and yes, I said that. I love this man, Keystone. I see, Keystone. This is why we call this man. This is why we say he has the sleeper files. I have not talked to Keystone about this. We have not talked about this, Keystone, but he is in the B rolls. Who you just said?
He's a pretty good run block.
Man, this is the best value right now sitting there, bro.
Watson.
Yes. And yes, it is another receiver. I know y'all like, oh, we receive it out. Oh, we receive it out. No, man. This boy can play. This boy can. Oh, Keystone, that's why I rock with you, man. This is exactly why me and
Going
you
into next year, Cedric Wilson will be going. And who knows what we going to do with Michael Gallup. You know what I'm saying? So that'd be two receivers off the board. So it ain't no such thing as too much right now. If
Right.
we're trying to really build in the future like we seen throughout the draft, hey, I'm okay with that.
Right. Now, man, I'm seeing Keystone better rock with you because I was literally looking at the B rolls, like what's left? Like, do we have any? Because the B rolls are the people that we consider like some of the top sleepers that's left. You know, and yeah, man, you hit that on the head. I mean, golly, yeah, Austin, yeah. Hey, y'all look him up. Look him up. Let me see. I'm gonna take some questions real quick. Make sure I ain't miss no super chats real quick. Give me a sec. No, okay. Oh, Antoine, and I hope I'm saying it right. Antoine Okafor. He said, "Talk about Kerry Vincent." Oh yeah, me and Keystone got this. You go first. We got you on that. Go ahead, Keystone. Kerry Vincent from LSU.
Kerry Vincent.
Yeah. We had somebody ask us a
Kerry,
question.
You know what I mean? He has pretty good coverage skills. He's a pretty good back. That's definitely a plus. Stay on those. Got great instincts. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm good with having that as a back.
Your boy Stone just went to Florida, man. Your type sleeper. He just went to Florida.
Going?
He gone, bro.
Yeah.
He gone. But just to answer your question.
Now, see, now that's a guy that played. Go ahead.
No. Keep talking. Oh, you getting ready to talk about Stone? We'll come back to Stone because I want to answer his question.
I got you.
So, Kerry,
All right.
you talking about sleeping like a baby if we get him. I would officially say this was a good draft if we able to get him this late. Because as you can see, we have a 3rd or 4th round grade on this guy. This is a guy that played corner and played safety and also played very big in big games. And he has elite speed and good ball skills. It's a mystery to me why he's still here. I just don't get it. Maybe it's some bad film that I didn't catch that the other scouts caught. But from the big games, because remember, the OC told you, I always go look at people on how they play in the biggest games and against NFL competition. That's what I do, right? He showed up.
He's an underrated ball hawk too.
That's what I said. He's an underrated ball hog. Exactly.
Yeah.
He's an underrated ball hog. Like, I'm over here shocked at some of the people that's still sitting here. It's telling me, honestly, I'm going to be all the way honest. I think the scouts couldn't do their job this year. I don't think the scouts could do their job this year. I think COVID messed up their ability to grade. And I think these grades are all over. Because even after the first round, I tweeted about this. It was the most outrageous reaches that I've ever seen since I've been watching the draft and tracking it. See, it's a difference between sitting back, kicking your feet up, just watching the draft. It's another thing to have all your boards already organized from 400 people, mixed with your board, seeing who going off real time, doing that on an annual basis, studying all these prospects. It's a big difference. So when you do it that way, and a lot of people do it that way, we call those types, Keystone is that type, we call them draft heads, right? Because they basically work as if they go get a check. And it's just love. It's pure love for the team. It's pure love with breaking down and understanding the process. This has been the craziest year to me. Like, since I've been doing this, I said it after the first night, real time. If you go back and look at the Skywalker show with Boss Cowboy Sports and go just fast forward it to the end, the last thing I said is I've never seen anything like this. From all the years I've been tracking this close. So like I track this close. You know what I mean? I don't like, I'm actually semi-sad that I can't keep up because I'm still doing the show. Because what I would be doing right now in my normal draft head mode, I would be quiet, watching the picks, taking them off my list and seeing who's available, and also looking at who I said was available, and also cross-referencing that to CBS and possibly Dane. It's just weird, man. So that's why you have guys like, to answer your question, Kerry Vincent, right? I mean, this boy balling. You know, this boy's a good player. Ball skills. In the national championship, he literally takes the ball away from a receiver. Big play. Seals all the momentum. Big moment. You could say he could have been arguably in the biggest game, one of the best players. You can't watch the national championship, watch Vincent, and not be impressed. You'll be like, that boy showed up. And let me ask you a question. Do you want guys that show up for North Texas, or do you want guys to play for the Dallas Cowboys that show up big in the national championships? Which one has the biggest pressure? Playing in the backyard of North Texas, or playing where you know the whole world is watching you and you still out there making big plays like it's normal? What you got on that, Keystone?
Man, I definitely would love Kerry Harris. I would definitely
Yeah,
love Kerry Vincent
yeah.
over that guy that we drafted in the third round. I would draft him in the third, then draft the other guy
Me
because
too.
I don't know anything about him.
Yeah,
But I definitely would want somebody that's going to be playing big, the college front, big games or the national championships or big, big division conference games. I'm looking at those kind of games. If you can show up there, you worth being on my list. But it was like
right.
I was saying earlier, man. They love those local playground players, man.
Yeah, yeah. And see, KMT, he said this draft is crazy. He said this draft is crazy. We got
Yes,
top
it is.
prospects. Yeah, I agree, man. This draft is weird. I'm gonna call this the COVID draft. This is a COVID draft. This is COVID-19, bro. Like, and some people, I'm serious. Keystone laughing. I'm serious. This, like, I'm gonna read this and I'm gonna talk about this KMT. I'm looking at the board. Y'all forgive me. All right, it's cool. All right, so yeah, he said this draft is crazy. We got top prospects falling to the 7th round and undrafted. Correct. Yeah, and like I said yesterday, man, I said COVID messed up these guys' processes, and I'm gonna say it like this. Think about it. If you've been an NFL team and you had the same way of evaluating talent, and everywhere you worked, it was at least similar. Every team had 30 visits where you can go kick the tires closer, where you can do a profile evaluation, where you can bring them in and check on their physicals if you thought they had physical limitations. All of that was wiped out on COVID. So basically, you have a lot of teams that I would say are shooting in the dark because you don't have your normal ways to go through your checks and balances. And it was all the teams. So then you got to think, what did that do to the overall evaluation of talent? It messed it up. So that explains why we looking at Jamar Johnson and we looking at some of these players that had great grades and easy risers that still went late. That's why we looking at Washington not drafted yet. It's a lot of Dallas Cowboys. Keystone, let's talk about that. How many people in the Dallas Cowboy community had Washington, the safety out of TCU, as their top safety? Your boy gone, Demetric Felton. He went to the Browns.
That's my dude. That's Mr. Playmaker.
Yeah,
That
UCLA.
dude play running back and wide receiver. He's gonna be a miss. He's gonna be a mismatch in the third round. I mean, not the round. When it comes to them third downs, he's gonna be a mismatch because you can put him in the slot and give those linebackers some work, depending on who he is.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, man. Just going back. Yeah, so just going back, so and I know that was one of your pet cats, so I wanted to just tell you that. And Demetrius was nice. He's very nice. Like, he's somebody that he's just a good football player. See, but he was one of those guys that you don't know quite to do with him because he's too big for receiver. Not too big. He's not too big for receiver, but he's bigger than most receivers, but he's smaller than most running backs, but he's actually good at both. You know what I mean? So it's kind of yeah.
He's only an inch taller than Tavon Austin.
Right.
Remember, he was supposed to be our gadget guy, and he couldn't stay healthy. That's how I was looking at Demetrius. He could have came in as a good, he follows his blockers very well. We could have used him in the jet sweep. He's good in the open. Just like I was guys looking at Javian Hawkins out of Louisville. That's another guy in the open. If he give him open, it's all she wrote.
Right. And let me do something real quick. I'm going to try to see if I can get some more team members in here with us, man. Let me see. Let me just hit up the team, and we go see if we can get some people in here. I mean, 1 second. Yeah. Cause I want to hear from what Boot and them think. You know, I want to see that. And if Queen can get on,
Yeah, no doubt.
yeah. Let me hit them up real quick. In the meantime, talk about Felton real quick. Just break down Felton a little bit more for people that don't know him, and then we'll go to the chat and we'll continue to take y'all questions. And if y'all got some super chats, obviously we go make those priority. But then obviously, if you have any question, we go address that too. But while I'm talk about Felton real quick, or any other sleepers you think might make sense, right? As we sitting here, because we about 15 picks away from Dallas, and we all know it start moving real fast around now, so it's gonna happen fast. So let me work on getting some more people on the show. Keystone, just talk about some of your favorite sleepers as you go through your sleeper files, and I'll work on this on the back end. All right. So who would be some of your favorite sleepers?
I had my eye on Demetri Felton. Right now, I mean, you still got Stone Forsythe out there, out of Florida. You know what I mean? That's a guy that could play left and right tackle. Even though we did, he gone.
Yeah, he went at 208.
Earlier.
Yeah, he gone. Yeah, he just went 5 picks ago.
I was looking at Demetri Felton and saying that he was gone.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Yeah, that's a good pick.
Is Kylan Hill still on the board?
Kyron Hill. Yeah, what about him though? No, he's not.
Not Kylan.
Yeah, no, he's still available. Go ahead.
Yeah, because we all know what was going on when you look at Kylan Hill, because of the fact that we also took him during this pro day and all like that. We showed interest in him.
Right.
Like Kylan Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Running back out of Mississippi State.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Knowing that we need that third back that's going to come in down at least. And, as long as you coming in to move the chains, I don't care who you are. Now, Kylan Hill, this dude is patient. He waits for his blocks to develop. He can burst through a hole. He's quick-footed. You know what I mean? He can choose the spots on the inside, and that's big.
Right.
He can squeeze through small holes, follow his blockers. He can go north south. Only thing of this, he's not truly a creative ball carrier who makes defenders miss, and he cannot beat defenders into the open field. That's one thing about him. But those type of things can be coached. It can be worked with.
Right. Right now, yeah, and who else? Because I like. Oh man. Man, God dog. Yeah, man, we just lost another safety. I ain't gonna even hope in safety no more. I'm not gonna. DeMar Hamlin. Yeah. Yep. We just lost DeMar Hamlin from Pittsburgh. Went to Buffalo. Hurts like hell. Hurts. It hurt.
It just shows we have no value. It just shows
we don't value
safety. Safety.
We don't.
It's signed, sealed, and delivered, man.
It's signed, sealed, and delivered. It's signed, sealed. I'm gonna tell you like this. As long as Stephen Jones is alive and running this team, I'm never go hope in safety. I'm never go hope in it. Nope. I'm not. I mean, you know the saying.
It seems like Steven's the opposite of Jerry.
Yes. Expound, bro. You can't just say that and just run off. Expound on that, brother.
Yeah, because you had Jerry that didn't mind spending on his players. You got Steven that do mind spending on his players. You got Jerry that won't mind talking hype on a player that he will want to bring to Dallas. Steven, he sits and laughs like it's funny. So, I mean, you got to look at the complete opposite of them two. And it breeds dysfunction. And that still continues to be a major problem in Dallas, man. that the dysfunction is real.
Right. Let me take this comment because I think it's a good one. I think it's a real good one. Somebody said, Mikael James said this. He said, we have improved our defense. We got LBs, rebuilt the room, CB's Kelvin Joseph, a starter. I don't miss Cheeto or X Woods. Mediocrity. And I do agree. The defense is better.
I agree too.
It's better. It's better. On paper, it's better. But it goes to what I was saying earlier.
Not only that, we got linebackers that can tackle. Yeah.
But when you're 31st, go ahead. Go ahead, Key.
Yeah, I was saying, not only that we got, not only we got linebackers that can tackle, and we got linebackers that's good coverage. And you know how long that's a problem for us. So I'm more than proud of the defense that we had because we really kicked it up a notch in the main two problems that we have. And not only that, they can read the field because almost every running back in our division can scramble. And we got to expect to sniff that out. So that's another thing to look at.
No, well said. No, well said. And I say this, because he said, yeah, we're better. So we can focus on that. If you want us to be positive, we'll be positive for a second. But then we go tell you the truth, which some of it is going to be negative. I come to that, Derek. He asked me who we getting ready to select. But I'll say this. Yes, the defense is better. So we can try to focus on where we improve. So let's ask a question. Is Kazi better than Xavier Woods? Yes. Is Urban better at stopping the run than Poe? Yes. Are all the corners that we just acquired better than Anthony Brown? I would bet yes. Will his DT likely help us because he's immovable? Yes. And if we have good DTs that can keep our linebackers free, will that help them play better? Yes. So we can sit back and see what the Dallas Cowboys is doing. You know what I mean? We can sit back and say, we see what your vision is, but what would you tell your son? If your son had the ability to be a millionaire, but he wanted to settle for McDonald's, would you be like, hey, at least you got a job? No. Because you love him, you would say, son, I like that you're content. I just want to let you know you can do better. So that's what we're saying. We do recognize that this defense have improved on paper. It's better. My issue is instead of trying to go back to being an average to good D of 2018, what would you tell anybody you love? Go for it, son. Go for it, daughter. Go for it, baby. Go for it. Go for your dream. Go for it. So that's what you're seeing with me and Keystone and Skywalker and the OC. Because I notice our fans, it's like some of our fans really only want to hear good news. And they feel like you're unloyal if you give real critiques. It's like they say, I don't want to hear that. I want to continue to hope. Hey, that's negative energy. No, it's not negative energy. It's necessary critiques, and we're growing our public voices to get the critiques to hopefully get in the building, and hopefully somebody can say, you know what? That's not a bad idea, and implement some of them so we can be even that much more better. So yeah, but the defense is better. And to be even more positive, if this defense can get back to what it was in 2018 and better, we would definitely be a top 4 to 18 for sure. Because our offense alone, number 1 in yards, number 6 in points when Dak is playing. That ain't bad. You can win with that. You can get real hot with that. You can get hot as hell with that. You can get on a run with that. You can almost start looking like you unstoppable with that if you get hot enough. But we hungry for 6. So since we hungry for 6, you seeing our emphasis on help our offense by giving us a better defense. And drafting for the future is not truly helping 2021. And that's all we saying. You know. So let me look at some of these questions. Did you have some on that, Keystone?
Especially in the third round. I said, yeah, especially in the third round, man. I mean, like I said, I'm good with that. It's just when you look at Chauncey Golston, yeah, I'm okay with that though. But that could have been like a little later round. That's what me with that. And me looking at Osa, now we all know Quinn, because when he drafted Grady Jarrett, he wasn't that big either when he came in as a DT. He had to get his weight up as well also.
Right.
So that's something else that we need to look at. But it could be ish. Because you know how Marinelli was when he came to them DTs. You look vegetarian players. They was getting mauled all over the field. But I'm just glad we got a big body. So
yeah. See, somebody, I'm gonna come back to that thought you just said, Keystone, because I'm addressing some of the stuff that's out here. My boy KMT asks, and this is for both of us. He said, "Boss, how mad would you be if Dallas took a QB next?" I wouldn't be mad if it's the right QB, because backup QB is an issue and it's important. It is. I wanted Trask, from Florida. I was hoping he slipped, but he didn't. So, you gotta, in my opinion, to answer your question, Cam T, I'm cool with building a whole roster. I'm cool with that. But he would have to be the best QB. So, if we got Newman, and Newman is not picked right now, I would like that pick. You know what I mean? I would like Newman, the QB. I would like Newman because his Senior Bowl, bad. His Senior Bowl week, bad. His 2019 looked real good. So then you'll say, what happened? I'm going to say this, and tell me what you think on this, Keystone. A year off from quarterback is totally different than a year off at any other position. He opted out because of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you opt out, now he was slinging that rock in 2019. I mean, with accuracy. I said, that boy looked good. 2020, I bet you $1 million you cannot shake off quarterback rust in a week of practice. And you cannot simulate with a year off the quarterback position. And I'm going to say it like this to answer your question, because that's a good question. Like Newman, if I play corner at Division 1, when I want to work out and I have a workout partner, I could go run hills. I could go backpedal up those hills. I could work on my speed. I could work on my hips. I could get on that jump rope and work on agility. And I could do all of that and go right out there and play corner and end up being better because I was able to work on those individual skills alone. With quarterback, you cannot improve your craft without others. You see what I'm saying? That's what makes Newman a steal, because Newman opting out, it's hard for him to say, hey, guys, let's get together and who's going to do that during the season? You're opt out. We're trying to win this season. So he couldn't get with guys and simulate what he would see in a real college season. So that's why I put Newman in the guide. I didn't put him in the guide for 2020. I put Newman in the guide for 2019 and 2018 because I'm thinking COVID is making people assess him bad. The man rusty. Let the man get into an organization and throw that ball a little bit, get used to his progressions a little bit. He stunk it up at the Senior Bowl because he didn't have time to really get acclimated, in my opinion. What's your thoughts on that, Key?
Yeah, any quarterback that takes time off is going to be rusty.
Yeah.
That's why his Senior Bowl looked bad, and that's why he dropped the way he dropped right now. Now, if he'd have went out there and played this season like he did last season, he would have easily been off the board. He would have been before Davis Mills. Bet you that.
Easily.
And I had Davis Mills as my sleeper.
Yes.
Later on, I had him as my sleeper later on.
Yes.
And I didn't expect him to go that high.
Right.
Look what the Vikings did with Kellen Mond. I mean,
yes.
You know, it's just, oh man.
That's
why I said COVID really, it killed it. It killed it. It killed a lot, man.
Yeah. So, and see, Stevie Mack, great comment by Stevie, man. Man, this is a good chat. I like this chat. These boys in here smart. I like that. The boy Stevie Mack said Jamie Newman looked a lot like Dak in 2019. I agree, man. I agree. Good comp, man. Because
nice.
Good comp. And you know, a lot of people be like, oh, Dak, what you mean? Dak, what kind of? No, I know exactly what you're saying. No, he's not Dak. We know you're not saying he's Dak. But the comp to Dak is good because of where he was placing that ball. And Dak is real good at placing that ball in vertical throws. I don't know how Dak got a bad rep at vertical throws. That was always the biggest lie told on Dak. Dak, the whole time he's been a quarterback, been top 5 in vertical throws. The whole time. So the whole time we were saying Dak can't throw past 10 yards, and it was all the Romo people and the people that just hate Dak for no reason and offended and stupid and just angry and hate life. But man, that's a good comp. Man, that's a real good comp. And that's why, to answer the question, I wouldn't be mad at a quarterback. Just be the right one. And he would be one that I'd be like, yeah, get him in the building. He go stink it up for a little while, let that man get warmed up, and he go start putting that ball like he was doing in 2018 and 2019. Because nobody can look at his 2019 season. You'll look at a Senior Bowl and say, that's not the same guy. You'll just say it. You'll say, that's not the same guy. Now, to me, if I was a scout, I would then say, why?
Yeah, and I would say quality backup, and I would say insurance policy. And so that's really what you want to do when you talk about quarterback and you draft him for depth in the draft. So, no, if we picked him, I think that he's an excellent pickup. I think that he gives depth, and it's no pressure for him to come into the building and start. I think that's the issue that he would have, is coming into a building and being forced to start. But at this point in the draft, it's very, very unlikely that he will be forced to be able to play. He just needs to develop into a solid backup and then take his career when he gets the opportunities.
And I want to say, man, I like how OC came back. Man, OC came back like a boss. Boy, y'all see that? The OC came back and just yeah,
hey,
good
man,
job,
you
OC.
know, yeah, man, I eat and sleep this thing, man. And so, look, man, we deep, man, down into the 6th round of the draft. I don't know where you dropped off at, Boss Cowboy, in terms of keeping everybody updated, but I do know that we got Quinton Roach, edge rusher from Miami, off the board. We got Khalif Herbert, running back from Virginia Tech, off the board. Sam Ehlinger from the QB from the University of Texas, off of the board. And we got the pick in for the Broncos.
Thank you, sir. And actually, OC, I'm going to need your help, man, a lot, because I stopped keeping up with the draft because I've been obviously hosting and producing and all that at the same time and asking the questions, taking the chat. So I don't know anymore who's available real time. So I'm going to have to lean on you for that.
I got you, man. And so I'll keep you up to date, man. Did you cover the draft picks top around 6? Did you cover those?
I didn't really cover the guys because we kind of just was talking, but go ahead.
Talking about, no, let me just get everybody caught up, man, just real quick, man. And that way, man, if it's anybody that jumps off the page, we can kind of discuss them. And also we can discuss divisional scenarios and situations, all right?
Yeah.
So I won't cover the Jets. I'll start with Frank Darby, wide receiver out of Arizona State, going to the Falcons. Joshua Bledsoe, going to the Patriots, and then you also got Marlon Tuipulotu. Defensive tackle. He's a sleeper dude too. A sleeper dude that's a strong at the point of attack type dude that signed defensive tackle to the Eagles. So the Eagles are addressing the defensive line. We see a pattern of that now, and they are aggressively doing that. Center out of Georgia, underrated dude. Trey Hill went to the Bengals.
Yeah.
Taron Jackson, defensive end out of Coastal Carolina, again signed to the Eagles. Taron Jackson, defensive end, Coastal Carolina, sleeper type guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then Quinton Bohanna, defensive tackle, Kentucky.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. You had something on that Keystone? Cause you jumped up when he talked about the sleeper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Taron Jackson. Yeah, I like Taron Jackson. He pretty much has all of the strengths that Cam Sample had out of Tulane.
Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick.
They need to bulk up. Oh.
Yeah, let's talk. So I just want to show Cam Sample because I never showed his B-roll. He got picked and we never talked about him. But go ahead and talk about Cam and the comp, and then the OC and get back on catching everybody up. Yeah, he's gone now. Cameron is gone too. But you were saying he's like Cameron. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was a fan of Cam because he had a good snap off the ball. You know, he had good hands, had size. No, he always happens to be at the right place at the right time. Only thing about him, he just needs to bulk up, and that's the same thing that Terrence Jackson has. It's like they both got the same similarities, but positive and negative. Terrence Jackson do the same thing. Got pretty good hands, quick off the snap. Got pretty good upside. Got the same thing.
Right. Go ahead, OC. You was breaking down the guys that was still left.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, Deontay Brown, one of my favorite sleeper guards, signed with the Panthers. And then you got Eli Mitchell, Louisiana Lafayette, going to San Francisco. You got Roy Lopez, D-tackle, Arizona, signing with the Texans. Who cares? You got also Gary Brightwater, running back out of Arizona, going to New York. Not a bad backup player. He'll help out. He'll help out my main guy there, Shaquan Barkley. You got Will Sherman, O-tackle, signing with. I think that he's a solid player. Signing with the Patriots. And then you also have Larry Roundtree, running back out of Missouri. Nice shifty player going to the Chargers. D-tackle Jalen Twyman, we talked about him, signing with the Vikings. And Brandon Eccles, CB, going to the Jets, and then Nadorius Williams going to Oklahoma State to the Giants. Now, look, that was not a bad corner. Okay, what do you think about him, Boss Cowboy? Nadorius Williams signing with the Jets, pick 201. What did you think about him? I saw a little tape on him, but you're the DB here, so I wanted to get your feedback.
I didn't catch his tape, so you would have to, catch up.
Yeah, so I mean. Yeah, man. So this guy, man, is a more of a physical, long cover type corner, man. Not bad playing at the ball, willing to mix it up. He's a willing tackler. I think, man, he's a solid addition late for the New York Giants, and I see him as a guy that will get on the field this year for the Giants. I see him as a guy that'll get on the field.
Wow, dang.
I see him as a guy. I see him as a guy that will get on the field.
See, I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait till now after the draft where we get to break down. Our rivals. You know what I mean? See, because now that we know who the rivals got, now we can really go, because the OC is already heavy on this, but we go get heavy on this even more, obviously, after this process. And you can obviously get that content at Boss Cowboy Sports, and then continue to follow the Dallas Cowboy Network with Skywalker, and follow, obviously, both of those for sure, because I really do know his channel mixed with our channel, mixed with some other channels like Vach, mixed with other channels like my boy Big Game and other channels. We have good content, so I can't wait to dig into that. I wanted to take a thought from the thread, and if y'all got any super chats, anything, that's obviously greatly appreciated. And even if you don't, go ahead and throw in some questions in there. And that way we can kind of address it as we wait on our pick. Because a lot of people seem like they liking that. People throwing out a lot of questions, OC, and it's good questions. Yep. And it's also getting my mind going. I think it's some good stuff. Like, I want to read this one, and I want to open this up to everybody.
Okay.
My boy Antoine, he been killing it on the questions. I might be kind of giving you too much attention, but you got good questions. I gotta ask good questions. He said this though. I like this question. He said, "I think the nation is a little hard on the nation right pick. I think his upside was worth that third pick. Only time will tell, though." I'm gonna give you my answer. Give me some time to digest this. All right. Because I don't want to get too deep in analysis today. Let me do some more research on the whole draft after we finish. Just make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe, because we go come back and we go break down all of our players, and we go break down other players. And when we do that, just come back and then you'll get the full analysis. And if we can get the film, we'll also break down this film as well, because we do that a lot at Boss Cowboy Sports. As you know, you also get with the Dallas Cowboy Nation. You get that on both channels. You know what I mean? But make sure, because we co-branding the channels right now, you got to go over to Boss Cowboy Sports and hit that like and subscribe. And if you're a Boss Cowboy Sports member, do the same thing to the Dallas Cowboy Network, because some people go be looking at this and thinking it's just one stream. No, it's two streams going at the same time and with great content. So just do that and we'll be able to answer that question a little bit better. Unless you had something on that, OC and Keystone.
Yeah, so let me jump in real quick and try to get everybody caught up a little bit, because I know that Daz Newsome, interesting receiver out of North Carolina, has just been drafted. So I think that he's an interesting guy. But before we get into him real quick, I got to show a little bit of homage here to some of these old linemen real quick that have been drafted. Interesting pick. I was surprised to, and this is a tee up for you, Keystone, okay? So please be ready to respond. All right. This is one of your guys, Stone Forsett. Out of OT out of Florida. He's gone, yes. He went to Seattle. But I didn't think he would last this long. I really did not think he would last this long. I had him as a sleeper tackle, top 15-ish tackle. I thought he would have been drafted before. What do you think about that, Keystone? You got any more thoughts on him? Keystone.
Man, that's the guy that could play that and right. I'm here. I'm here.
We can hear you.
I was saying that's the guy
Keystone, hold on real quick. Before you spun Keystone, I learned Keystone. It took me a while to learn Keystone, and I like this about Keystone. Keystone thinks before he talks. Okay? So when you hear that awkward pause, he thinks. That's what he's doing. Notice every time we ask him a question, it take about 10 seconds. But respect that. Everybody that's listening, it don't look good on TV, but it's great for information. You know what I mean? So I just want to say that and continue to do that, Keystone. We'll be patient as you gather your thoughts. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, I was looking at Stone Forsett like this is a guy that could play left and tackle. This guy got big. I mean, all pass rushers. The only thing about him, speedy pass rushers, because it's his footwork. That's the only thing that's concerning. But as far as like holding his ground, he can hold his ground, man. That's one thing I like about him. And the thing of it is, due to his size, he probably could shift into guard a little bit, depending on whose team he's on. You know? But as far as him being a rotational tackle to play both sides, that's a plus for Seattle, man. Just gotta get his feet together.
Yeah, feet and knee bend. I think with this guy, I think that he got to work on bending on the run game. He has to work on that. But to me, he's too tall and too long to be a natural inside player. To me, he's a natural tackle. He's a guy that has great length, tremendous athletic ability, but it's just the technique is off. You know, there are certain guys that can play, but they need to get coached up on the nuances of footwork and hand placement and bending and recovering after he got beat a little bit. And I think that he's that guy. I think that also in the run game, man, he has to work on finishing and also being more devastating at the point of attack. So he has room to grow in terms of his strength. But I feel like overall he's a great value pick, tremendous value pick for Seattle at pick 208. Real quick, I'm gonna get us caught all the way up, Boston. I'm gonna kick it back to you. Really quick, guys, a couple guys, and I'm skipping over some guys, okay, guys? So please don't crucify me, all right? Quincy Roche, edge rusher out of Miami, Florida, going to the Steelers. Also also smart pick. Kayla Hill Herbert, running back out of Virginia, gone. We talked about Sam Ellinger being gone. Das Newsom being gone, and now Thomas Fletcher, what is this? Thomas Fletcher, from Alabama, going to the Panthers. They draft defense really, really well at the Panthers, man. I noticed that about the Panthers. They always are drafting strong front seven players, man. Any thoughts about that, Boss Cowboy?
Man, I'm sorry. I was actually producing, man. Ask me that question again.
No, I was saying Thomas Fletcher, a linebacker out of Alabama, I believe. No, I'm sorry, long snapper. I apologize. He's a long
that's
snapper.
What I was looking at.
He's a long snapper. He's a long snapper.
I know, Ben. All right, listen. First, real quick, for some administrative stuff. I just went over back to the Boss Cowboy sports page. If you don't mind, can you hold down the OC, the Dallas Cowboys network? That way we addressing both sides of the comments.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say that real quick. Administrative work. Just that way we taking care of both pages and the questions that's coming from both places. All right,
absolutely.
So real quick. That shows you, and I spoke about this earlier when you was gone. I called it, I leaned all the way out of the camera. I called this a COVID draft. It's a mess. It's a mess. Now they go try to package it like, everything was perfect and we got through everything. And no,
right.
We can see that y'all are way out of your processes. You missing the 30 days. You missing the ability to have those Zoom interviews are not working. It got your boards all whacked out to where you getting long snappers.
Hey, listen, he's an elite long snapper, though, actually, because I had to remember, I did have a note on 2 long snappers, and he was one of them, Boss Cowboy.
Okay.
He was one of them. So, no,
okay.
People pay for long snappers just because of rush and nuances. So this is the part of the game that we don't really talk about is special teams.
Right.
No, we don't talk about special teams,
and nor
right?
do we even want to look at it, to be honest. It's not sexy.
But listen, man, those plus threes and those 1 second long snaps to get the kickoff quick and beat a pressure rush when you backed up on your own goal line, and if you don't get it out, they block it. It could turn into a safety or a touchback. Those are the nuanced game-winning type plays that as fans we don't pay attention to. We pay attention to what we think is the big stuff. But I mean, we were down in Houston with one of the best special team coaches of all freaking time, Coach Gant. And he talked about the importance of special teams. I mean, he would bust my tail about blocking down to make sure that we didn't get a field goal blocked or extra point blocked. So I think that, hey, if you get value late and it's cheap and it can help you, kicker, long snapper, why not? If you got the rest of everything filled out, why not?
A long snapper?
Man, I would if he's elite, and I think he's good. I sure would if I had my as a long snapper. He's really good, man. He's really good as a long snapper. And we'll watch tape and break all this down. But I'm telling you, as a long snapper, he's really good. There's a reason they drafted him.
I'm not gonna watch no tape. I'm gonna look at some plus minus. I ain't watching long snapping. I'm sorry. Stop. You can. You can. I'm not doing that. I'll leave that to you. Now, if I get a job, if somebody call me and be like, "Hey, we saw your book and we like how you think, and we willing to give you, $100,000 to become a regional, GM. We think that you got the mind to be able to." Yeah, I'll look at long snappers. Not doing it. I'm not. And nor am I even consider drafting them. Well, I might do it in the 7th round, not the 6th.
All right. What about going cornerback out of UCF actually going to the Cardinals?
All right. Let me look at the corners that's left real quick, because I could tell you. Because right now we in the cheap seats, and I could tell you who I think would be people that we should. Oh no, I don't care about him, because you know why? I don't care. I don't care who this guy is, right? First of all, because none of them is this guy. This is the biggest mystery right now that's happening to me. Kerry Vincent still sitting around. This is tripping me out, because some of this stuff is not making sense. Like your boy from Florida State, Had a first round grade last year at DT. Still there. Kerry Vincent, still there. Washington might make sense, the safety. And my boy kept asking me, Tyrone Church, he said, talk about Washington, the safety.
Mm-hmm.
So we're about 3 picks away. Prime location for Washington.
Yeah. It could be done, man. I mean, look, it's still.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but the Eagles just got Jacoby Stevens out of LSU.
My Lord. Feel it killing the game, bro. When
And you heard it here first. The OC said this in round, I believe, number 4. I said, you got to pay attention. They are having a good draft, man. This is a team that's getting better right in our division, man. So here's the thing. It's the difference between winning competition in the fall and then winning the draft, man. So a part of winning in August, September, October, November, December is winning the draft and winning free agency. So the Eagles are doing pretty good, man, with some of these guys, man. They're picking up, man. They're doing a good job. Good job.
And let me say this too, man. We getting closer to the pick. Let's start sharing. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's start sharing. Like, this is the time to start sharing. Because, see, start sharing this with the people that really are interested in big boy football. Because the big boy football people are still hanging in here.
Yep.
This happens every year. Round 1, every show, 600 people watching, 1,000 people watching, everybody sharing. Round 7, 30 people, 200 people, 300 people. We got to increase the draft heads. And we would have more draft heads if more people tuned in to our type of content. The reason why we don't have as many people here, because I'm going to be honest, a lot of people don't know how to talk about round 4, 5, 6, and 7 and make it interesting, because it's actually very interesting, because you actually still have a lot of steals.
Steals. Absolute steals is the key word.
Right.
Steals.
Right. No, this is very interesting. People think like, oh, 7th rounder, I'm going to tune out. I'm going to go shopping. No, sit back and watch the show. Matter of fact, share, like, subscribe, and start putting this out there, because we still got some stuff that can make our day. We still got some stuff. Go ahead.
So the pick is in with Washington, and the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. So let's see what Washington does here. I'm interested to see what they do. They made a couple good moves. They got a long way to go, but hey, let's see what Washington comes back at. Let me get to the Dallas. Excuse me. Sorry, I had a frog in my throat. Let me get to the Cowboys Network chat here a little bit.
Yeah.
And so we got White Knight special teams, and there was a player, a female player. Be interested to get your thoughts on this, Boss Cowboy. Sarah Fuller.
Okay.
Sarah Fuller.
What's up, Sarah?
Sarah Fuller. And so I believe she played at, remind me, White Knight. She played at, was it Vanderbilt? She was a kicker.
Mm-hmm.
I think she played at Vanderbilt or Purdue, and she was a kicker.
Yeah.
And so, what about her getting drafted?
She got drafted?
He said, what about her being drafted? She hasn't been drafted. He's asking a question. What about her being drafted? Because he says she's a real baller. He says she's a sleeper pick. She was a soccer player, I think, and that she's a kicker, I believe. And she kicked for, I think, Purdue or either Vanderbilt.
I remember, because they did an exclusive story on her.
Vanderbilt.
Yeah, Vanderbilt. She's a good kicker, man. She's a good kicker.
I mean, I say it like this. Treat her like an equal. Measure her like an equal. What's her stats say? What does the data say? What's her percentage of field goals made? Measure her like anybody. Because we all know OC. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
At U2 Keystone, we know kickers hardly ever look like they belong on a football team.
All right. So KMT said he's trolling and she's not that good.
Okay.
That's what KMT said.
But that's still my answer. Like, treat her the same. If you in a man sport, or and then you're a woman that want to be treated equal, we need to measure your numbers equally. That's all. And if you doing a job, you deserve the opportunity, you know. But also, the NFL and teams shouldn't cheapen the process by trying to be the first in history and all the stuff that we do where we're trying to market it. That's actually insulting. If you want to treat like everybody should earn everything on merit, and if she has a gifted leg,
No,
get her another long snapper. Did you have him on your list?
No, I did not. No, listen, I did not have that boy on my list,
This
man.
draft. This draft.
I did not have him on my list, man. I mean, look, this is unique, man. This is unique. But listen, I'm telling you, this is nuanced stuff. I didn't have this guy on my list. I had another guy on my list. But there are some good long snapping is like an art form, man. People really don't think that it is, but to snap the ball back at like 60 miles an hour like a football, like that's why they don't let you hit long snappers, because they're defenseless, and a lot of times they like 230, 220, and they don't do nothing. They just come on the field, they long snap and make $1 million a year because they can actually get the ball back. So people disrespect long snappers, man. Our long snappers, man, they just snap the ball. And he was a walk on. He got a scholarship because he could snap that ball fast. And so, I mean, there's value in that, and teams are valuing it, Boss Cowboy. They're spending draft picks on long.
Yeah, Lance got a scholarship.
Yeah, long snapping, being fast at that is snapping that football, man. So you know, it's value in it, man. But interested to see what the Chiefs do here.
Drafting it.
Hey, man. Well, look, you know, you gotta be in line with what teams think that they should pay for, and if the Washington team, they don't have a long snapper, then you draft one. If you can't find one in free agency, you draft one.
I do this. I'm gonna have to go to the OC school of special teams because I ain't buying it right now. But I'm open to be taught. I really am. Then let me look at some of the chats on Boss Cowboy Sports page because I want to address this. And Steve Lupton says, shout out to the diehard fans. You know what it is. Yeah, I agree with that. 100%. What he's saying right now is the people that's left are the diehards. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out. Because those are the people that's still hanging in there right now. And they giving it all they got right now to get the analysis, the understanding, and the research, and be here real time all the way in the end. And, you know, I like those types. You know, sometimes, you know, I go to church sometime or I go to a house of worship or something like that. You know, and then the pastor say, and final words. And then when he say final words, everybody leave. That's rude. You know what I mean?
Man, but you know what's blowing my mind?
Talk to me.
Trey Smith.
Yeah.
Left guard, Tennessee.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Still on the board?
Yeah.
Still on the board?
Right.
6'5.5", 321 pounds, complete road grader. He was my number 3 rated interior lineman, man. He's still on the board, man. What is going on? This draft is bananas.
No, it's the COVID.
Man.
It's COVID.
Bananas, man.
It's
He's
COVID,
a grown
man.
He's a grown man.
Yeah. It's COVID. I'm telling you, that's what it is.
Man.
It's the fact that these teams couldn't do their normal due diligence. Now they go try to dress it up like everybody knew. I'm gonna tell you what this means. This means Boss Cowboy need to get out of podcast and he need to submit his resume to some of these teams for scouting. That's what this means. Because that means that a lot of people don't grind like my boy Keystone. They don't grind like the OC. They don't grind on this stuff and grind on these available pay, and they getting paid. That's what this mean, man. I don't care what nobody say. It's a whole lot of people that's in these scouting rooms that are really like it's a job. They were interviewed, they passed, and they got a job. But this type of stuff going on in the NFL is telling me that these people are taking checks and they not really crunching these players out. They not.
Right.
They not.
Right.
No way. Or let me blame me. So I just blame them. I'm going to blame me now. Or these people that are slipping, that don't make sense to slip, are having some medical stuff that we just never saw.
That's true. That's also a good point. That's maybe why Wilson is slipping,
Right.
because of medical. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? He may be slipping because of medical.
Trey
And
Smith
so,
just
yeah,
left. OC, you hit that
Just
right
got-
on the head. Trey Smith,
Just
he
got
just
off.
left. Yeah, he just left.
Yeah, man. Off
Dallas
the man,
next.
what a
Kansas City.
Kansas.
what a fantastic pickup by the Kansas City Chiefs.
Jesus,
Oh my
man.
goodness.
Rich
Rich
getting
get
richer.
richer. He's a stud, man. They're not gonna have no offensive line problems now because that dude's a day one starter. That dude is a day one starter. He can pull. He's an adequate pass protector. He's a roll grader coming straight off the ball on double teams, man. He's a grown man. He's a grown man. And he's a value pick. He's going to come in KC, and he's going to help that offensive line. I'm telling y'all, day one. And they're setting themselves back up. They say, okay, you tore up our MVP. You tore up Pat Mahomes. And guess what? We go get all this thing addressed.
Yes!
We get this thing fixed
I was
now.
just looking at Israel. From South Carolina. Dallas got Israel.
Awesome.
But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. You can expound.
I mean, Israel played across from Horn. Okay. Good technique. Plays very good to be long. He has good hands and he attacks the football well. If you got some real speed, he gonna have some problems. But for where we are, that's a good pick.
Yeah. I mean,
Let me ask you a question.
yeah.
And you, Keystone, I'm asking both of you. If you Washington and you just saw two long snappers go in front of you, what are you thinking?
I'm not valued.
Yep. What'd you say, Keystone?
Special teams.
You thinking special teams? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm like, man. Wow. Long snappers? Anybody that's picked right after them long snappers, I would be offended. I would wear a permanent professional chip on my shoulder. Write that down. If anybody, these guys ever watch this show, for motivation, I wouldn't even put all the guys that was drafted above me in my position. I would say these people pick long snappers over me, man.
Well, here's the deal about Israel again. I mean, hey, if you look at the model of the players they're drafting,
Tall.
we see again, tall, he's long, he got good ball skills, Boss Cowboy, right? He's good with his hands in terms of coming down with interceptions when he has the opportunity and contesting, man. He ain't no blazer and all. But hey, man, the dude is willing to play physical, right? He be in trail position sometime, but if you underthrow that football, he came back and got some picks. You know what I'm saying? Just by kind of like some things that you'll see on his tape. So I mean, he fits the model. He fits the model of what they're going for. So again, I'm not mad at this pick. He has room to grow. I think that actually in a good training program, conditioning program, I think maybe he can get a little bit faster, but that's neither here nor there. He's long, he's tall. Again, he makes plays on the ball. He had several really good picks, man, and he's a long strider type dude. But, man, he got good ball skills, man. He's going to play the football, and I think that's what Mike McCarthy really, really wants in terms of his defensive backfield, man. What do you think?
I'm upset and happy at the same time because I like the player. I do. I like him, especially in this round. I like that. But I'm upset because I feel like, I'm going to say it like this. Why with the Dallas Cowboys is corner constantly blamed when safety is the issue? You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, now, let's all think back of what blew holes in the first 4 games. Just think back. It's not hard. What got us killed in the first 4 games? Was it the corners or was it the safeties? Who did you have to bench?
More like both than me.
No, it was safety. Okay, hold on. I don't want to overtalk you.
Hey, and D Lunatic, thanks again for the donation, brother. I appreciate you on the donation, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and then somebody said, which I've heard this before on Israel. I never saw this on tape. I didn't watch him that much to know this, but Alum Benuma Matthew said Israel is a hybrid corner free safety.
Yeah, he can play hybrid, man, because of the fact that, I mean, he's played in the middle of the field a little bit, played on the corner, man. He has good ball skills. If you put him at safety, I actually like him at safety if you don't have a problem at corner, because of the fact that, man, he has really good ball skills. So if the ball's up in the air, like consistently what you see kind of, I'm even looking at his highlights, he's a guy that's going to play for the ball. You know what I'm saying? He's going to try to make a play on the football if the ball's up in the air. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I do like about him, Boss Cowboy. I'm not saying he's perfect, but hey, man, you know, he again, that's not a pick. We could have went another direction. That's not a pick I'm mad at.
Yeah, I'm mad at the culture. I'm not mad at the pick. I'm mad at, like, safety for so long is treated like we're good, and we're not. I like Kazi. I do. Ball skill wise, don't trust him to try to tackle a running back for 4th and 1. It's gonna be first down. All right. Don't trust him, you know, on tackling. Like, he can tackle, but he gonna get him on the ground, but it's gonna be ugly. All right.
Yeah, baby. And sometimes that's what you just gotta do. You just gotta get the ball on the ground.
I don't like that.
Sometimes you just
true, but see, that's what I'm talking about from this standpoint. I don't like good when great was a potential, and I don't like average when good was a potential, and I don't like average when bad. I mean bad when average was the potential. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt, man.
And that's
no
what
doubt.
I keep
I'm with
seeing,
you, man.
and it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm seeing this the whole draft. I'm just trying to look on the brighter side of things.
You doing a good job of that too. You doing a good job. I'm just in my feelings over safety, man.
Yeah, bro. Look, we could have went safety all the way, man. But again, maybe they feel like, hey, man, we got a short-term solution. And so we'll deal with that next year. Or maybe we take this pick and maybe we put him in safety. We got flexibility with him. Again, hybrid-type player, can play corner or safety. So I think we got to be a little patient with this one just because of the fact it's a new defensive coaching staff. We got to see how this stuff shakes out in OTAs and going into training camp. And I think in July, we'll have a lot better idea about how all these guys will use. First pick in the 7th round, Mike Strahan, a wide receiver out of Charleston, pick 229. Second pick in the 7th round, Jimmy Morrissey, center out of Pittsburgh. And then you got Lornell Coleman, OT out of Massachusetts, being picked up by the Dolphins. You got the Jaguars that are on the clock. Their pick is in, and you have the Los Angeles Rams that is on the clock now.
My boy Gerard Daniels say, yes, you need to be a scout, boss. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Make some phone calls for me if you can, bro.
So let's look at Nobu Takota in the chat. He doesn't like this pick. He says that the dude can't play corner. He says he can't play corner. He said, watch the Florida game. He being picked on by every receiver. All right, cool. Appreciate that. And you're right. Okay, let's talk about that. Because I know that Florida game well because I watched it a lot, right? He didn't really get picked on by every receiver. Pitts took him to school a couple of times in the red zone, right? And what happened is he gave up what's called inside leverage way too easy, which gave Pitts a just real easy walk-in touchdown slant, right? And he was getting cooked so much by Pitts, at least on the big plays, that they switched Horn to Pitts in the second half. So when I was watching the tape of him, I was seeing more technique
issues than bad football player, which is also the case with Horn. Technique issues. And there's so many times in the cornerback position that you're beat on alignment, assignment, and technique over athleticism.
Yeah.
I just said what I said. Alignment, assignment, technique is get you beat more than being an athlete. Case in point, Sherman. Always been slow. Turtle slow.
Great point.
Technique, solid. Assignment, the best. Intelligence, the best. Athleticism, only his height. That's it. See what I'm saying?
It's average. Just average.
Just average. But he does the techniques and alignment and assignment stuff right.
Yeah, and so much of the corner is that. Yeah. And corner, in my way, and to be comparable, offensive tackle, so much of that stuff is like understanding the angle, understanding what the defense, or in that case, the offense is trying to do to you, understanding the down and distance. Do I play off? Do I play press? All right, does this guy go run a slant, hitch? Is he going to do a go? Is he going to do a comeback? I mean, what am I dealing with this receiver? So a lot of things you can mitigate at the cornerback position and even the safety position just by preparation. So then that leads me to the next question. Do we think this guy, because I don't have the full background on him, is he a good prep guy? Is he a guy that's go study and work hard? To me, from what I've seen, I don't have full comps on him, but that he's a good work ethic type dude, man. He's willing to work hard. And so, I mean, hey, we'll see what happens with him, man. We'll see what happens.
Check this out. So, C. Burleson, he burning up inside, and I'm feeling your pain. He said this on the Boss Cowboy sports page. He said, bruh, you know when somebody start a conversation with bruh, let me let everybody know that's not from the urban culture. That mean he hot. Whatever, I'm gonna just tell you, whenever somebody start the sentence with bruh, it's saying it like this, bruh. Bruh. So I'm gonna read it like this, bruh. Carolina got Keith Taylor and J.C. Horn. I love it. And see, and this is why I love it to Keystone Point. And Keystone, if you got something, just jump in, bro. You know.
And Brown too.
They got who?
Yeah, and they got Deontay Brown too.
They got Deontay Brown?
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was just thinking about you.
Yeah, Carolina.
Oh, God, dog. See, this is why I'm interested in that. This is why I'm very okay. Oh, hold on. Somebody asked me a question. I always want to answer questions like this because this is somebody who really want to know. He said, "What do you mean when you say assignment?" All right. So every position on the field has an assignment. All right. There's something that you're supposed to do, and if you don't do it, you're hurting the team. Like you're supposed to play your position the way it's supposed to be played, and it's called what you assigned, what you are assigned to do, and you don't get out of it. Period. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. So people talk about containment a lot. Whenever you hear containment, they usually think in defensive ends and edges, but corners also have containment as well. Corners and what that mean is don't let nobody outside of you. So if I'm in the left corner, the left cornerback, okay, and a running back, they pitch the ball and he running at me and he makes a cut like he's getting ready to cut up, and then I jump to the inside, right, to try to tackle him, and then he bounces outside. I just lost leverage. That's what that's called. What I supposed to do, let's say if it's somebody trying to block me, my assignment is make him go inside. So if I'm on this receiver, I'm supposed to get rid of this receiver on my inside, go at that running back to make him cut up, because that's where my help is. And that's why you got to do your assignment. That's what we mean by that. And so that's why you'll see football coaches say stuff like, do your job. You know what I mean? Don't help other people, because you get some people out there, especially the low IQ players. They act sometimes, the low IQ players, like being an athlete is enough. But you also got to follow the integrity and the design of that defense or offense, or you messing up everybody. That's why you call it a team game. I'm going to give you one more example. So, like, let's say the quarterback and the receiver, because now I'm going to turn it to offense, right? You got the quarterback, you got the receiver. The key to know if it's cover 2 is reading the corner. So if the corner do what they call sit, right? So what they'll do is they'll sit down and they'll stop backpedaling around 5 to 6 yards. That's the cue to the quarterback. Oh, they in cover 2. The person who's supposed to also know that is the receiver, because if they see that tells some offenses you got to sit down in these holes in that zone. So the assignment of the receiver is to find a hole in that zone. The assignment of the quarterback is to know that the receiver is supposed to find that hole. They supposed to be fully aligned in their minds to make that play happen. That's what we mean by assignment.
And I think that's something that we do on a follow-up video, Boss Cowboy, to really break down, because that's a visual thing that you really got to break down with people being able to see tape for them to fully get it. I want to show you the love with Wayne Kaufman. He said, "Boss, this pick of Israel is Sherman. Remember, Sherman was the 6th round pick and ran a high 40 time. He thinks that is a spot-on comparison by you." So, showing you some love on that. Let me catch you guys up to the latest and greatest. What's going on in the 7th round right now? We got Phil Hoskins, DT, Kentucky, going to the Panthers. We got Jake Funk, running back out of Maryland, going to the Los Angeles Rams. We got Patrick Johnson, edge rusher, going to the freaking Eagles. We got Wayne Herbert, DN out of Kansas State, going to the Bengals. And we got Jake Anderson, Texas Tech guard, big boy, going to the Buffalo Bills. And so the pick is in for Denver, and Cowboys are on the clock, sir, at 2:38.
Come on, Cowboys. Come on, Cowboys.
I see what the Eagles is trying to do, man. They trying to speed up their defense as well too. I see they trying to bring in some pass rushers. I see you, Patrick Johnson, backer edge blitzer, coming out of Tulane. I see what they're trying to do. They're going to try to bring that blitzing heat back. They're going to make sure that he don't breathe.
Yeah, and I'm going to say this. Dallas, from what I'm seeing, most of their draft was about budgets mixed with competition. Philly was about, let's just get the best players that can help us win now. I'm going to say for the most part, in this draft was opposite of last year. This was not a pure BPA draft. It wasn't. This was a budgeting draft mixed with good players. It was. It was a budgeting draft. That's just what it was. Kerry Vincent just gone, bruh. He went to Denver, man.
Yeah, man. What a value pick, man. What a value pick, man. Jeez, man. That dude should have been gone, man. Hey, watch him out. That dude should have been gone. Yeah, that dude should have been gone, man. So, man, look, man. Hey, it is what it is, man. So, who we got coming up now with this pick with the Cowboys, man? Do we go back and try to get another D tackle? I mean, we could go in any direction right now. We're at the bottom of the 7th almost. I mean, where do we go? I mean, yeah, I like him. I like him, man. I like him. You know, I like him a lot. But do the Cowboys pull the trigger? Because what I think that he does, man, I think he comes in, he may take somebody's job. And so if we have any good old boy, if we got any sons, Boss Cowboys, or any residue of sons being left in the building, I think you don't pick him, because he's a big old dude. He gonna come in and take somebody's snaps. I'm telling you.
Man, I know
he gonna come in and take somebody's. He gonna come in and take somebody's snaps.
That Kerry Vincent pissing me off, man. I'm just.
Yeah.
Like I got so mad right there. Like that was real too. Like my man, I'm mad right now. I'm mad, but it's people I believe in, and I'm
right
pretty
on
sure if people
defense,
was
man.
watching me, you will want somebody to believe in the work. I believe in the work I did, man. And I want my team to win this 6. And it makes me mad, bro. I mean, I'm real mad right now. I'm mad. I'm real mad. Talk me off a cliff, OC. I need help, man. I'm mad right now.
Man, I think again. I mean, and not to beat a dead horse here, but man, I really think that with some of these players that are hybrid players, because we drafted a couple guys, man, especially with Israel, and then with Parsons, right, and then with Jabril Cox, right, on the defensive front, right. We got some almost not 100% clear on the position players. Right. So with that in mind, you got to keep in mind that they could shift and say, hey, we want you at safety. We want you here. We want you there. And then so you do really got to be a little patient to see what it's going to shake down and come to now. With that being said, could better decisions have been made? Yes,
right.
You're correct. Better decisions could have been made. Better players could have been picked in terms of where they rated on best players available. You're absolutely correct on that. And so to that point, you're correct. But in terms of how everything goes together in terms of baking the ultimate cake, that's the part we got to kind of see. We got to kind of take a wait and see approach, right? Because if I threw some eggs and say eat a raw egg and eat some flour, you would be like, huh? Yeah, but when I add in sugar, baking soda, and cocoa, you would realize I'm making a cake. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So don't just look at the eggs and look at the flour, but like, man, why am I going to eat raw eggs and flour? No, wait a second. I might be making something. I might have a strategy in mind that you don't understand right now.
Right.
And so I think you got to give them the benefit of the doubt, Boss Cowboy, that they might have a strategy in mind that we are not fully involved with or understand, although you're correct that better players could have been picked all day long.
I'm going to say this. Let's wait till the pick come in, and don't leave, everybody. Don't leave. We go recap all the picks, and then, we go talk a little bit. Don't leave yet, because we still got some football to do, all right? So we go wait till our last pick come in. This is Dallas' last pick, and the draft show obviously will be getting ready to conclude, but we go recap. And I'm gonna say it like this. I think we should do a recap and call it like this: the in the moment thought process of the picks. Is that fair? Or we go through just each one and say this is where we were in the moment. Again, give us a time to digest everything and where we can change. And see, Skywalker did a real good job of explaining to give podcasters that room because it's emotional.
Yeah.
So we just got Matt Farniok from Nebraska.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I butchered his name, but I'm happy that we got a guard. I don't know who that guy is. It's somebody I'm going to have to do my homework on.
Yeah, man. Well, I know a little bit about him, man. I can tell you a little bit about him, man.
Right.
Yeah, he's an experienced offensive lineman, man. He finished. He was a 3-year starter, Boss Cowboy. So
Cool.
I mean, this guy actually played multiple positions. So he's kind of a swing inside outside type guy. He played right tackle and he played guard, and he actually started at center at a particular time. So he's a versatile dude, man. At his pro day, man, he did very, very well, man. Over 30 on the bench press, man. Did, all the things that you want him to do, man. So strong hands. He locks on. He's like I was when I played, man. He's one of those dudes that lock on to you and don't let you go. Mm-hmm. So he's one of those kind of dudes. He is able to laterally slide and like protect versus different defenders. He has really good awareness. So I mean, if you kind of like look at him as more to me of a guy that you can play almost any position, and that's kind of what I like about him, Boss Cowboy. Okay. You can play this boy legitimately in multiple positions, and he has a bunch of
competition for Connor Williams. Is he real competition?
130% competition, bro, because he's versatile and he's strong.
Good.
He's versatile and he's strong. So to me, I think you create some and I kind of like it a little bit in the sense that they're maybe subtly creating some competition in some of the weak spots, or weaker spots on the team, right? In terms of bringing this kid in. So man, look, man, I'm not mad at it, Boss Cowboy. I wanted them to get Trey Smith. I think that would have been a better pick. I don't know why you didn't jump up to get that kid, because he's well worth it. That was drafted out of Tennessee. But this guy in particular, Boss Cowboy, I mean, I'm not mad at him, Boss Cowboy. I'll let you speak, and then I'll kind of get into his weaknesses a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. This guy named Chuck asks, will you guys show a list of undrafted free agents? Yes, obviously, yes. And we go do a show on them as well, because generally what happens is undrafted free agents become the news that nobody care about. But undrafted free agents can sometimes be your biggest steals and deals. So we go do that a lot, and we go keep, and because after the draft, there's another basic draft after the draft, which is the undrafted free agents. They're steadily going to be pouring in. There's going to be a lot of information we're going to be revealing to you about these opportunities that's happening for the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, the way that it's trending, this going to be one of the best undrafted free agent markets almost of all time. You know what I mean? Because it's some value still sitting out here. It's some real good value that's still sitting out here. Yeah, we just lost your boy real quick. And let's listen. We finna talk about the Cowboys draft. Let's recap all the picks real quick. Give me a second to set that up. OC and Keystone, do y'all have anything while I'm setting it up?
Yeah, man. I mean, so to me, I want to kind of talk about this tackle that we just got. Well, you can call him, I don't know, call him whatever you want. Tackle, center, guard. I mean, he played all three positions, man. He's not a bad player whatsoever, man. He's a 3-year starter at Nebraska. Did a whole bunch of good things there. I mean, if you want to talk about his game and talk about some things that you think he can do better, are you there? Yeah. Would you say Keystone?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I didn't cut him off.
No, you was talking. Go ahead.
Cool. So, all right, cool. So, I mean, the thing that I like about this kid, man, is that
what I
he's
was saying was.
Go ahead.
Keystone.
Keystone, we'll get back with you. Let me let him finish, and then we'll get back to you, and we'll talk about each one of the picks.
Yeah, I think that at time he gets flat-footed and he lunges. Okay, that's the thing that's kind of a weakness in this game. But I think that overall he has adequate foot quickness. He's a strong dude. He's extremely versatile, and he can push anybody that shows up and they play bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's not a guy that may come in and I'm going to say be a real all-pro, but I think he's a guy that has the ability to be a garbage pail dude that put on his hard hat, pack his lunch, come to work and work hard every day, and that's adequate enough to actually be a starter and be a good starter for you and get the job done in multiple positions. So I really do think that's a smart late-round pick by the Dallas Cowboys.
What's your thoughts, Key? Keystone.
All right.
Yeah, Keystone.
So I think we might have lost Keystone, man. Something must be happening. He might be in a bad area. So let me just say this. Let's keep the let's go through the picks real quick. We go call this OC, and everybody that's listening, y'all listen to we go say it like this. Way too early thoughts on the picks. Let's start with Parsons.
Yeah. Good pick. Great pick. Excited about the pick. Good pick.
What would you grade it?
A+.
A+. Me too. A+. I love the pick. I'm excited about him as a player. I love his type, the type that wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy. One of his best tweets that I love, he literally said, I want to remain in the same colors of Penn State, and he was referring to the Dallas Cowboys. His family is a Dallas Cowboy people, and being from Pittsburgh, that's saying a lot. That's like Skywalker. They're both from Pittsburgh, and that's enemy territory. So I love the fans that are like Keystone that's in Philly and my boy Buddha from the streets. And let's just introduce to some of these people real quick because they didn't get on the show, but like we got Buddha, right? So we got Keystone, we got Geach, we got a lot of different people that are analysts with the Boss Cowboy family. We got Queen, Picante, we got E Kush, so we got a lot of people, but it's the fact that most of the people that are Dallas Cowboy fans are enemy territory is what I call it, and he's one. And also, that's just a heartfelt thing I like. Mostly, he's a good player. Pick 2. Yep. What's your thoughts on our cornerback?
Pick
Kevin
2.
Joseph.
Yeah. I know. I got it. I'm just thinking about how I grade him. I'm gonna grade that pick. As an A. All right, as an A, just because I think that they could have got a better player there, but I understand the methodology after thinking about it, and I see why they picked him there. He's a physical corner. He's a dog. He's big. I mean, he's gonna add value. So I'm gonna give him an A on that. Just not a A plus, A minus, just like a flat A before a B plus. I'm gonna give him an A.
Okay, I get that grade a B plus, mostly because I don't know enough. I love his tape, but I don't have the answers of his head issues that I keep hearing about. And and Queen raised a good question, like, why don't people question when Joe Burrow went from Ohio to LSU? That's a fair question. But I still want the answers. Until I really know that for myself and I go research that more, I'm not prepared to give that pick an A. And plus, I wouldn't really give it an A because I definitely knew it was players that was better that was sitting there.
Right.
So that's my way too early assessment of that. But I do like him as a player, and I do know he definitely better take Anthony Brown away. Anthony Brown better be packing his bags right now, to be all the way honest. Well, I ain't gonna pack his bags. He likely to be packing his bags if Kelvin shows up and do what he should.
He got to get beat out.
He got to get beat out. I think that's the best way to say it. Okay.
He got to get beat out.
Round 3, pick 75, Osa, DT, UCLA.
I'm gonna give that. I'm gonna give that pick a C.
I'm gonna give that
because
pick.
I think.
Go ahead.
No, I'm giving it a C, man. I think we could have done better there, man. I think that it was higher rated players. I hate when I feel like we reach for players. I mean, he did get over 10.5 sacks in 3 years, so he averaged 3 sacks a year. Whoop-de-doo. I'm not impressed by that, man. I think that he's a growth player, and I think we could have done better. That's a C.
I grade that play. I grade him a D. Now this is way too early. I graded a D because I'm still waiting on somebody to show me somebody at his size making that instant impact to help stop the run.
Hold on, Boss Cowboy. Not to cut you off, man. Special shout out to JR. Thanks for the super chat, brother. $20 super chat, man. He said, salute for the hard work and info y'all provided, fellas. Maybe safety next year. Thank you, JR. Appreciate the super chat, brother.
I said, maybe safety next. I quit on safety. I got no more hope on it, bro. They can't even talk me into it. Thank you for the super chat, but no, man, I ain't got no hopes on that. They killed all my hopes this year, man. Like, I had a little bit of hope starting the draft. I got no more hope in hoping Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones on safety. None. It's totally disrespectful at this point. And that's what I'm going to be saying going forward. Safety is disrespected in Dallas, not undervalued. It's disrespected. Okay, next. Yep. All right, so I get at a D.
Chauncey goes.
And I get at a D because of I don't believe it's going to be instant impact. Yeah. Now some people is going, some people go, Boss, you been negative. Okay, you're right. Yeah. And then, we had this quiz yesterday. I say, show me somebody at 290 that's instant impact.
Yeah, I mean, those are called trap questions. If the fans don't know, those are called trap questions.
Right.
Those are questions that's like a lawyer setting you up, asking you a question he already knows the answer to.
Right.
That's one of those kind of questions.
I set you up with that one. And somebody was being cute. You ever heard of rat lift? You ever heard of 4 tackles as a rookie? And we grading this from the third round perspective. I'm not saying this is a third round grade. I wouldn't have graded him like that round 4, round 5. This is a round 3 first pick in a third round grade. So that's what it is.
Right.
All right. So next, Nashawn. No.
No, Chancey Golston.
Chancey Golston.
Yeah, Chauncey Golston. I'm giving this one just. I mean, I see the thought of it. I just think that there were better players available. I see the thought of why you like him because he has a good first step. He plays with good fundamentals. He had 27 tackles for loss over the past 3 years. But you got much better players on there. So I'm giving this one. I'm gonna just give this one a flat C. A C minus, just because it was better edge defenders, it was better defensive tackles, it was better safeties, it was better almost everything available, and you picked that guy. So I think that you reach for sure on that guy. I think these 2 picks, you reached on both of them. I'm giving that one a C minus.
D for me. Moving on.
Yep.
Same reasons.
Yep.
Nashawn Wright.
Mr. Nashawn Wright. Now this is an interesting pick. Again, I'm gonna give him a C plus because I do see his upside, and I do see that he has this long, thin frame. I think he's better than people give him credit for, but I think that it was better players available, so I'm gonna give it a C plus.
Yeah, I feel, he had 5 interceptions in his. Oh, hold on. In his past 2 seasons,
he did.
That's more interceptions that we've seen in a while from a corner. I love that he attacks the ball. I do feel like it was better players and a lot of better players there. So I would give this one. I'm gonna be a lot nicer on this one though. A B minus, B plus.
Okay.
Final grade, B plus. And I feel pretty good about that. Jabril Cox. What you got?
Yeah, I like him. He's a value pick, man. I think that Jabril Cox is kind of a steal. I think he's an instant impact kind of a guy. I'm giving that pick. I'm gonna give that pick an A, especially because of where they got him at and his athletic ability and what he brings to the table. I'm giving that pick in round 4 an A.
I'm giving that pick an A. I'm giving that pick an A. To be in round 4, yes.
Yep. Value, man. Tremendous value.
And I like the versatility. Like, I know Scott kept saying that it's messy. I really don't think it's that messy because I really went deep into his film at North Dakota. That boy plays the hell of a safety. If you go look at his North Dakota tape, you would want him to play safety over linebacker.
Yeah, you might.
You would. Like, if you say, forget the LSU tape, let me go see what his safety tape is like over here. You could be like,
right.
And sometimes you play safety at a school like LSU because you're at LSU.
Right.
And it's like, we got a lot of safeties. We got a lot of athletes. So where we go put you? Let's put you at linebacker. Right. But the boy can play safety. And you know he can play safety because everybody keep raving how much he covers.
Right.
So it's not that complicated to me. And then I've seen people make that transition. It don't happen that much, but one of the best safeties at Dallas went from linebacker, a pure linebacker, to one of our best safeties, Wilson. I'm giving that one, I'm going to change my grade slightly from an A to an B plus just because I'm not sure what they're going to do with him. That's it. That's the only reason.
I'm judging him strictly on talent, playmaking ability, and his grade. Hands down, he's an A, dude. To me.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't talking you off the ledge.
If we talking about the talent, A. When I'm talking about the strategy, yeah. So I stick to the. I'm gonna get an overall. I'm gonna stick with my thought B. Because I just don't know what they gonna do. It could change to an A easily once we start seeing the plan unfold. Once they start announcing this is what we're going to do. And most importantly, what do you do? What does he do when it's preseason? What do we do when we finally put eyes on him? Is he going to still be a rotational linebacker? Or are you going to have him running downfield as a gunner? Special teams. Be like, damn. Excuse me. All right, excuse me. Anyway, next. All right, so round 4, Josh Ball.
Josh Ball, man. It was better players on the board. I do like him as a sleeper. I mean, to me, man, you got you had Dylan Radson, you had Trey Smith, you had Ben Cleveland, you had a lot of other offensive linemen that you could have won that was better. I think that somebody liked him and they just stuck with him. He was not the best player available. Obviously, we know that he has some history and why he dropped in the draft, but I think that he has good potential on the right side of the line. And so for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and just give this one a flat C.
Yeah, I want to get some questions answered. Because what allegedly came out seems to be a pattern that follows you. And if it's true, now listen, everybody listen. Big word before everything else that I'm saying, because I still have to research, is if. Listen, if it's true of being in 11 incidents of some type of issue with women, an F, especially based on what was sitting there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. While I'm giving it a C, because I don't know. I haven't done any work on all the allegations. Right. All the chat on the Dallas Cowboys network is saying that it's absolutely true, all the allegations. I don't know that. I don't want to speak on that until I've done actual research and I know for myself, okay?
And that's why I gave a big disclaimer saying if. Right. If.
Yeah, and so I'm going as if I'm on the fence of I don't know exactly everything that happened with these allegations. So based on the pick of the player, I'm giving him a C. But everybody here in the chat, Dallas Cowboys Network, they going off. They said Ball is a D plus. KMT says he's a D minus. Mojo says he's a D plus. Stevie Mac 23. D. Ball's a D, and you got Yuri Fav, D minus, all field issues, B minus talent. Okay, that's more fair. He said D minus, all field issues.
I like
B
that.
Minus
but
talent.
Hold on.
All right.
No, you gotta give one grade though, and I feel you though, and that's good. That's smart. I like how he did it like that.
Be balanced.
That is balanced, but give us one grade.
All right,
that's
cool.
all.
And so now you got Abhifna said that Ball is an F because of the off-field concerns, but the dude has starter capability. And so because he has starter capability, I'm sticking with my first grade, and I'm going to say he's a C.
C.
I'm going to say he's a C.
And that's,
he's a C.
Again, and I'm going to wrap up Ball after this.
Yep, go ahead.
Because what I'm afraid of is a pattern.
Right.
That's why I wasn't afraid of Parsons, because you couldn't see no pattern. When you got to talk about when he was 14 and when he was 15 and he had an incident with a safety where he teabagged him and told him, I will Sandusky you. Man,
Yeah. I mean, 11 women is 11 women, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I do know that the only common denominator in that whole situation was you. If it was 11 different people saying the same thing,
I'm still putting a big if on it. Still big if.
I don't know. I don't know what's true or not. But if 11 different people saying the same thing, I gotta research it, bro, and that's something I gotta definitely pay serious attention to.
Right.
If 11 people said the exact same thing, that's all I can say.
And see, everybody that's in Boss Cowboy Sports, you got to get these grades too, because I see everybody on the Dallas Cowboy Network is giving grades. Everybody that's watching with Boss Cowboy Sports, we need your grades too. And buddy, you was right. We did get Israel. You was right on that. All right, this is the last thing I'm gonna say about Ball, because we went long on him. I'm gonna say this because
okay. Wait, one second. Let me say this before you go, because not super chat, but Rue Glock says it was the same woman 11 different times.
Okay, that makes it different. That makes it way different.
Yeah, he said it was the same woman. Okay, so thank you for that, Rue Glock.
Thank you.
So now it could be something else now.
Yeah,
now
it could be. Yeah, that
gives a little bit more balance.
That I feel way better now. That's why I've been saying if, like, you know what I'm saying? Let us do our research. We just responding to the rumors that we heard from the thread. Like, we haven't researched this yet. We gonna come back with the research, and I'm not gonna beat them up if I'm gonna just tell you what I think. But I'm gonna tell you something about my personal experience. Okay, I went to the University of Houston as a freshman, and my roommate was a safety, who was a good safety. I'm not gonna say his name, but I had a roommate. He had issues with women, and I saw with my own eyes. And he eventually got locked up. I'm gonna just tell you, for rape. And I believe it. And he was my friend. And I saw him one time talking to a lady, and I walked in the room and he was kind of shaking her. And I never saw that. Like, dang. Man, bro, you tripping, bro. Like, that's no, bro. You know? And we got into it over that. But I'm saying I get careful with this type of stuff because I start seeing a pattern with people that got issues like that. So anyway, I'm gonna do my research and we'll come back to that. So anyway, that's my grade on ball. I'm saying an F until I find out more. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give him a D. I'm gonna finish it with a D. Cause see, I shouldn't give him an F without finding out more. Let me give him a D until I find out more. Okay. Then give room for F. All right. So
Simi.
Yeah, Simi. A.
Simi Fehoko. A. Definite A.
A. We've been needing this for a while. We've been needing this for a while. We've been needing a Dak supersized weapon, and we got one. Now, will he play right now? Likely no. They gonna let Wilson and all those. He would just have to come in and just Super Bowl and light up preseason. But
I think he beat somebody out.
Okay.
Because Dak likes smart guys. And he's a smart guy. He's a Stanford receiver, high IQ guy, high maturity guy, right? So you put anybody that's not named Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, or Michael Gallup, the rest of you bottom three are on notice. Yeah. You draft that guy, you go give him a chance to compete, and we'll see how he does in the preseason. If he balls in the preseason, he gonna get some balls, dude. They're gonna find a way to get him on the field. I'm telling you, if he balls in the preseason, and this is just the OC's opinion, I think they get the ball on the field.
I hope so. And I hope, but he is coming into a hellhole too. You know what I mean?
That's true. He coming into some mess.
And what I mean by that is you coming into a team deep at receiver. From a low draft position. So you're going to have to fight through politics. Like Antoine would say, the deeper you are, the more you got to fight every day to show you belong. That's the pressures of being a low-round guy. So he coming into a place to where he going to have to get the crowd on his side, similar to Donovan Wilson, right? When did people start rocking Donovan Wilson's name? When he rocked preseason. And people kept whispering every time those safeties was stinking. They kept, why not Donovan? Why not Donovan? Why not Donovan? Right. Why not Donovan? Right. They kept saying that because of his preseason. That's what he's going to have to do. But I still like the pick. So, Quinton.
Yeah, man. Big boy. Big baby. Tremendous upside, man. I'm giving that pick. There's a couple other players available that I think Tonga would have been better in the position, I think. And so because of that, I'm going to give that pick, based on what I've seen in his highlights, I'm going to give that pick a B+.
Okay. Because we needed it so bad, I'm going to give it a B+2. Right?
Yep.
So it's one of those beggars can't be choosers. And thank you, Boss Cowboy Sports. I see y'all responding with the grades. I love it. I love it. That's what I'm talking about. You got to participate. And also hit that like button, too. Please hit that like and subscribe. Because you know it's an algorithm thing. If we don't get the likes, that tells YouTube that people don't participate on the show. So appreciate that. Please hit that like. All right. We needed it so bad. I love his size. I love your reaction to him. I'm going to do my own research, but I trust you, OC. I think we have good eyes and similar eyes. And I know you'd say it like it is. If you saw fluff, you would say it. You know, I've been rocking with the OC enough. When I saw him smile, looking at his highlight, now he was only looking at his highlight, but when my boy started smiling, I was like, okay. Because if it was the opposite, he would have been like. So anyway, I like that pick. All right, so Israel.
Based upon where we pick him in the draft and him playing opposite to a dog and his position flex, I'm going to give that pick, I'm going to give him just a flat B because I see potential. I'm not sure where they go play him. Based on what we got him, I'm going to give him a flat B, which means that the next thing down is a C+. No, I'm gonna give that pick a C+.
Yeah,
I'm giving that one a C+. Yeah, because there's a couple unknowns and a couple things I saw I didn't like. I'm gonna give that pick a C+.
I'm giving that pick a C, but not really because of him. I'm giving it a C because bro, I was so mad when Vincent got picked. I'm dead serious. Tears almost came out my eyes. I was that mad. I was mad, bro, because it was. I believe in Vincent to that degree, and I believe we would have got us a elite speed guy, a baller with ball skills late like that. I was I was hot. I literally had to check to you on camera because I was that mad. My eyes started watering. I was that mad. I had to pray. Calm down. You on camera?
I'm serious. So look, let me give a quick shout out to the Dallas Cowboy Network chat. So this is how they got him rated. KMT says that Israel is a C. Antoine says he's a C-. Mo, being hard on the man, said D+.
Yeah.
All right. So who we got, man? We got Cashy Brown said B-. Pickle Rick B+ because of his potential. Yeah. Raymond Thomas says Israel C. He's a fighter. T Smooth TV says C+, agrees with the OC. Yep. And then we got Eric Mitchell says he's C+. Let's go ahead and recap real quick before we continue on this path real quick. Let's get everybody updated on the draft and what's going on because we're not done yet. Tonga just got drafted by the Bears, by the way. The tackle that
I'm done with the draft. You not done. I'm done with it. I'm mad. I don't want to talk about that.
Look, no, listen now. Hold on. This is a draft show now. We got to get the people what they came for. We still got to keep the people in the loop in terms of the picks, okay? So let me just run through this real quick, Boss Cowboy. We'll get right back on it, all right? Jonathan Cooper, defensive end, Ohio State, goes to Denver. Will Bradley King, DN, goes to Washington. Mark Webb out of Georgia goes to the Chargers. Irie Nixon, wide receiver, goes to I guess they just completed. I think it was a round robin. They may have just completed the bottom of this 7th round here. Hold on one second. Let me try to see if I can pull this thing back up. If I can't, we just go rock on.
We go rock on, man. I say let's rock on because see at this point these boys not gonna be Dallas Cowboys. I don't even want to talk about them. They somebody else.
All right, let's rock. Hey, let's run. No. We're down. We're not out of the seventh round yet. Anybody that's interested? No, we're not out of the 7th round yet. We're not because we're down to the. We're not. No. I'm saying that we're not done. That the Cowboys are done.
I'm done.
But the draft's not done. All right,
I'm done,
so put it in the chat.
I'm not talking about these boys. I'm serious.
Put it in the chat, guys. Do you guys want us to announce the rest of these picks?
Boss don't. Boss tired. The OC took a lunch. My boy Skywalker had to go on a break. Boss is done. After we talk about the 7th rounder, Boss is gonna hit that closeout button. I'm telling you, Boss hungry. Boss drank some water and a snack and been holding this down. Boss done. All right, let's get back to.
All right, go ahead. Let's get back to the grade, okay? Then I'm gonna try to get the question answered by Apavi. He said, "Do we think that Boss Cowboy signed a Washington and unrestricted free agency?"
Washington? Well, that's up to Washington now. And if I'm a safety, I stay clear from Dallas. If I'm an agent and I'm talking to Washington, don't go there. Don't go there. They have too much going on at safety. That don't seem like a place you want to go for your career. That's what I would tell him. No, they always got roller coasters and weird stuff going on. Because at this point, as undrafted free agents, now the players get to choose the place that they think is best for them. You know what I mean? I ain't coming to Dallas if I'm a safety. All this weird stuff that they do. They literally had Johnson and Washington's ranked. I ain't gonna say, but Johnson, come on, man. And then you go out there and get a tackle.
Yeah. So look, Boss Cowboy, this is by popular demand for the Dallas Cowboys Network. Look, if you guys come over, like, share, subscribe on our channel. If you put it in the chat on Boss Cowboy Sports, we'll do the show. They want to talk about undrafted free agents after the draft. That's what everybody in the chat, tons of people in the chat, Dallas Cowboys Network, say that's what they want to talk about. We got to prep for that show, guys, because we
ain't got to prep for that. And see, once this draft is over, they gonna start being signed. But do you want to really OC wait around? Because it's gonna come in fast. They always come in.
Right,
we
man.
can do it.
Right,
we can do it.
We can talk about a few of them right now. Let's go.
They not there yet.
Yeah. No. We got it's like 6 picks left in the draft. It's
they gonna start coming in. We can talk about them.
Yeah.
But
It's 6.
Boss
it's 6
tired.
picks
I
left.
ain't lie.
Yeah. We look, guys. I'm telling y'all, we'll try to come on tomorrow, man, and hit on some of this stuff, man. Because I gotta let Boss go, man. We've been doing this since 10:30 this morning, man. It is almost 6.
You've been doing this since 10:30 this morning.
Yeah.
I've been
You've been doing this
6
since
this morning preparing for this because we had to switch everything to the platform that we on now on the Boss Cowboy Sports and the different production software.
There you go.
And had to make it look just like Skywalker's. Bro, come on.
Yeah.
And mixed it in with what we got going on. Like, I had to mix this whole production into our production. No, I was been up early. And y'all should be super chatting because we telling you what we went through to give y'all the amount of coverage we gave y'all. But anyway, we on go ahead.
No, like, share, subscribe, Boss Cowboy Sports on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. If you want to follow me, you can follow me at CB the OC on Instagram, also the OC on Facebook, and also on Twitter. It's the OC, but I got some long, crazy handles.
It's gonna still come up. If you go on the Twitter and you put the OC, you go see his yellow bone face.
You'll see my face. You'll see my big bald head. Okay, you'll see something on there. All right, you can follow me there. Follow us, man.
Yeah, definitely follow my boy on Twitter, man. He got this like FBI number. It's the OC at 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. It's crazy. I ain't never seen nothing like it. But anyway, he can change it. He gonna change it at some time. So it ain't that big of a deal. So Israel, I conclude that with a C, more so because of opportunity costs. Matt, I really don't want to grade because I don't even know who he is. So I'm gonna just say to be continued on my grade.
I'll grade Matt. I think that based upon where we got him at the very bottom of the 7th round, had this been a draft that everybody really did all their due diligence and homework on, I think that this guy would have went in round 5 or at the early part of round 6. So because of that and his position versatility, where we got him value and his experience as a starter, I'm giving him, he's a value pick. I'm giving him a B.
Okay.
Giving him a B.
I can't wait to go do my research, and then I'll get back with you on that. And I just want to read some of the Boss Cowboy chats, man. My boy Steve said, "Boss on a marathon life right now. Get your rest, Professor." Thank you. You see the OC trying to kill me? Oh, we gonna talk about the undrafted free agents next.
No. Listen. Wait a second. I said we can do it on another show. Hey, look.
Try to kill me, man.
I said we can do it on another show. We do it tomorrow, right? We can do it whenever, right? So hey, if y'all want to see the show, man, we'll try to do something for you tomorrow evening, man. You know, we'll jump on and just run it down. Even if some of them got signed, it's no big deal. We still can talk about it because all of them won't get signed by tomorrow. So we maybe could do something tomorrow and just chat it up for about an hour, man. We ain't gonna be on here for no 5 hours talking about it, man. We gotta get some rest. We got families and stuff. So.
Yeah, man. So check this. My boy Gerard Dan said, "How do you do a super chat?" So if you own Boss Cowboy Sports, which Gerard is on, you can't super chat yet because we not quite there yet. You got to have a certain amount of subscribers and you got to have a certain amount of hours. The fact that we did a whole major draft show likely qualified us for the hours. We need about 500 more subscribers to get to that point. And I'm gonna say it like this: we got up to 500 in record pace. So people love the content that comes from Boss Cowboy Sports, but we do need people to share, subscribe, tell people about us, share the content so we can get to that point. So if you want to throw in a couple of dollars, Gerard, go over to the Dallas Cowboy Network, hit that like and subscribe. It's going to be a button over there where you could also then put in that super chat, and it'll still go towards the overall Cowboys movement from this weekend, because Skywalker and Boss Cowboy Sports, we blended the brand, and we also blended how we was going to actually take care of the financial responsibilities. So if anybody thinking that giving to the Dallas Cowboy Network is not giving the Boss Cowboy Sports, is given to us this week. And if you think giving the Boss Cowboy Sports is not given to the Dallas Cowboy Network, no, you are giving to them this week, because we shared the work, so we also share the profits, and that's just how it is. And we shared the label, and we really did. The B-rolls and all that kind of stuff, a majority of round 1 was done by Skywalker. The majority of round 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7 was done by Boss Cowboy Sports. So we really did share the whole load of making this happen. So thank y'all so much, and thank you for wanting to give, my brother. I really appreciate that. Steve asked, do we have a Cash App? Yes, we do. Boss Cowboy Sports Cash App is $ Boss Cowboy Sports. And we really appreciate that, cause y'all know we rock this, man. We OC, man. We rock this, man.
Yeah, we did. And so look, guys. I'm sorry, Boss Cowboy got to do that shit by herself, because Mrs. OC, Mrs. OC said, "No, you ain't coming on no show tomorrow. You've been doing this the last 3 days." So I just been vetoed. I've been vetoed by Mrs. OC, telling me I cannot come on tomorrow, because man, we done put in a lot of work, man. We done been doing this thing for 2 weeks getting ready for this thing, man. It's been a lot of work. So, more than that, but I'm saying specifically hard in terms of all the time, right? That we did on planning sets and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, man. Listen, let's talk about that. Let's sit back and enjoy before we talk about round 7.
Yeah.
Let's brag a little bit. Man, we pulled off something crazy, bro. We had Skywalker and Boss Cowboy Productions blend. That's crazy. Yep. We blended the productions today. We also had a live venue with live music mixed with the Skywalker production on day 1. Day 2, we came out like attorneys, and we gave y'all everything we got to showcase all the moves in excellence. And then to cap it off, because we did finish round 7, I want to say a special thank you to Skywalker. I really do. Because it means a lot to me that he trusted us. It does.
Yeah, it does.
Because I never left my production to anybody. Never.
Right.
Never. Right. He said this morning, he said, "Hey, man, I can't do it because I just had some major come up with my family." And not major like that, but, you know, taking care of his kids. Stuff we understand. Super chat?
Man, hold on real quick. Yeah, so Sam Sirichia gave a $1.99 donation. Thank you, Sam. He said, thanks for the work. And then Showtime53, thank you for the $20 super chat. He said, thank you, Steel OC Boss, for the entire draft. Thank you, Showtime, for the support. We appreciate you, man. We putting it in, baby, and we gonna keep on going, man. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
And I wanted to definitely say that, though, in terms of Skywalker, because he walked away today, and he trusted.
Gerald Daniels, thank you for the $100 super chat, baby brother, man. We love you, man. Thank you, man. We love you, bro. Thank you so much.
My boy Gerald Daniels came over from. See, that's what. Gerard,
man, thank you, bro. Love you, man. Thank you, bro. That means a lot. Means
it does, man. Thank you, it really does, because it was a lot of work, man. And it does mean a lot. And I heard Skywalker say that one time, man. When you put in all this production work and all the stuff, because we was putting it together this morning, he said, "Boss, me and you, we really go the extra mile. That's why I trust that you gonna be able to finish this, because I knew you wouldn't want to just have any kind of production." And we put it together. You know what I mean? And he said, because I'm going to have to, dip out, but I know y'all got it. And we Voltron the whole thing. It was crazy. And so we appreciate the Gerard and everybody like Gerard that see the work that goes into this, because it wasn't just a study. That was just one. You can go to a lot of places to get good study, commentary, and analysis. But
that's a lot of time, though, boss. Huh? That was a lot of time. That took a lot of time.
Oh no, the study was real. The study took months.
Took a lot. The study takes months, man. To learn all these players.
Yeah, real study take 5 months, 6 months.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So I've been working on this since I ain't gonna tell you because I don't want people trying to
Yeah.
get on my timeline of how when I
Yeah.
start my research.
Don't worry about it.
You start your
Steve
research when you
Jones,
start your
hold on.
research.
Steve Jones, super chat. Thank you, Steve Jones, $14.99. Thank you so much for the super chat, brother, and the love and the support, man. We appreciate you, man. Appreciate the support to the Dallas. Excuse me, I can't talk right now. I'm getting so tired. So, Boss Cowboy Sports,
bro.
and also
Tired, bro.
also Dallas Cowboys Network. I'm sorry, not talking right now, but no, thank you so much.
But I'm
Appreciate
happy. I'm happy we got through it. Listen, y'all. When Boss Cowboy, when we wrote the book and all this, it comes up to this moment, man. Listen, I almost had tears in my eyes. I really did, bro. I felt embarrassed, bro. When I saw this boy get away, man, because it's like I believe it. It took a lot of research, man, and it's like I believe it. It's like, oh my God, and I want us to win so bad. It's like, please get us that guy that can really play that safety at elite speed and go hawk that ball. And big, I mean, I don't even want to talk about it, but I'm gonna say this: I'm just proud. I'm very proud. I'm also proud, even though you didn't see all of them. We go talk about this before we get out of here. You didn't see everybody, but I'm also proud of the whole team. Geach, he has his own page. Go follow him under Facebook. Geechee Cowboy, Buddha from the streets. We really couldn't do him day one. It was too much technical stuff going on, but we had something planned that was special that you'll see next year if we combine the shows again. Then obviously the work that Keystone, what he did was obviously amazing. And he has his own page. All of these people have their own page, especially on Facebook, where I suggest you go follow them because all of us are uniquely different. I want to say that. Like Boss Cowboy, I try to do it all. Those guys, they specialists. So like Buddha, he's the voice of the people. So what you're gonna see Buddha do is you're gonna see Buddha talking to a lot of random fans. Like today, Buddha will be out in what we call the streets, okay? And he'll be talking to people how they feel about the draft. And then Queen, who came on and did an excellent job yesterday and held it down for hours. So what you just saw was a combination of Skywalker under the Dallas Cowboy Network mixed with Boss Cowboy Sports, bringing the content together to make it even better than television.
And not to cut you off, thank you, Wendell, for the $25 super chat, brother. Thank you. He says, great show, fellas. Looking forward to the future live streams. We got you, brother. And hey, if you want to make sure you get all of our content, you guys are a part of Will Steele's network, which is one of the best in the business doing it. Don't be scared to hop on over and like, share, and subscribe, right? We need the subscriptions on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and also on Twitter. So subscribe and follow us. But when you do it, in particular on YouTube and also Facebook, make sure you put on the bell notification icon, that little bell, hit that bell notification icon. Then that way, anytime we go live, anytime we drop any videos or content, and trust me, we drop a lot, you'll be able to see it, okay? You can see it and watch it on your job, your work, wherever it is, man. You can watch it and you appreciate the support. So, hey, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, make sure you share and you comment to all your Facebook groups, friends, or family. Share the content, man. If you think it's good, you think we rocking, and I know we rocking, go ahead, like, share, and subscribe.
Oh, Skywalker just came back. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, my Lord. Hey, man. Say, bro. That means I got a second win, bro. My brother just came back in the building, bro. When your brother just came back in the building, you get a second win, bro, because I definitely want to hear this commentary. Because, OC, you was really trying to get me going anyway, bro. OC was going to work me to death. I had no energy for my boy. You was working it, bro. You was working me harder you was working me slave, man. You was slaving your boy. Oh, we got the boy Skywalker back in the building. Let's go.
Still in the building.
Hey, fellas, y'all held it down, man.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
He gonna come back right at the end.
God.
And then you look like you just ate a sandwich. You know how jealous I am because I'm hungry. I've been drinking water over here and eating granola snacks.
You've been eating snacks and stuff. You good? Yeah. Right.
Feeding this nigga. Look, I'm sitting over on my phone like my boy's holding it down. Hey, wait, just hold on, dog. I gotta see. I gotta talk about this pick, son. Chill. What's going on here? Nah, man, y'all killed it, dog. Y'all killed it. I got a situation settled for a little bit right now, but I said let me hop back on here right quick because I know it sounded like y'all was about to be out.
Yeah, we was.
Wow, man. Amazing draft. I just wanted to thank everybody, and we'll dive into all this stuff throughout the week, right? And throughout the weeks and the months and all that stuff. But I wanted to thank y'all one more time before I got out of here, Boss and OC, for the work that y'all put in and helping out with this draft, man. I from the bottom of my heart, man, really, really do appreciate y'all. And in the chat, I just popped in and saw, oh my gosh, boom, 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 boom. Amazing, man. Appreciate the donations. Appreciate you guys sharing. Appreciate you guys rocking, man. But I said, let me hop back up in here, and I saw I'll give you all a little bit of window. We ain't gonna
leave, bro, unless you gotta go, cause I want to see. Cause we did.
No, Boss Cowboy, don't change your tune.
No, bro, I got a second win, bro. No, bro,
I give you quick thoughts on whatever it is you want me to give you quick thoughts on.
Quick thoughts. I just want to do a rapid fire, way too early grade and way too early thoughts on these guys. And we're not gonna hold you to it. I already gave everybody the disclaimer. Don't hold us to it. This is just how we feel in the moment. We go get back to you in a week on what we really feel after fully evaluating this stuff.
Yeah, thoughts are fine. I don't like grades though. Like
okay.
I don't want to say.
Give your thoughts.
Yeah, I don't want to be like, hey, this draft was Micah Parsons. Love it.
Yeah,
love it. I think he's going to come in and he's going to help out the defense immediately in a certain way. Do I think he's going to fix the defense? Because we had this argument before. I don't think Micah's going to fix the defense by itself, but I think he's going to help you get there.
All right, Kelvin Joseph.
I love it. Yeah, I know. I love both of them two picks. Loved it. I think Kelvin can come in right now and start at cornerback. Be that physical, aggressive, in your face man corner, and he might punch a coach in the face. But hey, sometimes you need to shake something up. It is.
All right. What about Osa, defensive tackle out of UCLA?
That's like a big question mark. I don't really know until I know what they're going to do with him. Like the player, remember we talked about it, but the fit, I'm just not sure yet, fellas. I'm not sure on Osa yet.
Fair.
All right, Chauncey Golson, defensive end out of Iowa.
Believe it or not, after coming back last night and thinking about the picks, that probably was the pick that I didn't like the most of the draft, period. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm not really excited about it. Hopefully I find something that gets me excited, but that one there, where am I putting him at this year and in the future? I like Terrell Basham for the next 2 years over him, So, and I'll rather sign Randy Gregory. So, what am I doing with him for the future? So, right now, initially, fast, instant thoughts, don't like that pick.
All right, Nashawn Wright, cornerback out of Oregon State.
Got OC. You talked me into him. A couple other people's talking me into him. I do like the player. We probably could have got him much later. But I do like the player, and I think this is more of a futures pick. I don't think Reggie Robertson looks like to be the guy there for the future, and we could maybe see either Jordan Lewis or Anthony Brown off this roster next year.
All right, Jabril Cox.
Love it. Future of the linebacker position. Jabril Cox, Micah Parsons, coverage linebacker, can do multiple things. I absolutely love the Jabril Cox pick.
All right, Josh Ball, OT out of Marshall.
I'll keep it about Ball, right? On the field, apparently, when I say I'll keep it about Ball, I'm gonna keep it about football. Apparently, on the field, he's good. I didn't go watch the tape. OC, you watched it, and you talked about his tape. And I'm just leaning on guys like you, Jeff, and other people that have been watching the actual tape. They say he's a good tackle. The off-the-field stuff initially made me kind of say I don't like that, but it's fair to give people due process and dig a little more. But immediately I was kind of like, I don't like what I'm hearing. But, hopefully more things come out and, hopefully the guy's changed.
All right. Simi Fehoko, Stanford wide receiver.
Yes, 6'4", about 220, runs a 4.3, 4.4. I love this pick. I don't know if he's going to make the roster, though. That kind of scares me because it seems like I know we talk about sons, right? Noah Brown seems like a son.
Yes.
Even though Noah Brown's a bit of a dog at receiver and do-it-all guy, he's replaceable. Cedric Wilson, I like Cedric Wilson, but it's not like he's not replaceable. And these guys are on one-year deals, so hopefully there's no son stuff going on there. And if how do you say his name?
Fehoko.
Don't ask me.
Fehoko.
Yeah.
Fehoko.
Okay, so if Fehoko comes in and actually shows that he has talent to make make the team, don't be afraid to get rid of one of your sons.
Right. Please.
Yeah, I think he's going to beat somebody out still. That's my opinion about him.
Yeah, remember we talked about we want speed. I mean, that's your deep speed guy right there, and he's a good contested catch guy. So
Yeah, he's
I would love to see him on this roster, man. I just hope he gets a shot.
All right, you got Quinton Bohanna, DT out of
Got my fat
Kentucky.
man. Listen, this is all I needed to see. OC, he's 340. I'm sold.
Oh yeah,
I don't give a damn.
oh yeah.
You can't tell me nothing else, boss. I don't care.
Hey, I ain't got nothing to say. I'm thirsty like
take
you.
Up space. 6'4", 340. I'm good. That's what I wanted.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, Israel, the cornerback out of South Carolina, Israel.
Y'all, I completely forgot about Israel. As we're talking through earlier, I completely forgot about Israel. I hope he's a converted safety. I don't think he's quick enough to be a cornerback. He has the size, he has the length, but I am intrigued. I'm not going to make a prediction on the cat, but I'm intrigued to see what they do with him on the back end. I hope it's safety, but we'll see.
Matt Farniok.
I got nothing for you there.
Me neither.
Real.
I'll speak for all you guys, and I did it earlier. I like the pick. He's versatile. He can play right tackle, right guard. He also has played center. He's super versatile, super solid. Could come in and potentially push some people, and definitely be a backup, if not beat out a Connor Williams.
What? Whoa! Year one.
Yeah. I'm saying that he could compete for a backup position, or if he's really good in camp, compete and push a Connor Williams. I think that you create internal competition on that line, and I like him as a pick in round 7. If he gets an opportunity, if he doesn't get opportunity to get snaps in preseason games, he's going to end up getting cut. But I think that he plays multiple positions and he brings something to the table. That's my opinion.
Wow, that OCC. Now see OC, you gonna have me get hype about my guy here in the 7th round and going into camp. So we talked about getting offensive linemen in this second day, and they absolutely addressed that with 3 picks. The first two, with 2 picks. I'm sorry, 2 picks. The first one kind of seems like talent wise he could stamp himself on the roster. The 7th rounder, I didn't know what to expect. So listening to you, if you think he's that talented, then yeah, man. I mean, that could be bye Joe Looney type thing.
Is that could be, yeah. Joe Looney's good, man. Joe Looney's a solid backup. I would like to see, and I hate to say this, I ain't hating on nobody when I say this either. I just think that if you can upgrade that left guard position, man, I think that you try to do it. That's my opinion.
Absolutely right. Was that good? Was that a good quick initial?
I loved it.
I
was happy to see you, man. I was like,
yeah.
I was like, man, I was going to cut out of here, but you know how it is, man, because we started out fighting. You want to end fighting. You know what I mean? Like,
I didn't know what I came in the middle of.
Nah, we was wrapping up, what we did is we did our way too early grades, and that's what we called it. But, you know, people want to see what we think, and then we also want to see what they think, and it was done on both pages. So the page on Boss Cowboy Sports gave their grades and their initial before they digest reaction, and so did obviously the Dallas Cowboys Network. So, you know, and that's what I want to see.
My guy in the comments, Trey, he said, you love Boss Man, huh? Yes, I do. Oh, yeah. I do love the pick, dog, man. Once I realized, Trey, that they said, listen, forget the concerns, the character concerns. We just want to go get us a nasty guy. I said, all right, I'm cool with it then. Go get him, because talent-wise, he's worth it. You know, it was just that I thought they were going to go with this whole, you know, we're afraid of the off-field stuff, so let's take him in the 4th round, 3rd round. But yeah, he's definitely worth the talent, man.
Special shout out to Greg Stewart, linebacker out of University of Houston, our alma mater, me and Boss Cowboy. Pick 259, Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick of the NFL draft. Mr. Irrelevant, man. So go out there and make a team.
Cougs on right now. You rocking Cougs, ain't you? Out. It's a sign. That's, cool. That's a sign. My boy rocking at U of H. I knew when I saw that red. I say he rocking at U of H. I knew it. I take that as a sign. Dallas is getting ready to win a Super Bowl.
Hey, real quick, one of our eventually it became OC's pet cat, right? But one of our pet cats, Marvin Wilson, to the freaking Browns. Wow. So they just continue to pile talent on talent on talent, man.
Yep.
Golly. All right, so I already know how it go. Don't hit the button, Sky.
Don't hit it yet.
Cause the outro different over here.
No, we're gonna let y'all do that.
Yeah, cause if you hit that button, it's gonna just go away, and I don't want it to look weird. You know what I'm saying? So,
Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
yeah. So, but final words, obviously, from you.
I just reiterate everything I've been saying before I left and when I came back, man. I really just can't explain how thankful I am for the subscribers on this channel, and then the panel, my guys OC and Boss, for this entire weekend. You know, I say that because a lot goes into this. We literally put 17, 16-ish man hours on air, not to even talk about behind. So a lot of work was put in, man, and I think it was executed well. I had an absolute blast with you guys, man. This was awesome. I knew I wasn't going to know a lot of these players just because I don't have the time to study, and that's why I relied on you guys, and y'all delivered, man. Y'all absolutely delivered. This was fun. This was a lot of fun.
All right, OC, did you have anything? Final words?
Yeah, man. First of all, completely honored to rock with the Dallas Cowboys Network, man. You guys are a great group. Skywalker still is one of the best in the business, no doubt. And so I'm honored to be a part of this process, and had just a great time, man. And look forward to doing it again, doing more work, doing more shows, man. So you like, share, subscribe, follow Boss Cowboy Sports if you hadn't already, and shout out again to Dallas Cowboys Network.
And follow my guy Sosa, the Cowboys Network, on Instagram. He's absolutely part. When you said the team, that he's absolutely part of the team. And I got to shout out my mod guys. I can't believe they held it down all 3 days in this chat. That's just work too, man. Mod guys was in there moderating and helping out. So shout out to you, Stevie Mac, Rube Glock, KMT, and my guy Sosa. Appreciate you. And our day ones in the chat. Appreciate you guys and appreciate you members.
All right, and I just say, you know, I'm not going to change the slide, but I say this. I mean this when I say this. At Boss Cowboy Sports, your voice matter. But what we pride ourselves on, and what I believe is the spirit of the Dallas Cowboy Network as well, is we want to be loyal, not devoted. So we go sometimes tell you things that you don't want to hear, but trust me, it's coming from a good place. Just keep that in mind as you continue to hear our content, because we always just want what's best for the Dallas Cowboys and how we're going to win 6. All right? We
Indeed,
out.
man.
Boss Cowboy Sports, where your voice matters. Boss Cowboy Sports.
Shout out Sean.